Chapter 4489. Miss Double. Qi Yandan stopped, turned his head, and looked at Jian Wuxuang. What? Sword replied without expression on both sides. I saw Yin Dan glance around, then lowered his voice and said playfully, Miss Shuang, I know that there must be something unspeakable between you and this base man, but this time you know the truth. Knowing that you have avoided the limelight, I will let you go, but you remember, wait here. Between you and me, there must be accounts to be counted. When that time comes, not only will this scumbag die, but you will also have to be a slave to me, in order to dispel my shame today. After saying that, Yan Dan sneered, and then planned to leave. Jian Wuxuang made a statement to deny, and indirectly made a clearance for him. Instead of being grateful for Jian Wuxuang in his heart, he remembered it even more. As proud as he was, Yan Dan was born with a golden key since he was a child. Not only did his father, who was a trace-level cultivator of the Elder Shinzong, become an elder, after showing his prominence, he was refined by the Lord of the Elder God, the chief disciple of the entire refining Shinzong. What kind of status is this? Therefore, this cultivated his high-minded and domineering character. He has been sailing smoothly since he was small, and has never been rejected by others. But today, a woman in Jiushu district refused him under the court, and even said that she had a private life with others for a long time. What a shame to him! After that, although Jian Wuxuang uttered a denial, in his opinion, what Jian Wuxuang said was like a knife, and it was tied to his heart. What for? Is it Yandan? Is it only for your misty eyes to look down on? Therefore, he had a jealous feeling in Jian Wuxuang's heart, and he was even more disgusted with resentment. The most important thing is that he absolutely does not believe that these 9 musk devil really have nothing to do with Jian Wuxuang. He has made a plan now. When he returns to the dormitory, he will teach the 9 musk deer well. Through the method of double cultivation, directly the 9 musk deer Chungrin to let her know and humiliate him. After dying, I was looking for a chance to make Jian Wuxuang thousands of swords. Once, the possibility of Jian Wuxuang competing with him for the supremacy was cut off, and the other was to vent his hatred. This man is in the same vein as the Elder Sickle. I was just when Yan Dan made this plan and was about to leave. Suddenly. Stop! There was a quiet voice, coming out of Jian Wuxuang's mouth. As soon as this remark came to an end, everyone who thought that this farce had come to an end couldn't help it. He included Yan Dan, who had already stepped out of the square, and his eyes were narrowed. Then he turned slowly and looked at Jian Wuxuang. His expression was somber and asked, Mist, what are you doing? Among all the people, only his face was pale, and the despairing 9 musk deer, his face suddenly burst into a joy, and suddenly looked at Jian Wuxuang. At the same time, she was excited and quickly transmitted a voice to Jian Wuxuang. Miss Shuang, what I did just now was really helpless, and I just did this stupid thing. Miss Shuang, I apologize to you. But I beg you, save me, save me, otherwise I will die. Jian Wuxuang heard the words indifferent, but looked intently at Yan Dan. His voice was flat. You say what you just told me and try again. He had planned not to intervene in this matter, and this Yan Dan would just obediently leave. But he would die. This Yan Dan had to run to him to provoke him, and make him a slave. I'm sorry, he has acted with his sword, and never gave in half. Yan Dan narrowed his eyes when he heard the words, and gradually raised the corners of his mouth, asking instead, Shuangwu, how about I repeat it? Do you want to stop me? Stop you? Wu Jianshou sneered, stepped out, and suddenly appeared in front of Yan Dan, indifferently speaking. You say it again, then you can't get out of this door today. I dare? Yan Dan heard the words, suddenly angrily in his heart, his eyes skyrocketed. A torrent of torrential weather emerged from Yan Dan. Suddenly, the whole square was turbulent, and the coercion of the mark-level virtual lords came to the audience instantly, forming an inverted tornado around him. This coercion is like a tiger that is swallowed by others, and flings towards the sword unparalleled. But that's it. Jian Wuxuang's eyes narrowed, and the whole body burst into momentum, spreading out of the coercion of 8-star virtual men. This coercion speaks of the power of horror. Although it is far worse than Yandan, even standing in front of Yandan, the sword Wushwang who is under the impact of Yandan's pressure is like a flat boat in the sea of anger, as if at any time are overturned. But nonetheless, Jian Wushwang's footsteps have not been removed in the slightest, as if it were the pin of the sea god. No matter how the waves rise, he stands still. Look for death! Seeing this, Jiandan suddenly became more angry. She was first refused to be humiliated by Jioshan, and almost put on a green hat. Now she was blocked by Jian Wushwang, and she was shocked positively. Where can he hold back at this moment? A killing heart jumped out. Huh! I saw in the void behind Yandan, a mouth was suddenly torn, a cyan arm protruded out of the void, and grabbed at the sword unparalleled. This arm is extremely dry, the meridians are crisscrossed, and the 5 fingernails are painted black, long and pointed. In front of this scratch the whole void is like paper, and it is torn instantly crack. The owner of this hand is really the corpse of Yandan, de Huai. Everyone looked at this scene, and suddenly his eyelids jumped. Yandan hits the fog double! This time, Wu Shuang is afraid to have trouble. If Brother Yandan did not break through the trace level, maybe the two could fight. But now Brother Yandan breaks through the trace level, even if the fog double talent is even higher. 10 of him it's not enough yen Brother Dan. Everyone talked quickly. Jian Wushwang saw this, his eyes flashed for a while, his mind quickly thought. Jiandan's aggressive claw, in his opinion, was as flawless as a child's dance sword. Even if he didn't need to practice it, he could only break it with only the strength of an 8-star dummy. Also, if I am concentrating and developing in this refining Shin zone, I have never revealed my strength. I am afraid that I will never be able to climb to the top of the virtual universe in a short time. Knowing the peak powers of the virtual universe, then I am qualified to understand the true secrets. It is not possible to show a little strength today. In this way, it is also convenient for me to climb at an early date and find out the deployment of the virtual universe against the divine universe. With this in mind, Jian Wu's eyes flashed coldness. God corpse, come! Howl! Suddenly, a whole body was shrouded in a black robe, only a figure showing only his eyes appeared in front of the sword without double sides. An extremely sharp sword spirit burst out from this figure. This figure is a terrific corpse of Tai Luo who has recovered to the state of elementary supreme. Chapter 4490. Howl! As soon as the extreme corpse Fang Tai Luo appeared, the shocking sharp breath suddenly shocked everyone. This is the corpse of Wushwang. It is rumored that this corpse is the strongest corpse on the Coffin Hill. At first, even the Lord Sovereign and the elders of the 5 great brothers shot together and failed to refine it. Scar level breath. This corpse has already reached Scar level. No wonder the mists are not afraid of Brother Yandan at all. It turns out that they are relying on this. I saw that the corpse of Tai Luo was numb and stiff, and his fingers were raised to merge into a sword finger, and nodded towards the withered arm that was photographed in the void. In an instant, the endless sword energy erupted from the fingertips of Taro's corpse. Boom! A shocking loud noise came, and I saw that the arm that tore everything retracted instantly like an electric shock. Then I saw that Yandan was backstepped by 3 steps, and his face flushed. It's not over yet. In the void behind Yandan, a painful growl was issued again, and a dried-up body covered with black hair fell out of the void. This corpse is the Huai refined by Yandan. Defeat the enemy with 1 finger. Suddenly, everyone exclaimed. They did not expect that Yandan, who was the first disciple of the crowned disciple, who had broken through the mark of prestige, was directly repelled with a finger of Tai Luo's corpse. Asshole! Qi Yandan's face was iron blue, staring at Jian Wushwang and snarling. It was just my intention just now, let's come again! After he finished speaking, his whole body of power began to condense frantically, and the whole square began to tremble and shake. Okay. Jian Wushwang's eyes narrowed, and his mang rose sharply by 3 inches. He was just when the two were facing each other, and the sword was out of control. Enough! The master of the refining god frowned, and suddenly spoke freely. With this sentence falling, he was still surging just now, like a square plunging into the sea of anger, and then calmed down. An extremely powerful force separated Jian Wushuang from Yan Dan. Master! Seeing this, Xia Yan just felt like he was so hard to get hold of it. The punch he wanted to make was hit on cotton, and his heart was bent to the extreme. Master, let me learn lessons from Wushuang. You taught him? Isn't it enough to shame? The refining god sovereign snorted, and then looked at Jian Wushuang and said, Miss Shuang, I ask you, what did you mean before? Why did you block Yan Danwei? The goal of Wu Jianshou to show his strength has been achieved. Therefore, seeing the master of the refining god forcibly interrupted his battle with Yan Dan, there was no emotion in his heart. He heard the words humble and arched his hands, and calmly replied, Master Sect, I stopped Brother Yan Dan because Brother Yan Dan passed by me first and provoked his disciples first, saying that he would make them disciples and slaves, and the disciples were so anxious that they did the above. The master of the refining heard that he couldn't help looking at Yan Dan. His face sank. You say if you have to go, well, you just have to shake a clever provocation. Now you can't get off the stage yourself? He shook his head, and the master of the refining scolded. What a fool! After taking a deep breath, the master of the refining looked back at Jian Wushuang and replied, Well, you and Yan Dansher went out the same door. In the future, I will be the mainstay of the refining of the rain. Just go on and fight each other. Understand? Well, let's stop this matter and let the party go. Pu Lian Shinzongju stood up and shook his head boringly. Yes. With the rise of the sovereign lord, many disciples in the square naturally did not dare to sit any more, and they all got up again and gave respect to the lord. Miss Pear, you it! Qi Yandan stared at Jian Wushuang with his eyes fixed on his forehead. If he is not in the refining sect now, he can't restrain his inner urge, he will kill the sword without double-clicking. Miss Shuang, rest assured, our future days are still long, you and me today, I will slowly settle with you in the future. After finishing speaking, Yan Dan strode away. When he saw Jioshin, there was a look of disgust in his eyes. It was this woman who caused his face to fall sharply today. He was afraid to take her back to become an accomplice. He just added a joke to himself, as if he picked up a sword. Something like, And you, cheap, all things happened today because of you, wait for me to kill Wu Shuang, and then slowly calculate with you. Ling Ling hummed. Yan Dan stepped on the ground with his right foot, and the floor of the foot cracked suddenly, and a small pit was recessed, while he turned into a burr, and instantly rose into the sky, disappearing on the square outside the main hall of the sovereign. Wu Jusu saw Yan Dan leave, the heart that had been hanging, and finally fell to the ground. She looked at Xiang Jianwushuang gratefully, and whispered a thank you. Wu Jianshou shook his head without paying more attention to her. After looking at Elder Musfeng, he walked in the direction of the Lord of the Refining God. He still remembers that the Lord of the Refining God had told him that after the end of the Zongmin disciples, there were still tasks assigned to him. Inside the Lord's hall, Gao Lian, the God Sovereign, took the first seat, watching that he did not leave with the flow of people, but followed him into the Shuang of the Sovereign's hall and nodded. Miss Shuang, originally the Sovereign wanted to wait for you to rest for a few days before telling you about the task. Since you are here, then this Sovereign will tell you now. Wu Jianwushuang took a deep breath and nodded. Master Zongju, but it doesn't matter. It is good. The master of the refining god sect looked to the distance. He heard the words and did not rush to speak, but seemed to think about the words in his mind. After a while he said, Miss Shuang, do you know where our universe is sealed? Seal God's land? Wu Jianwushuang raised his eyebrow, and felt a faint feeling in his heart. I was afraid that the Lord of the Refining God was about to say that it was one of the top secrets of this virtual universe. Yes, most people don't know the land of the gods, this Lord will talk to you today. Shen Lian's eyes glinted, and he said, The land of God is not one of the forbidden places in our universe, but the day after tomorrow. Almost tens of thousands of Suji, those who accompanied you when you started, came from the same place of power, and came to our universe. These cosmic aliens are speculative, with fierce means, and after their identity is exposed, they will launch a killing ring in our virtual universe. These people are extremely powerful, and each person's cultivation is the same as that of the monarch, at least at the level of 6 marks. Among them, one person has a deeper and more unpredictable, strange method, and has the power to suppress the origin of life, and it is even more powerful than the sovereign. The master of the refining slowly said that Jian Wushuang was at this moment, and his heart was suddenly shaken. This is Chapter 4491. Get burned. Chatter, chatter, chatter. Everyone in the crowd looked at Jian Wushuang. The crowd looked at Jian Wushuang with an extremely strange expression. Wushuang, a person with supreme talent, was also the person who Grand Elder Mi Feng had personally welcomed into the sect. Thanks, the person who took Yen Dawn woman is actually Wushuang. There's going to be a good show to watch now. One of them is the most talented person in the sect, and the other is the leader of the disciples, the next sect master candidate in the eyes of the sect master. Now, it's up to Lord Sect Master to make his choice. A series of discussions sounded. Yen Dan suddenly turned his head and stared at Jian Wushuang with a fierce look in his eyes. Elder Shen Lian's face also darkened instantly. On the other hand, the God-refining sect master, Void Master Ba Huang, who was originally a little angry, calmed down and frowned. Other than being Yen Dan master, he was more of the God-refining sect master. What he paid attention to was the art of balance. Previously, Yen Dan had asked him for Jiao Sha and wanted him to personally ask for Jiao Sha and Yen Dan to become Dao companions. In his opinion, it was like a child asking for a beloved toy from him. Naturally, he could not do it. However, now, with Wushuang in the middle, the situation was different. It was like a scale. Originally, the weight of the Jiao Sha and Yen Dan were completely different. Everything was leaning toward Yen Dan, so he did not mind agreeing to Yen Dawn's request. However, with the addition of Wushuang, the weights on both sides of the scale suddenly became different. To be honest, as the God-refining sect master, he did not have any ill intentions toward Jian Wushuang. After all, Jian Wushuang had passed the Trial Foundation Stone's verification and had a peerless talent. Previously, he had mentioned the soul-searching technique in the sect master's hall only because he suspected that Jian Wushuang was a spy sent by the Divine Power Universe. From the perspective of the big picture, he was naturally better off than Jian Wushuang. After all, Jian Wushuang was a member of the God-refining sect. If Jian Wushuang was doing well, the God-refining sect would naturally be well. The two of them complemented each other, and were not enemies. If there were no accidents, Jian Wushuang would definitely become one of the pillars of the God-refining sect in the future. For a moment, the God-refining sect master did not know what to say. If Jiao Sha had really become Dao companions with Jian Wushuang, then the matter of Jiao Sha and Yen Dan had to be considered carefully. After a long while, he looked at Jian Wushuang with a frown and said in a deep voice, "Wushuang, is what Jiao Sha said true?" As soon as the sect master finished his words, Yen Dan looked at Jian Wushuang and said coldly, "Junior brother Wushuang, aren't you going a little too far?" Jian Wushuang remained silent and expressionless. However, in his heart, he was already extremely angry. What was this Jiao Sha trying to do? As early as when they were high up in the sky outside the sect master's main hall, Jiao Sha had opened her mouth and begged him to put on a show with her and reject the marriage between her and Yen Dan. However, Jian Wushuang had rejected her very clearly. He did not expect Jiao Sha to be so selfish. She did not care about his feelings at all and publicly announced that he had pledged to marry him in the main hall. Jian Wushuang understood that he had been used by Jiao Sha. As for why Jiao Sha chose him, it was not because he was too charming. The two of them had only met 3 times, so there was no charm. The reason was simple. What Jiao Sha had her eyes on was Jian Wushuang's peerless talent. She believed that between Yen Dan and him, the God-refining sect master would definitely have a hard time choosing. However, she had never thought that after this matter was over, she could just apologize to Jian Wushuang and leave as if nothing had happened. But what would happen to Jian Wushuang? Jian Wushuang would definitely offend Yan Dan and become a thorn in the father and son's side. If it was an ordinary disciple, he would not be far from death if he incurred such hatred. Jian Wushuang's thoughts flashed quickly. He was naturally not afraid of Yan Dan and his father. To him, even if he were to tie Elder Shen Lian and Yan Dan together, they would not be enough to deal with him. However, he did not like the feeling of being used as a shield. Jian Wushuang took a step forward and said in a deep voice, "Reporting to the sect master, senior sister Jiu Sha mentioned something about a private marriage. This disciple. I don't know anything." Chatter. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd went into an uproar again. He had no idea at all. These words were simply amazing. Everyone's expressions changed. Jiu Sha, who was kneeling on the ground, felt as if a knife had been stabbed into her heart. Her delicate body trembled, and she almost fell to the ground. Her face turned pale. Looking at Jian Wushuang's cold and calm face, she could not help but laugh bitterly. "Are you really that heartless?" Yan Dan, Elder Shen Lian, and the God-refining sect master were all stunned. Even Elder Mi Feng, who was standing next to Jian Wushuang, was surprised. "Wushuang, are you saying this because you fear Yan Dan and the others? Don't worry, if that Jiu Sha is really the woman you fancy, I will definitely help you get her even if I have to throw away my face." Elder Mi Feng transmitted his voice to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang could not help but feel touched. Elder Mi Feng was a very competent elder. If Jian Wushuang had been born in this universe, he might have treated Elder Mi Feng the same way he treated Supreme Blood Wave. It was a pity that the two of them were not on the same path. Sighing in his heart, Jian Wushuang shook his head and replied, "Elder Mi Feng, there's no need to do this. I really have nothing to do with senior sister Jiu Sha." "All right." Elder Mi Feng nodded. Since Jian Wushuang had already said so, he would naturally not force him. "Ha ha ha, lowly servant, I'd like to see who can still stand up for you now." Yan Dan sneered. He first glared at Jiu Sha, then turned to look at Jian Wushuang with a sneer in his eyes. He looked at Jian Wushuang with satisfaction as if he was saying, "You're smart." Jian Wushuang could not help but frown. He did not like Jiu Sha's actions, but he was equally displeased with Yan Dan's gaze. "Sect Master, I beg you. Please allow me to bring Jiu Sha back now." Yan Dan turned around and said to the God-refining sect master, "Yes, go ahead." The God-refining sect master nodded his head with a calm expression. The current outcome was even better for him. "Thank you, sect master!" Yan Dan cupped his hands at the God-refining sect master, then looked at Jiu Sha again. He stretched out the corner of his mouth and licked his split lips. His lustful and cruel eyes swept over Jiu Sha's enchanting and perfect figure. After laughing, he stretched out his palm and grabbed Jiu Sha. Suddenly, in the midst of Jiu Sha's screams, she flew up and fell into Yan Dan's hand. Yan Dan picked up Jiu Sha and walked out of the hall. However, just as he was about to pass by Jian Wushuang, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly stopped. Chapter 4492. In the refining Shinzone, a round of blood moon turned sky, the moon's shadow was sparse, and the corpse roared again and again. In a corpse cave on the top of the Yanxian mountain, the Elder Ban Shan strode in and sat cross-legged with sword. "Elder Ban Shan, is there anything to visit late at night?" Wu Jian blinked without eyes and said. As for the Elder Luan Shan, he had some suspicion in his heart. As to whether the guess was correct, it was up to the Elder Ban Shan to come to him late at night. Elder Luan Banshan glanced at Jian Wushuang and asked, "Miss Shuang, the husband has a few questions I want to ask you." "Elder Ban Shan, but it doesn't matter." Wu Jian Wushuang nodded. "Okay." Elder Ban Shan said then groaned for a moment and asked, "Miss Shuang, have you heard about the aliens in the universe?" "Yes." Jian Wushuang heard the words, his eyes flashed, and he immediately replied, "Okay." You said that you and halfway cosmic aliens have known each other halfway. They have never known each other before. The old man now asks you, in which star domain do you know them? Windfall Star Field. Wu Jianshuang replied without hesitation. He had long expected that someone would ask him carefully, and naturally he would not do no homework. The Windfalling Star Field is not too far away from the Lianshan Zone, and it is not too close. The crowd is relatively rare. Presumably, no one will coincidentally stay in the Windfalling Star Field. Okay, then the old man asks you again, which star field do you come from? Elder Luanshan nodded and asked again. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed. He didn't answer, but stared at the Elder Banshan tightly and asked, Elder Banshan, what do you mean by coming here this time? It's better to say straight, why bother? After all, he is not a person in the void universe, and can't stand detailed interrogation. The Elder Banshan, although he suspects in his heart whether it is from the divine universe, is a matter of great importance, and cannot afford to bet. If he is not right, then he is very likely to fall into a situation where he loses and loses. Miss Shuang, you don't need to care what the old man means, you just need to answer truthfully. Elder Luanshan said blankly. Wu Jianshuang heard the words, and could not help but be silent. After a long while, he took a deep breath and said, Liang Starfield. Liang Starfield? The Elder Banshan heard a laugh and shook his head, saying, Miss Double, double, away from Yang Star Field and Windfall Star Field, one south and one north of Lianshan Zone. If you come from the Yang Star Field, why are you in the Wind Falling Star Field and those cosmic aliens? Jian Wushuang heard the words, and couldn't help but look cold, and when he was about to speak, he saw the Elder Banshan continue to say, Further, Wu Shuang, our universe is not big or small, you can grow up to be a star like man. It's not just by talent and retreat. It can leave more or less traces of growth in the universe, but the old man went to inquire. You have never heard of your name in the universe. You are like suddenly emerged from the universe. If you still want to argue, the old man can go to Liang Xinyu in person to see if anyone knows you. Wu Jian Wushuang heard his words, and narrowed his eyes slowly, and touched the hilt of the Taro Excalibur with his 5 fingers, and his thumb gently rubbed at the position of the hilt of the Tara Excalibur. There was a slight sound of the sword, and it sounded softly. After a while, Jian Wushuang seemed to think of something, and loosened the hilt of the tailored Excalibur, and smiled arrogantly. Elder Banshan, what can you say? Just say it. Wu Jianwushuang wanted to understand. If Elder Banshan really wanted to expose him, then he didn't come by himself. I was afraid that the leader of the refining gods would already be in the ambush. But the divine power he spread out did not find any signs of ambush outside. After hearing the question, the Elder Lan Banshan was silent this time and looked at Jian Wushuang for a while, then said slowly, You are too cautious this time, not meticulous enough. If the Lianshan Zone really moved a bit of investigation, you have no possibility to lurk. Jian Wushuang heard that his face had no emotional changes, but his heart was a jump. This sentence is already equal to express. I know, but things are urgent, not so much time to go one by one. Jian Wushuang replied in a deep voice. Elder Banshan sighed slightly, and seemed to know the dilemma of Jian Wushuang. He replied, Be assured that on the day you first entered the ancestral gate, the old man has given you all these things to be clear. Refined some time ago, the gods sent someone to Liang Starfield to verify your information, and the old man also let everyone handle it properly. After a pause, Elder Banshan turned his head, looking through the corpse hole, looking far away from the starry sky of Wudi, as if looking from this universe to another universe. It seemed to be nostalgic. His voice was a little hoarse. Miss Double, how is that starry sky now? Yan Jianwushuang heard nothing and did not answer. The Elder Banshan did not ask any more. He knew that Jian Wushuang had a sense of vigilance even at this moment. This is understandable. After all, as the perspective of Jian Wushuang, it was impossible to rule out whether Banshan was counted as soon as he came out. Routine. However, Elder Banshan was talking to himself. At that time, 7 of us were ordered to come to this universe. I thought that we could quickly investigate the situation of this universe. However, it was too early to reveal our identity, and we ushered in the top power of this universe. Send friends, such as sending wind and flying across, have been killed. The palace owner took people to escape the birth, but the old man who was supposed to die, but picked up a life, and entered the refining god sect by mistake. Elder Wenshan said slowly. Jian Wushuang did not bother, but listened quietly. He knows that Banshan has been lonely for tens of thousands of chaos periods, and these words have been tens of thousands of chaos periods. He needs an object to listen to. His words, although the narrative is plain, but Jian Wushuang felt the tragic and dangerous and magnificent in that plain discourse. After a while, after Elder Banshan finished speaking, he rubbed his eyes slightly and said, Miss Shuang, in the past tens of thousands of years, the old man has not been able to get in touch with his hometown, and it is not easy to leave rashly, because the old man knows that Lord Elder God will definitely send him again. People come and continue the way we did not finish, the unfinished things. My old husband stared at tens of thousands of chaos times and finally waited for you. This is the information collected by the old man during the tens of thousands of chaos periods in the refining god sect. If you have a way, please hand it over to the Lord God of the Face. This is extremely important. Don't let others know. Because the old man doubts, we in this universe also have people in this universe, and we are in a high position. After saying that, Elder Banshan turned his right hand, and a bamboo tube appeared in his hand, handing it to Jian Wushuang. Chapter 4493. Divine Universe, who also has a virtual universe? Jian Wushuang frowned. In that moment, familiar faces flickered across Jian Wu's eyes. But Jian Wushuang thought for a long time, and couldn't completely lock the person who was sent by the virtual universe. Miss Shuang, the husband just doubts whether the person exists, and the husband cannot be determined, so we don't need to think about it now, we just need to be cautious. When the war breaks out again, this person will naturally emerge water surface. Elder Wenshan said with a deep voice. It makes sense. Jian Wushuang converged his thoughts, nodded his head, and took over the bamboo tube handed to him by Banshan. This bamboo tube seems to be lightweight, but it is extremely heavy, but it is the hard work of Banshan tens of thousands of Suji. Well, Wu Shuang, there's one more important thing when my husband comes this time. The elder Wenshan took a deep breath, and then doubled his right hand again. He held a hexagonal red crystal ball in his palm. A sheer force of incomparable sheer force emanated from it. This is, Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly freeze. Elder Wenshan said diligently. Since the tens of thousands of virtual ages, the old man has spent most of his time researching this thing except for collecting news in the refining deities. This thing, the old man calls it a virtual force nucleus, which is formed by the most fundamental force in virtual force. As long as this virtual force nucleus is swallowed, the virtual force inside can instantly change the structure of your body, allowing you to become a true falsehood. After swallowing this nucleus of virtual force, not only will you derive the most iconic thing of virtual men, that is, virtual stars or virtual marks, but also awaken your associated supernatural powers, virtual explosion. And the most important thing is that if you want to be transformed into divine power, you only need one thought, and you can convert virtual power into divine power. The virtual explosion will not disappear, and it will be displayed in the way of divine power. As for the effect, old man, I have been practicing Shinzong this time, but I haven't used it yet, but I think it should not be too weak. The words fell, and Jian Wu's eyes suddenly rose 3 inches. This thing, it's amazing. It can be said that with the existence of this virtual force crystal nucleus, it will truly break the barrier between the virtual universe and the divine universe, so that it will have a perfect fusion and sublime to the fullest. Calculating by individual and by average strength, one of the great reasons why the virtual universe is stronger than the divine universe is because the virtual universe has a killer more than the man of the divine universe, that is, the virtual associated supernatural power, Virtual explosion. The horror of the virtual explosion, even the sword Wushwang dare not to be underestimated. Its power is enough to compare all the moves in the Sword Warrior Tailu Sword Code, except 4 Seasons and Taro. What is this concept? Divine Power Universe, but not anyone, can be compared with Jian Wushwang. I can say that in the same realm, if the person of the magical universe is not an arrogant monster, he has far more power than the same realm, and he will only be crushed in the face of the vain in the same realm. And this virtual force nucleus, but can give the person of the divine power universe, has the ability to resist the court of the virtual universe chamber. The preciousness of this thing can be seen from this. Wu Jianshuang looked at Elder Ban Shan again, with a little more admiration in his eyes. Miss Chuang, swallow this nucleus of virtual power, swallow him, and you will be able to flow through the magical universe and the virtual universe without any flaws. Elder Luanshan said. No way! Wu Jianshuang heard the words and shook his head. This is Elder Ban Shan, an invincible supremacy of tens of thousands of chaos ages. How can he try to figure it out? No need to talk nonsense, since the old man asked you to take it, you take it, and Mo Shui's daughter's delicate attitude. The elder Luanshan pushed the nucleus of virtual power into the hands of Jian Wushwang, and immediately turned around and walked out. This. Qi Jian Wushwang nodded silently, and stowed it seriously. When walking to the door of the corpse cave, Elder Ban Shan stepped a foot, then turned his head and said softly, Miss Shuang, if you can really enter the land of God, if the old friends of the old man are still alive, remember to give them to the old man. Last sentence. My husband is fine now, don't miss it. After speaking, Elder Ban Shan no longer hesitated, and as soon as he stepped on, some thin and shy figures disappeared under the thin moonlight. Wu Jianshuang looked at the disappearing back of Elder Ban Shan, and there was a touch of complexity in his eyes. He suddenly remembered that, in the annals of the divine universe, there was a record that a Taoist named Moving Mountains had once coveted the universe and suppressed 9 days and 10 places, but somehow, the moving Taoists who were originally in the middle of the sky suddenly appeared in the universe. Within bizarrely disappeared. I'm afraid that this is too old for the elder Ban Shan, who was a stranger who disappeared in the past. After the elder Luan Banshan left, Jian Wu sat down cross-legged and carefully looked at the hexagonal red crystal ball in front of him. Is there an empty mark, awakening the associated magical power burst? Wu Jian's eyes flashed a thought, and after a moment of contemplation, he no longer hesitated, swallowing his virtual crystal core. Boom! Instantly, a sharp pain came from the sword Wushwang deity. Even if Jian Wushwang is the top 3 body chaos body in ancient times, it is torn instantly, and the whole body is burned like it is thrown into a furnace of hundreds of millions of degrees. Wu Jianshou could not help screaming, and the body burst completely. Next moment, the divine body was put together again, and the pain that seemed to distort the soul of the soul, with hundreds of millions of needles stuck in the pores, shattered his body again. In this broken way, Jian Wushwang could feel that an extremely horrific and powerful force was emitted from the core of the virtual force, and began to change the life structure of Jian Wushwang little by little, pushing it towards the virtual soldier. After dozens of crashes and reorganizations, the pain suddenly disappeared. A completely different breath than Jian Wushwang before burst out from Jian Wushwang. It's done? Wu Jian's face was pale and gasping slightly, and a lot of bean sweat beads condensed on his forehead. He glanced slightly sideways. On his left shoulder, 2 scarlet long marks, like scars, spread and twisted from his left shoulder. Wu Jianwushwang can feel that although he seems to have no change in the body and cultivation at this moment, in the meditation, there is something different. Is this virtual power? Wu Jianshuang felt the imaginary force rolling in the body like a river, and squinted his eyes. The next moment, instead of rushing to awaken the associated magical powers, he reached out and touched the black willow seal on his neck, pulling a sneer arc. It's time to get rid of you. Chapter 4494 The Land of Gods, the Void Universe that came tens of thousands of void eras ago. They came from the same place as Supreme Martial Artist Gongyang and the others. All of them are at least at the 6 scar level, which means they are invincible supremes. One of them is several times stronger than the God-refining sect master. Jian Wushuang's eyes flickered and his thoughts began to run quickly. The time axis of the void universe and the divine power universe that Jian Wushuang was in was similar. Tens of thousands of chaos cycles ago, it should have been around the time when the Great Catastrophe War had just ended. At that time, only that group of people had entered the void universe and had disappeared without a trace. Even though the God-refining sect master's words were rather obscure, to Jian Wushuang, it was obvious. The Palace Master of the Divine Life Palace. If Jian Wushuang had guessed correctly, the alien race the God-refining sect master had mentioned was none other than the team led by the Palace Master of the Divine Life Palace that had disappeared into the void universe. Jian Wushuang's mind was filled with thoughts, but he pretended to be listening. He continued to listen to the sect master of the God-refining sect talk about the land of gods. He understood that this land of gods was very likely to be inextricably linked to the disappearance of the Divine Life Palace's Palace Master. When the identity of this group of foreign races was exposed, our void universe immediately summoned the giant arms of the great beings at the 6 scar level and above to kill these foreign races. This time, almost half of the 6 scar level void masters in our universe were gathered to fight with this group of alien races in the small ring star field. Speaking of which, although the cultivation base of this group of outsiders is similar to ours, other than the strongest person who can suppress the life source, the rest of them are weaker than us in terms of combat strength. Very soon, a great battle broke out. Almost all of the alien races were killed, and only the strongest of these aliens managed to escape with 2 or 3 people. Then, I don't know what kind of technique the strongest person used, but he actually dominated a star field and refined it into a forbidden area. He set up 999 restrictions, locking himself and the remaining 2 or 3 6 scar level experts in it. Not only was he unable to take a step out, but we also couldn't get in no matter how hard we tried. Moreover, the higher one's cultivation is, the stronger the rejection force will be when they step into the forbidden area. On the contrary, those with lower cultivation will not trigger the terrifying restrictive spells that can kill immortals and gods. As time passed, that forbidden land was left behind. We called it the Land of Gods. The God-refining sect master said slowly. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang could not help but squint his eyes. He finally knew the whereabouts of the Divine Palace Master. Back then, outside the Divine Life Palace, Overlord Patriarch had said that the Palace Master of the Divine Life Palace had been trapped somewhere in the void universe. He must have been referring to this land of gods. It was no wonder that the Palace Master of the Divine Life Palace could not return. Lord Sect Master, the mission you mentioned must be related to the land of gods, right? Jian Wushuang asked despite knowing the answer. That's right. The Sect Master of the God-refining sect nodded and replied in a deep voice. It's been tens of thousands of void eras since that group of foreign people was trapped in the land of gods, and our Lord Void God used a great divine ability to seal off all the energy supplies in that area. In other words, those foreign people who were heavily injured will never recover from their injuries. For the first tens of thousands of void eras, we could still sense that the outsiders were trying to break through the seal and escape, but in the last 10,000 void eras, they've quieted down. They've never tried to break through the seal again. They're probably already like a lamp that's on its last legs. Wushuang, your mission this time is to enter the restriction and see what the situation is like. First, your cultivation is only at the star level, so the restrictions inside will not be triggered at all, and you can walk in safely. That group of outsiders has been worn down by tens of thousands of void eras. Even if they haven't fallen, they probably don't have much power left, so they won't be much of a threat to you. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and thought for a moment. He nodded and replied, I understand. Very good. Then, Wushuang, you may leave first. You're not the only one going to the land of gods to explore this time. They'll also choose some disciples from the sect to go with you. Other than that, I'm afraid that the other top forces will also send their own heaven's favorites. Don't be careless and embarrass the God-refining sect. the sect master said slowly. Yes. After a few more words from the God-refining sect master, Jian Wushuang took his leave. After returning to the corpse cave on the top of the limestone mountain, Jian Wushuang immediately opened a ward to seal off all auras. To him, even if the God-refining sect master did not allow him to go to the land of gods, he would still find a reason to go. The palace master of the Divine Life Palace had stayed in the void universe for tens of thousands of chaos cycles. Even if he had been trapped in the land of gods for nearly all his time, he must have known a lot about the void universe. This was of utmost importance. In addition, Jian Wushuang also had some doubts and wanted to ask the palace master of the Divine Life Palace, provided that the palace master had not died. For example, what was going on with his life level? The more he cultivated, the more he realized that his life level as a special life form far surpassed that of a perfect special life form. Or rather, it was not a perfect level special life form at all. His life level had far surpassed the perfect level. After that, Jian Wushuang used the token given to him by the Cosmos God to activate the water mirror and report the matter to Cosmos God. Regarding the land of gods, Cosmos God did not seem surprised. It was obvious that he had already known about this. He only told Jian Wushuang to be careful, and then hung up the call. It was late at night. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged on the stone bed and refined the tarot divine corpse. Knock! 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 Just as Jian Wushuang was immersed in his cultivation and preparing to go to the land of gods, an unexpected person came and knocked on the door of Jian Wushuang's corpse cave. After removing the magic barrier, Jian Wushuang frowned and looked out of the corpse cave's door. He was suddenly stunned. Outside the corpse cave, under the blood-colored moonlight, an old man with white hair and a white beard, his face full of age spots, was standing quietly at the entrance of the corpse cave with his hands behind his back. Elder Pan Shan? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. Pan Shan, one of the 5 great grand elders. What was he doing here? Wushuang, I have something to tell you. Am I not welcome? Pan Shan's expression was indifferent. He glanced at Jian Wushuang and said, Elder Pan Shan, what are you saying? Come in and sit. Jian Wushuang smiled and shook his head. He then stood up and extended his hand to invite Elder Pan Shan to enter the corpse cave. Chapter 4495. Qi Yandan. This person is the sole candidate for the refining of the sect of sect. The Lord has already decided on Kuching Datong. But with the advent of Jian Wushuang and the banquet held in the sovereign's hall that day, the dispute between Yandan and Jian Wushuang made the refining god's lord gradually disappointed with Yandan. Sensitive, irritable, hard-working, narrow-minded, so happy, there is no city. This is the Yandan that the sovereign lord saw at the banquet that day. I ask, how can such a person take control of a sacred place to glory? That day, he didn't go to point out these things, but it was Yandan who said what he said. He was still his big disciple. He couldn't scold him in front of Manchu, and if he liked himself all speaking out, Yandan will inevitably be imbalanced and secretly resentful. Resentment, refining the Lord of God does not matter, but it is not necessary. On the contrary, Jian Shuang's performance that day made him feel a little different. I am not humble or overbearing, and look at ease. At the same time, the master of the refining looked at Jian Wushuang, and he could not help but utter a sentence from the bottom of his heart. There are thousands of thunders in your heart, but those who face the quiet lake can worship the general too. The extraordinary talent represents the highest growth limit of Jian Wushuang, and the extraordinary mind represents Jian Wushuang. He will never bring the refining Shinzong into a place of no end. For a moment, Bai Shao reduced, and the candidate of the next refining god sovereign began to lean in the heart of the 8 poles. There was silence in the hall. The master of the refining god did not speak, and other people naturally did not dare to hustle. After a short while, the refining suzerain only said lightly, This suzerain summoned you today, presumably you also know why. He said the words fell, and the crowd had not spoken yet. Seeing Yan Dan step forward and said, Master Zong, I guess the mission is about to start? Yes. The Lord of the Refining God nodded, then looked at the crowd, and Xinxing said, The Lord has just received the news. Other sectarian forces have sent their disciples to the land of God. Land of God? Yes. Wu Jianshuang, Fu Qin, and Yan Dan all bowed their heads. At this moment, they don't know where they are. The three of them are the candidates to go to the land of the gods this time. Shuang Shuang, Shuang Shuang, when you leave Lianshanzong, I see you die. Wu Yandan bowed his head and leaned towards Jian Wushuang. His mouth sneered. A poisonous plan breeds in his heart. Jiang has no double-sided and expressionless, but also has a good idea in mind. If this Yan Dan acted obediently along the way, if he wanted to commit stupidity himself, he wouldn't mind sending him a ride. Well, let's all three of you. Be sure to remember that everything is compulsory, and be careful all the time, to prevent others from the sect. The master of the refining Shinzong Shinshin opened his mouth, then through his big sleeve, a giant bird resembling a bone dragon flew from the mountain behind the refining Shinzong. This giant bird has no hair, no flesh, only white bones and black eyes. At its back, a high platform is built, which makes people set foot. The three swords of Wujian Wushuang stepped on one foot, and immediately flew up, landing on the high platform at the back of the giant bird. Moaning, this giant bird stretched out his head and shouted, and immediately carried a shuttle of Jian Wushuang and other people, directly over 180,000 miles, left the Lianshanzong, and blasted towards the land of Fengshan. Master Su Lian took a deep look at the place where the three swordsmen disappeared, shook his head, and recovered his eyes after a long while. Strolling in the hall, Elder Banshan also looked at the disappeared three people for a long time. Refining Shinzong, Presbyterian Hall. The residence of the Elder Shinxia. Da. There was a rush of footsteps. A close disciple of an Elder Sickle walked in hurriedly. Master, just now Yandan has been with Wushuang and Fuqin, driving a giant bone bird, and left the refining gods. The trusted disciple knelt on the ground and whispered. Oh? Is this gone? In the center of the hall, the Elder Sickle sitting cross-legged opened his eyes, and a flash of sharpness flashed in his eyes. Okay, Elder Ben will go now. If the Lord Suzy asks where the Elder has gone, you say that the Elder has recently come to realize it, and went out to seek breakthrough opportunities. Understand? Disciple, understand. This trusted disciple quickly returned. Okay. Nodded with satisfaction, the Elder Shinxian stood up, stepped on his foot, and disappeared into the Elder's hall. Miss Double, this time the land of God is where your bones are buried. In the void, the voice of Sunling from the Elder Sickle was heard. At the same time, not far from the Lianshanzong, there is a bright star. This place is close to the void forbidden area. But this is the place where the largest star thief group, the Red Whale Gang, is located in the nearby hundreds of millions of stars. This group of star thieves is notorious. They robbed the passers-by who passed by in the starry sky all year round. The entire virtual universe gnashed their teeth, but they could not do anything about it. The reason is because the head of this Red Whale Gang is a foremarked vanity. Under the leadership of this foremarked virtual honor, the entire Red Whale Gang helped to the extreme. Even the even-marked virtual warrior saw a headache for a while, and he could obediently use his treasures to fight against the difficulties. The head of the Red Whale Gang is similar to the abdomen of a big whale among the stars. At this moment, in the original Red Whale Gang, the astounding head of the imaginary universe is daring, but he is obediently kneeling at the foot of a silver-haired young pupil. Ice mast small, when the news is received, the land of the gods is opened, and the people of the main forces of the virtual universe have sent all the Tianjia disciples under the door to the land of gods to break the restrictions and look for the universe. Alien! The big master shivered, and the atmosphere didn't dare to breathe. I can see that this big master is extremely afraid of this silver-haired young man. Okay. Tong Yinfa Bingtong's youth nodded expressionlessly and asked, Luo Ming, is this person asking you to send someone to practice the sword warriors? inquired Bai Shinzong. Master Hui Bingbing, I have been asked by the younger. There is no one named Jian Wushuang in the disciples of Lian Shinzong. Instead, there is a person named Miss Shuang. Through this selection of entry disciples, he entered the Lian Shinzong. www.mtnovel is a rare qualification for refining the Emperor Shinzong. Miss Double? The silver-haired young pupil narrowed his eyes, sneered at the corner of his mouth, and said to himself, Jian Wushuang, you are so fatal that you haven't died that day, but entered the refining God's sect by concealing the sky and the sea. What superb qualification has he become, disciple of Tianjiao? He shook his head, and Yinfa Bingtong's youthful words turned sharply, and he continued to ask, I ask you, how is the situation of Wushuang now? Wushuang! Back to master, according to the small eyeliner return, that Wushuang has left the refining Shinzong and followed the other two disciples to the land of God's seal. He went to the land of God? Yinfa Bingtong youth frowned, and then laughed. Okay, sword unparalleled, then this seat is waiting for you in the land of the gods. After saying that, he bowed his head toward the original big gang of the Red Whale and instructed, Luo Ming, get ready, I'll wait to go to the land of the gods. Yes. Grandpa resigned in congratulations. After Tong De headed down, the silver-haired ice pupil looked up, looking far away from the void, and there was a sense of coldness in his eyes. For this person, it is as if he and the sword Wushuang entered the icy supreme universe of the virtual universe. Chapter 4496. At the same time, farther from Lian Shinzong, in the heart of a star, an old man with an elegant temperament, a clear face, and a cautious look, slowly exhaled the stale air. It's been a long time, and those who purify me and kill me should have gone. The old man narrowed his eyes, and thoughts flashed in his eyes. He is not someone else. It is precisely in the selection of the disciples of refining gods to escape the birth of the Ram Supreme. On that day, when the disciple was selected, he saw that his identity had been taken apart and ran away first. However, he was fatal and escaped from the hands of several trace-level virtual men. Later, he got into the closed heart of the earth, and has been in retreat until now. Hey! Streams of light passed over the stars. Immediately, the Ram Supreme heard a discussion, sounding from the mouth of the passing figure. Have you heard that the ban on the land of the gods is loosening this time? Each case has sent Zong Nijio to the land of the gods to find out. I heard that the land of God hides a big secret. Sure, babble. I vaguely heard that in the land of God, suppress people who are not our universe. What? Not people in our universe? Is there another universe? Be quiet! I heard one of our ancestors talk about this, but it's a secret of the heavens. Don't tell it. The discussion sounded, and the ram, who was hiding deep in the earth's heart, raised an eyebrow. Seal the land? Suppress people who are not in this universe. The ram's eyes flashed faintly, feeling like he had grasped some big secret. Looks like I must go through this land of God. I don't know what happened to Jian Wushuang and others after all these years. Did they escape and hunt that day? While his thoughts flickered, the ram treated himself to the high altitude. When one person placed an order, his right hand broke through the ground and turned into a giant hand. Boom! The single vanity was a 7-star vanity with a large elephant trunk and fan ears. Looking at the huge hand shadow that suddenly broke through the sky and covered the sky, it was too late to use the virtual technique to resist, and he was arrested. Hold it in the palm of your hand. Soon. The ram deep in the heart of the earth rose to the sky, opened up the kingdom of God, and threw it in. After a while, the Ram Supreme stepped out of the void with satisfaction, and he had got the news he wanted. The land of God, the old man is here! The next moment, he stomped with his right foot, and the whole man burst out, rushing away in the direction of Fengshan. Within the virtual universe. With the loosening of the ban on the land of the gods, many top forces sent Tianjiao and the Zong to the land of the gods to find out. Therefore, the universe became very lively at once. In the vast sky, a bird with open wings and huge bones, thousands of feet wide, is moving fast. Its speed was extremely fast, its body was moving forward hundreds of thousands of miles, its wings cut through the void, and it made a huge sound boom. Jian Wuxuang's negative hand was standing on the high platform at the back of the bone. Because the speed was too fast, the strong wind generated across the face like a knife. This strong wind is extremely sharp. If it is an ordinary starburst, it is purely physical resistance, for fear that it will be blown away by this strong wind. However, this terrifying wind is only able to blow Jian Wuxuang's hair, not even a trace of white marks on him. Fu Qin among the three was not so easy to deal with the wind, and he saw that he could only run the virtual force continuously to form a protective cover to constantly resist this divine power. He looked at Yan Dan and Jian Wuxuang, who were safe and sound on the high platform. Yan Dan is able to resist this smashing wind. He is not surprised. After all, Yan Dan has already broken through to the mark level, and the difference between mark level and virtual level is like Roxian Fan. And this sword is unparalleled, and the realm is almost the same as him. How can it be so easy to resist this gust of wind? Fu Qin couldn't help but think secretly that he was able to show his talents in the Zongmen disciples, but I was afraid that there was a large part of the reason because the Wuxuang did not participate in the contest. Yan Dan stood behind Jian Wuxuang, and his lips kept humming. He was hesitating whether to kill the sword without double-clicking now. Just now his father, Elder Shenxian, has sent him a letter. Elder Shenxian has left the refining Shinzong and is rushing towards them. It won't be long before the two can merge. The Elder Sickle is a 3-mark practice. Yan Dan was confident. By the time, with the power of his father Shenxian, the two would work together to kill the sword unparalleled but to turn things over. After thinking a long time, "Well, wait until you return from the land of gods, and then find a chance to kill this child." Yan Dan's eyes flashed, and he took a deep breath, eliminating his immediate intention to kill the sword without double-clicking. Standing in front of the high platform, facing back to Yan Dan's sword, Wuxuang naturally felt Yan Dan's fleeting murderous power. Shaking his head, Jian Wuxuang didn't focus on his heart, and continued to look up. After almost a year, a lonely starry sky gradually became lively. In addition to the huge boned bird stepped by the 3 swordsmen Wuxuang, some strange means of transportation also came from all directions. For example, a giant golden-yellow gourd sits on the gourd with a group of young people wearing black long coats, with raised eyes on the eyebrows. At the top of the gourd, a vertical flag is inserted and the letters Tianmen are written. "Oh? Are these rabbits from Tianmen here?" Yan Dan narrowed his eyes and made a cold hum in his mouth. And this group of disciples also saw the 3 Yan Dan standing on the huge bone birds, and sneered at the corners of their lips. "Isn't this the defeat of Zongmen at the Zongmen Exchange contest that year? It seems that there is no one in refining Shinzong, so that such a role has led the team into the land of gods." He shook his head while talking, with a look of contempt. It can be seen that the two obviously have long been hostile. The words fell, Yan Dan's face suddenly became gloomy. "Xian Kang, the heroes don't mention the bravery of the year, and the momentary victory is nothing. We have done it again this time," Yan Dan said a little ugly. "Ha ha ha, how difficult is it? Don't cry this time and call your old ghost father to save you." The leader of the gate of this day laughed loudly, and then led the team away. "Jack!" Looking at the proudly leaving Tianmen team, Yan Dan's eyes flashed. When his eyes turned, he saw Jian Wuxuang smiled at him with a smile, and he was so angry that he suddenly exclaimed, "Miss Shuang, what are you doing to me? I tell you that the door and our refining Shinzong have always been hostile. If you have anything to do with me, you're not half good." Chapter 4497. Time is in a hurry, and the time is over. Along the way, Jian Wuxuang, Yandan, and others saw a lot of disciples from all directions. These popular Yuxunang, with a strong spirit, have been repaired to an average of more than 6 stars, and even the strong ones have reached the mark level. But the highest, that is, a mark, because the cultivation is higher, the greater the face of the prohibition and rejection of that land of God. Many of them recognized Yen Dan, either friendly, or cold-hearted, and can see that the refining Shinzong is still quite famous in the virtual universe. A moment later, a huge star field appeared in front of everyone. The land of gods is here. I saw that around this star field, countless battleships or flying magics swept the void, and the Tianjiao disciples from the top sectarian forces were waiting for each other, waiting for the weakest restraint in this land of gods. Is this the land of God? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and looked up. This land of gods is said to be a star field, but it is actually inappropriate because it consists of a matrix of forbidden formations. A total of 99 bands. Each prohibition is like a halo of discs, blocking everything, and a total of 99 prohibitions are superimposed and integrated together, which immediately forms a horrifying formation of immortality. On the 99 bands, Xianhui permeated and slightly twisted, and directly annihilated the void, forming a 10-foot wide void belt to isolate all vitality. These 99 bands blocked all the way in, and also cut off the way out. According to Elder Moose Wind, the power of these 99 bands, even if it is a 6-marked vanity, has to be peeled if it is immortal, and it can only be withdrawn halfway. Going in one step, it will instantly disappear and disappear. Its horror is evident. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and felt the 99 forbidden breaths, but he felt extremely familiar. This is the taste of divine power. In addition, he also felt a special breath of life with him at the origin of the 99 bands. This made him determined that he would arrange the 99 forbidden people who made the entire virtual universe helpless. If he did not guess wrong, it would be the one who had no information and had lost tens of thousands of lives in chaos, Lord of the Palace Shrine. For a moment, Jian Wushuang's heart was filled with emotion. He began to expect that the Lord of the Palace of Life Palace had not fallen yet, and the two could meet in this land of gods. Time passes slowly. The crowd did not move, but began to wait for the 99th time when the prohibition was the weakest, and then quickly entered. Gradually, there are constantly Tianjia disciples from the top Songmen, walking into this land of gods. Rumble. A Benito flag hung with a spur bone, a huge boat like a whale, broke from the distance, and was overwhelming and staring across the stars. In this huge boat, there was a wild laugh. Little bunnies, we're here for the red whale. The red whales are acting, everyone is away. Quack, quack, this land of gods, we red whale helped occupy. I saw countless robbers staring at the arrogant disciples in the gates of this boat, laughing loudly. On the deck of this boat, the ice-cold pupil of the silver-haired Bingtong stood supremely with a hand full of pride. Behind him, the original head of the Red Whale Club, Ming Luo, bowed his knees slightly, lowered his hands, and wherever there was a half-point thief that ran across the universe, he was respectful like an old servant. Everyone looked at the Red Whale gang that came out of nowhere, their pupils shrank and their faces slightly changed. The stars of the Red Whale are stolen! This bunch of rotten fish and rotten shrimp, why are they everywhere? Damn! What are these cuckoo sticks doing to seal the land of gods? And who is that standing on the deck? Why are the great heads of the Red Whale gang standing behind, as if to worship the master? Many disciples of the Holy Land sect whispered. The Red Whale helps these star thieves, which is too infamous in the virtual universe. They are not strong in individual strengths, but they work in groups, using means, and there is a 4-marked master Luo Ming who is the head of the cattle. Can be described as extremely difficult. Even if some traces of vanity fall into their hands, if they are not good, they will hate the spot. They never thought of why the Red Whale gang appeared here. Moreover, looking at it like that, it seems that the Red Whale gang has changed hands. The silver-haired ice-pupil young man standing on the deck was as impassable as a mountain, unfathomable. It is estimated that it will only be stronger than Luo Ming, the original Red Whale. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help looking at each other, their hearts were sinking. If this group of Red Whale gangs waited until they entered the land of the gods, They stood at the exit and robbed them in the fire, then it was over. Skeleton on the platform. Jian Wushuang also looked up and looked at the gang of Red Whale gang members. How can he not see the person headed on the deck? This silver-haired young Bingtong is not Bingyu Supreme or who? Bingyu Supreme also noticed the sword unparalleled standing on the back of the giant bone bird. The enmity between the two has spread from the divine universe to the void universe, and has already reached the point of immortality. At this moment, the enemies faced each other, and the eyes of the two gathered in the air, which immediately gave birth to a fierce invisible spark. A sneer sneered gradually at the corner of Bingyu Supreme's mouth. His lips slightly opened. He opened his mouth silently towards the sword, and spit out 8 words. The sword had no expression on both sides, and he recognized these 8 characters. Seal the land of God and fight it. Jian Wushuang couldn't help flashing a cold rush in his eyes. Originally, when he first entered the virtual universe, he also wanted to temporarily put aside his old hatred of the Bingyu Supreme. After all, the divine power of the universe was ahead of him, but life and death could not be more than a thought. No old hatred of the old hatred could be compared with the endangered universe. But this Bingyu Supreme, however, entered this virtual universe, and then he was selected by the introductory disciple of the Refining God sect, and he wished to put him to death. It is intolerable, he is unparalleled, but he has never been a soft egg of the Virgin. Okay, then in this land of God, settle the new hatred and the old hate together. Jian Wushuang murmured to himself. A flash of icy murderous flashed in his eyes. Red whales helped the boat. Master Bin Gao, the kid who refines Shinzong is Wushuang. Does this kid have a holiday with the adult? Do you need to shoot now and kill him in place? The Red Whale gang leader Luo Ming, who stood behind Bingyu Supreme like an old servant, noticed the collision of Bingyu Supreme and Jian Wushuang's eyes. Just because you want to kill him? Bingyu Supreme looked down at Luo Ming and shook his head disdainfully. Immediately, a bitter resentment poured into his eyes. This man must be killed by me. I want to peel him and cramp and feel the worst torture in the world. Luo Ming, bowing her head, heard the words and her heart trembled. What great hatred is between the two men! Let's go into the land of the gods first. This battle with this person is inevitable today. Let's do it in the land of the gods. After a moment, Bingyu Supreme took a deep breath, his expression gradually returned to calmness, and said lightly. Chapter 4498. Time Walk. A horrible coercion spread from the land of the gods. More and more people gathered outside the land of the gods. Everyone is waiting for the 99th band to be the weakest. This is the rule that tens of thousands of people in the virtual universe have found out from these 99 prohibitions since the Xian dynasty. There is a lack of heaven, and it is naturally impossible for these 99 bands to reach a complete state of completeness. According to countless powerful deductions and calculations in these tens of thousands of virtual periods, it is learned that the 99 prohibitions continue to operate, but every hundreds of virtual periods, this overlaps and the continuously running 919 bands, there will be a separation of a jaw-stick time. And these 99 prohibitions will have a weakest channel entrance during this time of separation of Wuxiang. As long as it is modified to be shallow, it will most likely not trigger the destructive power of immortality. Into the abdomen of the land of the gods. Now, everyone is waiting for the moment when the 99 band is separated. In the void, an old man with a clean and elegant face looked silently at Jian Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme. He emerged from the earth's heart, and then came the Supreme Ram. Well, when the 4 of them entered the virtual universe together, now it looks like this. Jian Wushuang entered the Refining God sect and became a Tianjiao disciple like Sun Zhongtian, and the Bingyu Supreme became the leader of one party. But I was alone. You can only hide in the dark. It's terrible. The Ram supremely touched his short beard, shook his head for a while and sighed. But looking at it this way, it seems that Ling Yu guy didn't escape. Thinking of Ling Yu, he was silent for a while. Just wait until you get into the land of God, and then look for a chance to see if you can get online with them. After thinking for a while, the Ram Supreme decided not to move and waited until he entered the land of the gods. 3 more days passed. All of them opened their eyes wide and were reluctant to slack off for a moment, for fear of missing the 99 forbidden separation. Rumble! In the heaven and earth universe, the 99 prohibitions roll like a grinding disc, releasing horrific power, crushing the void, and then exploding. These 99 prohibitions are like the 99 apertures that overlap, and together they can destroy the world, but with their circulation. Finally, the 99 ban, there was a short separation. A narrow entrance appeared in front of everyone. It's now! Instantly, countless people flashed out of their eyes, stepped on their feet, and rushed into the land of God. At this moment, the starry sky is covered by the phoenix gods. Countless dark shadows run through the imaginary force, burst into the sky, and rush into this entrance. At the moment when Jian Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme appeared, the footsteps soared into the sky, and they shot towards the entrance. The two looked at each other, sparks sparkling in their eyes, and the fighting spirit was surging. For the two, this time into the land of the gods, their opponents are only each other. These virtual universe people will be rejected by these prohibitions, but they will not. Because these 99 prohibitions are based on the strength of virtual power to determine the power of the prohibition. Therefore, the higher the cultivation in the virtual universe, the harder it is to enter the land of the god, and the greater the counterattack force, the lower the cultivation is, the more likely it is to hide the sky and trigger the prohibition. For Jian Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme, as long as they release their divine power, they will naturally be unobstructed. Boom! Suddenly, dozens of notes of light hit the entrance of the land of the god. After Jian Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme left, the figure of Ram Supreme emerged from the void, followed closely, and entered the land of the gods. Originally still a black and sealed place, it suddenly became quiet, and only the Red Whale Gang yelled on the Red Whale Gang boat. A few hours later, a ray of gods blasted from a distance. The void shattered, revealing its blue shirt fluttering, the sickle supreme like a sickle. Did you go in? God's scythe narrowed his eyes and immediately stood at the exit of the land of Sealing God, sitting cross-legged. He made up his mind. As soon as the sword Wushuang came out, he immediately shot, and killed the sword Wushuang Thunder to prevent future troubles. Within the land of God, Jian Wushuang and others flew in footsteps, extremely fast, constantly shuttled through the ban, and blasted towards the center of the land of the gods. The area of Fengshan was vast, but it was created by the master of the Palace of Life and other people who occupied a star area and banned it by exerting great magical powers. Soon, the first prohibition was pouring in like a tide. Although silent, the terrifying coercion, like the river and the sea, swept across all directions, and the arrogance of many virtual universes felt the coercion, all of them pale. Is this the power of the original restraint? Everyone shivered in their hearts, and quickly converged, turning it into a piece of rotten wood, letting this prohibition sweep over them. Laugh. The prohibition swept across the body, but it was as if no one had been found. Sure enough! Everyone looked at each other, and there was a rush of ecstasy in their hearts. Suddenly, everyone stepped up faster and flashed forward. Only those who truly came out of the top sex and had extraordinary insights into the sky sneered in their hearts. How easy was it to pass this land of God? Now it is safe, just because it is still at the outermost part of the land of God, and once deepened, these prohibitions will gradually become sensitive, and release the same terrorize the lasers and kill them one by one. Jian Wushuang, Yan Dan, and Fu Chen all flew in the middle position. Fu Chen's expression was dignified, the atmosphere didn't dare to breathe, and he was not far behind, followed by others, and after confirming the safety ahead, he followed the steps of others. And Yan Dan from time to time looked at Jian Wushuang. His eyes flickered fiercely. At first glance, he was unhappy, holding on to some bad water, ready to trip Jian Wushuang. The sword is double-sided and expressionless, and he can naturally feel the maliciousness from Yan Dan's body. But to him, Yan Dan is like the ants. You can pinch yourself with just one thought. His biggest opponent this time in the land of God, there is only one person, and that is the ice-cold Supreme that looks at him in the distance. The crowd was extremely fast, and they continued to fly forward, and quickly passed the outermost void. If you divide the land of the gods into 3 levels, they have now passed the first level. Suddenly, what? Located in the forefront of this group, there was a sudden terrifying scream. Chapter 4499. Ah dash! The screams screamed loudly from the very front of the group that entered the land of gods. What happened? What happened? What's up? Suddenly, everyone was sprinting in the footsteps, and his face was startled. It looks like someone has killed the ban ahead of time. Everyone quickly looked up, and saw the first arrogant, 8-star virtuoso who was rushing at the first, and the aperture laser that was split horizontally and vertically, just like a tofu, was cut directly from the waist and cut into countless pieces. The annihilation force carried in the forbidden aperture directly destroyed this Tianjiao disciple, and the dead cannot die anymore. Seeing this scene, everyone in the presence took a breath of cold air, scalp tingling for a while. The person who fell just now is not an unknown junior, but the first disciple of the great primitive, in the center of the virtual universe. He is also one of the arrogant arrogants in the universe. He unexpectedly died here silently. For a while, the original people were still relaxed, and their hearts sank immediately. At this time, they only remembered that the land of God was a 6-mark vanity, a death-forbidden place that they dare not easily enter. The extremely fast pace suddenly slowed down. Everyone carefully fumbled, marching forward, and continued to deepen the land of God. After a while, what? Another scream came, and a Tianjiao disciple died again in the power of restraint. This makes everyone feel cold, and the pace that has become extremely slow has become like walking on thin ice. However, Rao is so unable to prevent death. From the death of this second disciple, death and fall, like a chain reaction, continue to happen. The iris radiates a faint white on, sweeping continuously from all directions. The iris speed is still not fast at first, but as people continue to deepen, the speed suddenly becomes faster and faster. This circle is blank, like a beheading head, silently harvesting the lives of everyone present. Suddenly, the entire land of the gods was screaming and shouting, and everyone began to urge the virtual powers, supernatural powers, constantly moving around, avoiding this white circle of light. However, with the successive outbreak of virtual power, the circle formed by the power of the prohibition was blank, and the speed of harvesting life suddenly became faster. A circle of Baimang chopped it diagonally. Jian Wushuang slightly tilted his head and easily escaped. Yan Dan, who is behind Jian Wushuang, is also easy to deal with, without putting much pressure on him. But dusting was difficult, and the response was extremely panic, with sweat on his forehead. Just when the second Baimang slashed straight towards Jian Wushuang was just about to dodge. Miss Shuang, here today is your buried place. Virtual explosion dash. Suddenly, Yan Dan behind Jian Wushuang sneered, his eyes flashed fiercely, countless red virtual forces condensed in his hands, and formed a red ball the size of a basketball, slamming towards Jian Wushuang. What he waited for was this moment. Now, this moment has finally arrived. The first step is the power of horrific restraint to destroy the gods, and the next step is his fierce attack. He is confident that Jian Wushuang has no way to go, and his death is coming. In the distance, I have been watching the Binyu Supreme for this scene, and I couldn't help raising my eyebrows, and immediately laughed. Swords warriors, it seems that this seat is not just waiting to see you, even the refining Shinzone you just entered, there are brothers and sisters who want to kill you and then quickly, to be a man to you failed. Shaking his head, Binyu Supreme did not rush to shoot. He knew Jian Wushuang and naturally knew that the sight in front of him could not pose any threat to Jian Wushuang. Now is not the time for him to fight with Jian Wushuang. Is it? Feeling the near burst of power behind him, smashing at him quickly, Jian Wushuang's brow slightly lifted, the whole Buddha's virtual force was transformed into divine power, and he turned to look at Yen Dan. He faced the calmness of his face, whether it was the oblique circle from the oblique splatter, or the virtual explosive ball that was severely dropped. Ha ha ha, is this ready to die? Yen Dan suddenly laughed when he saw this. When he saw this, his pupils shrank. However, at this moment, he can hardly protect himself. How can he be a champion for the sword unparalleled? He could not help but sigh slightly. Laugh. Next moment, Yen Dan's smile freezes suddenly, and his body freezes. Fuchen was also dumbfounded, with an incredible expression on his face. I saw that the forbidden force that beheaded countless Tianjiao fell to Jian Wushuang's position about 3 inches, and it seemed that he saw the breath of Jian Wushuang. It was actually a turn, and he opened the sword slightly. This is not the end. The virtual explosive ball that was blasted out by Yen Dan and destroyed all was actually held out by Jian Wushuang and grasped directly. Immediately, sword Wushuang closed with 5 fingers and grasped gently. Boom! This exploding orb crashed directly. How can this be? Yen Dan stared blankly at Jian Wushuang, trembling. His eyes were full of ghost-like horror, and he almost fell from the air. This. Fu Chen also opened his mouth wide, his expression shocked to himself. Fog double. How did it happen? You know, I just want to be alone, but why do you want to die? The sword looked down at Yen Dan without expression on both sides, and there was no emotion in his eyes. What I just did seems to be a trivial matter for sword warriors. Yen Dan swallowed his saliva, and for a moment, he didn't know how to speak. A big terror between life and death came to him like a rolling wave. Facing Jian Wushuang's indifferent eyes, Yen Dan fell like an ice cellar, and his liver and gallbladder were cracked. A trace of virtual power seemed to be imprisoned by all, making him not even do a simple struggle. Become more familiar in your next life. Shaking his head, Jian Wushuang's fingers flicked, an immense force surging, shot from Jian Wushuang's fingertips. A muffled noise came out. Yen Dan's head and eyebrow center position was suddenly pierced by a blood cave with finger thickness. Puff! Yen Dan's pupils gradually collapsed, her face lost her figure, and she fell stiffly. Feng Ri's fierce sword chi has already destroyed his source of life in an instant. Puff puff. At the next moment, the iris formed by countless restraining forces came, cutting Yen Dan into countless pieces. One finger spike. Fu Chen's eyes looked at the scene in shock, a cool air, straight from the back of his head. Suddenly, the entire back of Fu Chen was wet with cold sweat. Chapter 4500. Yen Dan, who has broken through the marks, led by the disciples of Refining God sect, was killed by Jian Wushuang in one finger? Su Fuchen stared at Jian Wushuang dully, his throat rolling, and he kept swallowing. What a big deal. A big deal is coming. The main disciple of the Refining Shinzong master, the next master of the Refining Shinzong chosen by the suzerain, was killed by Jian Wushuang in this way. What strength is this Miss Double? Sun Fuken's eyes were frightened and his legs were shaking. Next moment, he saw Jian Wushuang's eyes falling on him. This could make him shiver uncontrollably, and his heart was cold. I didn't see anything. Sun Fuchen swallowed his throat, and his trembling subconscious blurted out. Qi Jianhua's eyes flickered slightly, looking at Fu Chen with a look of horror, could not help but feel a little dumb. Is he afraid of killing himself? He shook his head, and Jian Wushuang didn't care about him. As soon as he stepped on his feet, he suddenly blasted toward the center of Fengshan like a cannonball. Far away, a group of disciples who had had a quarrel with Yen Dan outside the land of the gods noticed this scene, and suddenly their pupils shrank. Yen Dan, did he die in the hands of the same door? There was a dignified leaning in the eyes of the first disciple of Tianmen, and then he turned to look at a Tianmen disciple next to him and asked, Tian Xian, I have been retreating before, I do nt know the external affairs. Disciple? Who is that person? The disciples next to the first disciple heard the words, and replied with respect, Master, you don't know. I heard that this time, the selection of initiating disciples of the religious sect has appeared, and there is a demon of inferior qualifications, called Wushwang. This is the person who wants to come. Miss Double? The first apprentice at Tiantian raised an eyebrow and smiled. This person is a bit better than Yanden's waist. After saying that, the first disciple shook his head, paused for a moment, and then groaned. The refining Shinzong and our Tianmen have always been at odds, and now Yandan is dead. I'm afraid that this person is very likely to become the patriarch of the future refining Shinzong. If there is a chance later, it would be better to kill this crowd. Yes. The disciple nodded quickly. The other sighed. Sun Bingxian looked at this scene supremely, with a touch of irony in the corners of his mouth. This sword Wushwang is really a disaster star, and it will happen wherever it goes. The next moment, he stepped on his right foot, and immediately turned into a skyward sword, chasing straight towards the sword. The end of the crowd. The cricket ram extremely touched his nose and grinned at the corner of his mouth. Neither of these people is the master of cessation. He shook his head. He also flew in the same shape, turned into a bright streamer, and flew forward. Seal outside the land of God. Elder Shinsickle meditating silently, she seemed to sense something. Her brows frowned, her face slightly changed. Immediately, he flipped his right hand, and an ancient lamp was held in his palm. The faint candlelight shook the ancient lamp, and then, in a blink of an eye, the flame on the ancient lamp switch shattered suddenly. Seeing this scene, the Elder Sickle's face changed drastically, and he stood up suddenly, staring sternly into the land of Fengshan, exclaiming, Yen Dan Wuer. I saw that the Elder Sickle had fallen into rage, countless green tendons on his forehead, and his facial features were distorted. Who killed my son? The Elder God of Falcon snarled, and his aspirations cracked to the extreme. A breath of terrible horror emanated from him. That magic lamp is bound to a trace of the essence of life of Yandan. The stronger the breath of Yandan's life, the stronger the candlelight on this magic lamp. On the contrary, the weaker the breath of Yandan's life, the light on the lamp naturally dims. And just now, he saw with his own eyes the light on that magic lamp went out. Totters die like lamps. Now that the lights are off, naturally, Yandan has fallen. Angry. A anger that could not be described in any words, nearly burned the Elder Sickle. Qi Yandan is dead. Yandan, his only son, had high hopes. In the future, Yandan, the son of the suzerain, who was going to reign, would die in the land of God. A muffled noise came out, but the Elder Sickle was angry and could not help spit out blood. His hair was exploded, and he became gray immediately, and his lips became pale and extremely dry. The eyes of the Elder Sickling Sickle were scarlet, and he stared at the land of Fengshan trembling with anger. Who killed my child in the end? Per Green in this seat and falling Huangquan will kill you, but also kill all your loved ones in this world. Elder Shinshin sickened with anger, his eyes flashed fiercely, and his complexion was extremely extreme. There was a hint of intuition in his heart. I killed the Yandan people. Most likely it was the sword unparalleled in their eyes as a prey. Miss Double, must be Miss Double. The Elder Sickle stared at the land of God, and his eyes flashed with struggle. He could not wait to enter the land of God now and kill the sword unparalleled, but when he saw the circle of forbidden apertures, there was a rush of fear. After a short while, Elder Shinxian took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged. Miss Shuang, you better pray that you are dead in it. Otherwise, if you come out alive, this seat will definitely peel you off and cramp and use all kinds of torture methods to make you regret being born in this world. The evil spirits continued to grow in the eyes of the Elder Falcon. In the land of God's seal, after Jian Wushwang passed many arrogances, he suddenly lost his breath and directly transformed the full force into the divine power. Boom! Medium and supreme practice, spread instantly, and rushed to the sky, causing thousands of thunders to blow. A breath that shared the same origins as these 99 bands permeated the quartet. The horrible power of the bands immediately resembled Ru Yan when she saw her parents. She directly swept away the sword, and led its past. Behind Jian Wushwang. The half-step invincibility of Qi Bingji Supreme, only one line away from the Supreme Supreme, the same horrible practice, the same skyrocketing. The two of them, one after the other, broke into the deep place of Fengxing directly like two meteors Tianhe. Medium Supreme? This guy broke through again. Extremely felt the breath of the great shore from Jian Wu's body, and her pupils shrank slightly. However, your sword is unparalleled. Why is there no chance for me? Bing Xuan snorted supremely, glanced down at a bag hanging around his waist. In this bag, there is the blow of the Emperor Taishu. This is also the dare to challenge Jian Wushuang, bluntly killing Jian Wushuang, the killer at the bottom of the box. Boom! As soon as he stepped on his feet, the Excalibur appeared in his hand, and immediately shot towards the sword Wushuang. Chapter 4501. Bing Extreme and Sword Unparalleled, sprinting forward and backward. Bing Extreme holds the Excalibur sword, but he is not in a hurry to shoot at the sword. Although he hated Jian Wushuang's bones and wished to sacrifice his flesh, he was not a stupid person and was not impulsively stunned. He knew in his heart that compared to killing Jian Wushuang now, the most important thing before him was to enter, seal the land of the gods, and see if the team sent by the gods of the year was still alive. If is still alive, he will naturally have a chance. Even if falls, presumably the team's Qianquan ring naturally remains here. That is the invincible supreme relic. He couldn't help but be indifferent. Thinking of this, Bingyu Supreme stepped faster. Supernatural power, I swing! He whispered, and frost condensed on his back, forming a pair of long and bright ice crystal wings. Wow! His wings fluttered, and the speed of the ice mastiff skyrocketed suddenly. He was behind Jian Wushuang. Between the light and flint, he surpassed Jian Wushuang and ran forward. Okay? Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes at the Bingyu Supreme who sprinted past him. Will he not know what is the intention of this Bingyu Supreme hug? Dragon blood mystery, Kai! Jian Wushuang sank in a low voice, and the next moment, his already extremely fast speed soared again, a level that was directly equal to the ice mastiff who had passed him. The two of them were very fast. You chased me in an instant and disappeared in place and swept deeper. This is the bitter ram who is chasing behind. How come these two guys are so fast? The cricket ram smiled helplessly. He has already let out his breath. Jian Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme should know that he exists, but they just ignored him. Oh, let's go! He shook his head, and the ram's supreme figure flew and followed closely. 51 bans. Prohibition. 85 prohibitions. Prohibition of 97 roads. Instantly, Jian Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme turned into horizontal thunder, straight through dozens of prohibitions, and shot towards the land of the gods. After half a column of incense, a choke-like barrier appeared in front of the two. As if a round bowl buckled down, the light exudes a faint yellow light, leaving the two outside. This is the last ban. Breaking through this prohibition is the real land of God's seal, and it is the place where the Lord of Life Jinggu Palace and others are located. Wu Jianwushuang arrived one step ahead, and he could feel that the same breath of life as he originated from the source emanated from behind the 99th prohibition. This familiarity, he has only experienced it in one person, that's Genaki. I felt this sense of familiarity. The hand that Jian Wushuang had stretched out stagnates in midair. Is it master? At this moment, Gu Jing's state of mind that Jian Wushuang had already cultivated has become a little confused. At the beginning, he was not skeptical. Would it be possible that his mysterious master might be the master of the Palace of Life? But he didn't dare to ask, for he was disappointed with the results. Later, at the grand ceremony of the universe, the of the universe mentioned to his master Xian Yi. Although he still hasn't got the exact news, Jian Wushuang always knows one thing, that is, his master should be a figure on the same level as the of the universe. And the Lord of Life Jigong Palace, although equally mysterious and powerful, obviously will not be a level character with the of the universe. If Xian Yi is the master of the Palace of Life Jing, the of the universe would not be so secretive and blunt. Therefore, Jian Wushuang also broke off the idea that Xian Yihui was the master of the Life Palace. But at this moment, Jian Wushuang felt the familiarity coming out of the last barrier, but the idea was shaken. The breath inside him is exactly the same as him. This must not be done. Sword unparalleled, this seat will take a step first. Extremely noticed that Jian Wushuang had a strange face next to him, he dismissed his lips, and then stepped into the last prohibition. Alas! With a soft bang, Bingyu Supreme fell into the water, and his body directly passed through the last 99th forbidden, and entered the land of the gods. Whether it is right or not, you know it at first sight. After a short while, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, a flash of persistence in his eyes, and no hesitation, stepped into this barrier. Alas! A piece of darkness struck, as if trapped in the warm sea water, a warm current flowing on Jian Wushuang's body. This force of restraint is the most horrifying means of thunder for those who face the virtual universe, but those who face the divine universe are transformed into a pair of gentle hands. Alas! Ding! The darkness in front of me gradually receded, and countless stars of light appeared in the eyes of Jian Wushuang. The next moment, as if the world was lost, Jian Wushuang leapt lightly, jumping out of this best restraint. This is... Jian Wushuang saw this for a moment, and saw himself standing on a mountain. A skinny figure, facing his back. Where's Bingyu Supreme? Wu Jian Wushuang frowned, and he did not see the figure of Bingyu Supreme. He was just stunned for a moment, and Jian Wushuang retracted his thoughts and turned to look at the thin back. This back has gray hair and dangles all over the body, like skinny skin, with saga skin attached to the bones, giving people a feeling of dying wood and exhausted oil. The breath of the same origin that Jian Wushuang felt before was transmitted from this back. Senior? Wu Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and tried to ask. This back did not speak. A gust of wind blew across the top of the mountain, brushing his somewhat broken Xingyi, revealing his lean, skeletal body. Until a long while, he only heard a hoarse, old voice coming out of this skinny back. I ask you, what's the situation at the shrine now? As soon as this word came to an end, Jian Wushuang suddenly understood it. The identity of this thin back is naturally the legendary figure of the Life Shrine, the master of the Life Shrine standing at the highest point of the universe. Hit him, not Xuani. I think of this, Jian Wushuang somehow, some joy, and some loss. With a swinging corner, Jian Wushuang kneeled on one knee, took a deep breath, and said respectfully, Xinxing. The disciples of Life Jingu's sword are unparalleled. See Master Gongzhu. Master, returning to the palace, now the Temple of Life is seriously affected by the disciples, and they are very injured. They are recuperating. Wu Jianwushuang began to talk about the situation of the Life Shrine he knew now, slowly speaking. The skinny back did not speak, but listened quietly, seemingly unmoved, and did not react. After Jian Wushuang finished speaking, she was thin and silent for a long time, and then slowly said, Jian Wushuang, don't call me Lord of the Palace, you should call me Brother. Chapter 4502. Brother? Qi Jian Wushuang paused. A conjecture that made him feel incredible and shocked gradually came out of his mind. From beginning to end, he has received many powerful refuges and inheritances from his predecessors in his life, but the true worship of the teacher can make Jian Wushuang call a master, and there is only one person, that is Xuani. And the Lord of Life Jingu Palace said so, then there is only one possibility, that is, he is also a disciple of Xuani. Yes. The thin figure nodded, and then turned slowly. A old face appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. His hair was gray, his eyes were cloudy, the skin on his cheeks was sunken, and his face was crumpled against his face. The whole man was full of the hero's late blight. Jian Wushuang, when you step into this land of God, I sense the breath of you. This is the breath that transcends the perfect level of life. Only one person can create this breath, and that is us, Master. The main body of the Life Shrine Palace said. His tone was flat, without any ups and downs. Wu Jianshuang's expression was complicated, and he did not speak. It seems that the Lord of the Palace of Life and the Palace of God did not want to hear Jian Wushuang's answer, but continued to say indifferently. Daoyan of this seat, this life has many identities, such as the Lord of Life Jingong Palace, such as the First Supreme, but what makes this seat the most cannot be left, only one identity, that is, his disciples. Jian Wushuang heard a word. After a long while, Jian Wushuang thought about it and asked softly, Brother Dao. Brother Daoyan, can you tell me something about Master? This is the most urgent and most wanted news for Jian Wushuang. Master? The head of the Palace of the Life Shrine, Tao Yen Supreme, heard the words and looked up, as if looking through the 99 roads, looking to an extremely distant place. He said after a long silence. Our master is a character who can't use common sense. Do NT say that you do NT know his condition? Even if this practitioner is to this point, standing at the pinnacle of the universe, he still cannot see through the master. I do NT know much about Master's news, but I can tell you everything. First of all, this seat was born at the beginning of the universe. When chaos just opened, I was also the master I knew at that time. I was nothing but a green lotus who didn't understand in the chaos. It was during the dawn of chaos that the master woke me up and gave me wisdom roots, so that we could wake up from the chaos and practice all the way. When I came to the back, it was the master who transformed his body for me, and gave me a special life beyond the perfect level. I just stepped into this state step by step and reached the top of the universe. Speaking carefully, the life shrine of the year was also created by the master, and the life shrine can be born, thanks to the master. Until the 100,000 chaos era, people with the void universe entered the divine universe through the void gap, and then a catastrophe occurred, and the master disappeared as if the world had evaporated. In these years, this block has not stopped the search for master, from the divine universe to the void universe. Although this seat did not find a master, this seat is not without gain. 10,000s of epochs of chaos. When this block first stepped into the virtual universe, he encountered a dying 6-mark vanity, and on his body, this block felt the breath of a master. Later, I learned from him that this person is also a disciple of master. It's just that this seat has more time to ask in the future. This person will die and disappear, and this seat will be chased by the most powerful person in this universe, and can only retreat. Before this person was dying, it is best to tell me a word of this seat, so that I don't have to look for traces of master. He said. We are created by master, and we must be due to master in the future. And dying is just allayed by master. Life Jingyu Palace Lord said lightly. Shi Jian Wushuang fell into silence. This is not the first time he has heard that master is a chess player, and they are a chess piece. As early as at the Cosmos Grand Event, the of the universe said something similar to him. Wu Shuani, in the next big game. This game uses the universe as the chess surface and all beings as the chess pieces. His sword unparalleled, or other disciples of Xian Yi, are just a ring in the chess game, a chess piece. Sword unparalleled, do you know, I see you, especially like seeing a person. Shrine Palace Main Tao Yen Supreme said. Am I? Like who? Wu Jian asked with a frown. I used to be, she said, shaking her head. Shi Jian Wushuang couldn't help but sigh. Hey, he is not like the former Tao Yen Supreme, and Xian Yi was given the chance to make a good fortune. Then he set foot on a path to find master. Brother Dao Yen, let me take you out of here first. Converged his thoughts, Jian Wushuang said. He turned over with his right hand, and Jintian Bei appeared in his hand. Although the Lord of the Life Shrine has disappeared tens of thousands of chaos periods, his legend still exists in the universe. I was rumored that at the time of the Holocaust, the of the universe had not yet risen. It was the Supreme Master of the Palace of Life, who led the universe and resisted the erosion of the virtual universe. It was precisely because of his existence that he was dragged into the rise of the universe, and then he turned the tide and drove the people out of the virtual universe. I can say that Supreme is the man in the divine universe, second only to the of the universe. Now the second catastrophe is imminent, If Dao Yan could return at this time, it would be an epic strengthening of the magical universe. In addition, Dao Yan Supreme is also his elder brother and the master of the Palace of Life. His sword is unparalleled. How can he bear to let this old man who has already disappeared, and the old man with a candle remaining in his life, continue to be alone in this land of God? This seat cannot go out. However, Dao Yan Supreme shook his head and said, Sword unparalleled, these 99 bands are all supported by this seat. Although it resists the power of the virtual universe and prevents it from entering, it also breaks the way out of this seat. Once this seat leaves here, these 99 prohibitions will collapse in an instant, and once these 99 prohibitions collapse, the guy who has been staring at this seat in the universe will immediately release and place this seat in deadly. At that time, not only will this seat fall, you will also die because of this seat. We will not be able to get out of here. That guy? Jianwushuang heard a word. Yes. Dao Yan nodded his head, his lips aroused a touch of indifference, and looked up at Woody Void. That guy fought with this seat in the past. This seat can only seal himself in these 3 inches, and that guy is he was seriously injured and has been recuperating. Calculate time, that guy's injury has recovered at this moment. This seat can feel that for nearly 1,000 times of chaos. There has been a pair of eyes looking at this seat. I'm afraid that is the guy. If this seat is to go out, I'm afraid we have to wait until one day you can truly defeat the virtual universe and come in. Chapter 4503. Is this so? Wu Jian's brows frowned, some regrets. He is not a reckless person, since Dao Yan Supreme said so. It is naturally in this virtual universe that at least one level of power exists with Dao Yan, staring at the land of God. If you forcefully pull the Palace Master out, not only will the Palace Master be harmed, but you will not be able to go out alive. Well, sword is unparalleled, you don't have to force it, you come here, I have something to give you. Pu Dao Yan Supreme smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, and waved his hand toward the sword unparalleled. Yes. Wu Jianwushuang nodded, and then walked towards Dao Yan Supreme. Come! Jianwushuang, come sit down in front of me, this seat will give you a good fortune. After Jianwushuang sat down cross-legged in front of Dao Yan Supreme extended his finger and gently clicked on Jianwushuang's brows. Boom! Suddenly, a huge amount of knowledge was poured into Jianwushuang's mind along Dao Yan Supreme fingertips. The huge amount of knowledge almost explodes the sword unparalleled mind. The vision of Wu Jian's eyes changed suddenly. Boom dash! Instantly, Jianwushuang seemed to travel through the floods of the heavens and the earth, endless time and space, and return to the beginning of the universe. I saw a chaos between the heavens and the earth, a hazy haze. I don't know how long after that. Suddenly the clear air rose, the turbid gas subsided, and the chaos began to separate. From there was a sky and the earth. Everything began to multiply and be born, and the original face of the universe began. In the universe, there are gradually signs of life. A common green lotus, located in the chaos, took the first breath of Hongmeng and began to evolve from then on. Wu Jianwushuang knows that this green lotus is naturally Dao Yan Supreme. As time passed, Jianwushuang was immersed in the evolution of this green lotus. Martyrdom Yen rises from the end of the micro, and then dominates the universe. All the avenues of understanding and magic skills are engraved in Jianwushuang's mind. The pictures in Wu Jian's eyes did not end until Dao Yan Supreme reached the top of the universe. After the cricket was over, Jianwushuang said nothing, closed his eyes immediately, and began to digest the mood and feelings in it. This is Dao Yan Supreme's understanding of Tiandi Avenue. At this moment, I gave Jianwushuang everything, this fortune. It was scary. And Jianwushuang also knows that at this moment is not the time to say the words of gratitude. What he has to do now is to do his best to absorb this insight carefully. He and Dao Yan Supreme are both super-perfect lives. It can be said that by absorbing this Dao Yan Supreme's understanding of the heavens and the avenue, and the realization of the major realms, Jianwushuang's future will be smooth, as long as he follows going the route future achievements can reach the point where Dao Yan is supreme. After a few hours, Wu Jianshou slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath. His consciousness on Heaven and Earth Avenue has been digested by him. During the pause time, Jian Wushuang had many things he didn't understand on the road, and combined with Tao Yan Supreme's perception of Tiandi Avenue, he couldn't help but open up, just like a gigantic initiation. Stones from other hills can learn. Wu Jianwushuang is not ready to follow the Taoist Supreme Enlightenment and follow the same path as the Taoist Supreme. However, Dao Yan's Supreme Enlightenment from heaven can directly increase his knowledge of the enlightenment on the avenue, broaden his horizons, and make up for shortcomings. Thank you, brother! Wu Jianshou took a deep breath and bowed his head to worship. Oh, no need, Yugong, you are my disciple, you are my master, this one should take care of you for 1 or 2. If you are really interested, you should practice well. If any day, you can lead the shrine disciple. It is our greatest consolation to break into this virtual universe and rescue this seat. Su Daoyan shook his head with a smile and raised his hand, and a soft power blocked the forehead of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang looked at Dao Yan with a somber expression, and then gave a long stern earnestly, and said in a deep voice, Brother Dao Yan, rest assured, my Jian Wushuang swears here. In this life, as long as my sword Wuzhou's life does not return to heaven, he do everything in your power to lead a disciple of the palace to break the virtual universe and rescue you, brother. It is good. Shi Daoyan smiled a little. Her face was kind and soft. Immediately, he doubled his right hand again, and a black iron token appeared in his hand. The sword is unparalleled, and now the Dragon Palace of Life has no heads. This seat is now ordered to seal you as the second-generation Palace Lord of Life Palace. This token card represents the identity of the sovereign. If you hold this token, you will be the second generation of my life shrine. After saying this, Dao Yan Supreme pushed with his right hand and handed this black iron token to Jian Wushuang. Wu Jianwusu took a deep look at Dao Yan Supreme and immediately solemnly collected the token. Seeing this, Dao Yan nodded with satisfaction and said, Jian Wushuang, now that you are the suzerain, you should act as suzerain. You must not be desolate and innocent. Do you think? Disciple, understand. The sword is unparalleled. Brother Dao Yan, and also, the Taoist is now lurking in the refining deities, so that if the disciples see you, help him to give you a sentence, he is fine, no need to worry. Huh! This kid has a good life. I didn't expect the weakest of us at the time, but fled to birth. Dao Yan was supreme for a moment, then smiled broadly at the corner of his mouth and shook his head. It's worth mentioning, the kid who moved the mountain is still alive. But it's a piece of my mind. Afterwards, the two confessed a few more words, and there was a tinge of tiredness in Dao Yan's supremely cloudy eyes. Sword unparalleled, then finally. Yi Daoyan took a deep look at Jian Wushuang and whispered softly, Take care of this shrine, for life am in trouble. Howl! The words of the crickets fell, and Dao Yan waved with his right hand, as if the picture collapsed, and the lightning broke instantly. Boom! As a blast exploded, Jian Wushuang couldn't help but close his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the mountaintop and Dao Yan Supreme disappeared. Instead, it was a desolate land. A piece of wall remains on this piece of land. Where is there any Dao Yan Supreme? Okay? Jian Wushuang saw this for a moment. Was it just a remnant of Dao Yan's Supreme conversation with himself just now? The true Tao Yan Supreme, has the divine body broken? Just when Jian Wushuang's mind was full of thoughts. Ha 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 ha, the sky does not live up to me, even let me get the full heritage of the Daoqing Emperor. Daoqing God Emperor. As a loud laugh came, and Jian Wushuang heard the sound, and saw that the eye skimmer, who was also sitting cross-legged, not far from him, opened his eyes. And when Jian Wushuang looked at him, Bingyu Supreme also looked at Jian Wushuang. Next moment, he made a low smirk. Sword warriors! It's time we settled! Latest URL. Chapter 4504. At the heart of the land of gods. The sky was gray, and a piece of the earth was ruined, full of bleak scenes. Bing Extreme holds the Excalibur in his hand and twists his neck, his eyes flashing fiercely. Qi Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and held the hilt of the Tai Luo Excalibur with his right hand. On both of them, at the same time, they exude horrible momentum and amazing swordsmanship, heading for Shaohan. The sword intention of the two people, one is sincere, full of overbearing meaning, one is sharp, as if it can tear the sky into two. Immediately afterwards, these two horrible swords rose up, forming a terrible sword pressure, like a dragon and a tiger fighting, constantly colliding in the air, sending out a blast, and tumbling the land around them. This battle, whether it is too long for Jian Wushuang or Bingyu Supreme, the enmity between the two can be traced back to the ancient road to the sky over 100,000 years ago. Sword unparalleled, only one of you and me can fight alive today! Extreme eyes flashed, his face was full of bloodthirsty. Originally, when he was in the Divine Universe, he had realized a chance to break through the Invincible Supreme. The result was that the battle with Jian Wushuang at the gate of the Taishi Shrine almost defeated him completely, and missed the opportunity to break through the Invincible Supreme. Invisible, Jian Wushuang has become the demon-like existence of Bingyu's supreme nightmare. Sun Bingshu believes that as long as he kills the sword without double-clicking, the invincible indomitable heart will be fulfilled again. But he can try to break through the Invincible Supreme again. Sword unparalleled, today I will use your blood to forge the invincible avenue of my icy magpie. Huh! After a smirk, a wing formed of ice crystals appeared on the back of Bingyu Supreme. His right foot struck heavily, and the whole man burst into a flash, turning into a streamer and killing Sword Wushuang. This sword is coming to an extreme. Bing Extreme is fast, but Jian Wushuang is faster. Sword comes. Howl! Jian Wushuang frowned, holding the 5 knuckles of Tai Luo's Excalibur's hilt clearly fingers, and pulled out instantly. Like a shocking dragon by Hong, was pulled out of the scabbard by Jian Wushuang. There was a flash of electricity in Jian Wu's eyes. Ding! A crisp muffled sound sounded, and I saw that Bingyu's Supreme Excalibur, and the Terra Excalibur and the sword without hands, have run into each other. The sacred sword is one of the 7 ancestors of the magical universe. Although this sacred sword is powerful, it is still worse than the sacred sword. I saw that after the two played against each other, the sword of God suddenly swung backwards, breaking a slight gap. Wu Jian Wushuo held the sword with one hand. Except for the black robe's clothing corner being slightly blown by the strong wind, the whole person remained motionless and did not move at all. The fight is instant, and the relationship between victory and defeat is known. As early as when Sun was in the virtual domain, Jian Wushuang was able to suppress Bingyu Supreme with the Elementary Supreme. Now Jian Wushuang breaks through the middle to Supreme. Alas! Bingyu Supreme pressed down the boiling blood in his chest, his eyes narrowed slightly, admiring. Jian Wushuang, your talents and strength, it is simply the creation of heaven and earth, the darling of the avenue. Every so often if you don't see it, your battle will soar. Although Bing Bingshuan said the words of admiration, the ice in his eyes did not decrease by half. Jian Wushuang, if you are a disciple of my Tu Shrine, my Bingyu Supreme will definitely take you as the leader of the horse, and even the position of the master of the temple can be confided to you, but unfortunately, you and me have endless vengeance. Noise. Without waiting for him to finish, the sword's expressionless face was interrupted by both sides without expression. Bingao Xiuyao, you can take out your strongest hole card directly, otherwise you will die today without doubt. Definitely death? Isn't it? Upon hearing the words, Bing Bingshuan laughed loudly, holding the hilt of the sword of the Excalibur with both hands stabbing the ground. Supernatural powers, mirror flowers. Alas! I saw a circle of water under the sword's point. With the ice snorkeler stabbing towards the water surface, countless water flowers burst out. Instantaneously, these water sprays condense and turn into countless ice owls. Each of these incarnations has a full blow from Bingyu Supreme, which can be described as extremely difficult. At the beginning, it was too troublesome for Jian Wushuang. Swords that can only be forced to use the 4 seasons swordsmanship, one by one. But now, nature is different. Kill. Bingyu Supreme drank a low drink, and for a while, thousands of Bingyu Supreme incarnations, all raised swords matchless. Boom! The next moment, these tens of thousands of incarnations, daring to kill the sword unparalleled. Bingao, is it still the same? You are too disappointed. Wu Jianshou looked at the overwhelming number of Ice Cream Supreme Swords incarnations covering the sky and shook his head expressionlessly. Soon he moved. Ha! Cut! Wu Jian stepped forward without a two-way forward, and the tailored Excalibur in his hand swept forward fiercely. Suddenly, a white sword light that was thousands of feet wide and nearly 10,000 feet wide swept out instantly. The breadth is thousands of feet wide and nearly 10,000 feet long. What is this concept? This sword, just like a Tianhe, crashed out of the same volume, directly split out a vast ocean. This is a sea of swords. This sea of swords directly covered the entire land of Fengshan, hitting tens of thousands of moraine supreme avatars fiercely. The majestic sword sea directly submerged thousands of moraine supreme incarnations. The original number is still a staggering number, the moraine supreme sword incarnation covering the sky, under this sword sea just like ants and sky. What is the use of ants? When the sky falls, everything will be destroyed. Card. In an instant, the waves of endless sword seas slap away. In the sword seas, these incarnations are broken up into ice slags, and then washed by the sword seas, they are directly annihilated into fly ash. The supreme incarnation of began to collapse in a large area at an amazing speed. Rip! Then, at this moment, the void in the land of the gods was torn, but it was the Ram Supreme that finally arrived. He hadn't had time to stand on his feet, and the scene in front of him was shocked, and he quickly waved his divine power to form a shield of light, blocking the predatory sword light. The two are fighting now? The cricket Ram supremely looked expressionless. One sword cut out the sword Wu sword of Jianhai, and his eyelids jumped suddenly. This is the first time he has seen Jian Wushuang really make a shot. The visual impact of this scene has directly caused a stormy sea in his heart. Is the sword and sword Wushuang so strong? Even the half-strength invincible ice mastiff is not his opponent? He took a cool breath, turned his right hand over again, took out a wooden staff again, and poked to the ground, blocking the sword's Yue. Chapter 4505. The Ram supremely hid in the corner of the land of the gods, and watched the battle without blinking. At the beginning, he had originally planned to persuade him, but after seeing the momentum of the two, he suddenly stopped participating in his persuasion. Speaking of him, he is also a top-level supreme, placed in the universe, and that is also a great figure. But when he saw the battle between Jian Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme, he felt that there was no room for him to stand. These two are terrible! The cricket Ram smiled and shook his head. Huh! Within the sword sea composed of sword light is like a rolling river, and it is like the raging waves of the angry sea. If it is not in this land of God, there are 99 prohibitions to isolate everything. I'm afraid that the entire universe sky will be blown out of the cave by the sword of Wushuang. Under the boiling sword sea, in just a few breaths, the Ice Lord's Kendo incarnations all collapsed. He only had the real Bingyu Supreme, and he was in the sword sea, constantly slashing against waves of swordlight waves that beat him. Supernatural power! I am the Emperor! Boom! Suddenly, Bingyu Supreme has already fallen into a sluggish atmosphere, and the whole person has swelled at a very fast speed. The breath of horror spreads around him, shaking the world. Oh! Wu Jian's brow lifted, his expressionless face a little bit of warfare this time. Bin Gao, this is what it looks like. Come! Show your strength, don't let me down! Zhang Jianhui's eyes flickered with war-fighting, and the gods also unfolded. Yizhang, Shirang, Baizhang, Qianang, Wanang, Shiwanzhang. Suddenly, both Jian Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme were soaring gods, rising up. The two men seemed to be transformed into an ancient giant, standing on top of each other, looking at the mountains, but at the knees. The two men seemed to raise their hands, they could hold the sun and the moon, and when they stepped on their feet, they could use the Milky Way as a foot bump. The eyes of the two of them looked like a burning sun. At the time of 150,000 feet, Bingyu Supreme stopped expanding. The breadth of his whole body changed, and a crown made of glazed ice appeared on his head. His skin was covered with a thick layer of ice crystal armor, and only a pair of cold silver pupils were exposed. In his hands, divine sword disappeared, and turned into an ice crystal great sword. It's not over yet. On his back, the wings of ice crystals have condensed again, but they are widened countless times, as if with a light click, they can destroy the world. But Jian Wushuang is still growing. 200,000 feet. 21,000 feet. It was not until the 25,000 feet, the sword's inflated and enlarged body, that Kankan stopped. Originally had been as tall as the icy magpies of Zhoushan Mountain. Before the sword was double-sided, it suddenly became shorter. Huh! No words, the sword is double. He stepped out and stepped a mountain directly into the flat ground. His right fist was like pulling a bow to the full moon, and smashed severely towards the ice mastiff. Shizongsun's supreme repairs all broke out, condensing on his fist, and cooperating with his immortal domineering body that dominated the ancient world. It was like holding a sun on his fist, exuding fierce golden light. Rumble. This fist is extremely strong, and the overbearing power and sword energy on it have not yet blasted on the body of Bingyu Supreme, and they have emptied the void into a pit, setting off a shocking wave. Come! Jian Wushuang! Today you die or I die! There was a sense of madness on the face of Bing Extreme, and it was absolutely to the extreme, showing a spirit of indomitable. He lifted a giant sword like a glacier mountain, and severely chopped down at the sword unparalleled. Huh! Shocking explosion! Bingyu Extreme's body is violently violent. The overbearing power and horrible sword strength on Jian Wushuang's fist directly follows the glacier great sword, like thousands of waves, and waves hit the Bingyu Extreme's body. Suddenly, countless ice crystals splashed, and the Moraine Supreme stepped back in 3 steps. Each step was as if an earthquake had been triggered. With his feet as the center, the earth began to crack like a spider's web. Bottomless gully-long marks. The sword and Wushuang also groaned, his fist overflowed with pale golden blood, and his bones almost shattered. But even so, Jian Wushuang's face was sneered. At that time in the Taishu Star Field, the sword did not have the double-sided approach to Bingyu Supreme, and it was almost impossible to resist. The extremely poor ability could not hurt Bingyu Supreme. In the end, it was the last move of Tai Luo Jian Dian that defeated Bingyu Supreme. But now, with his own power, he is enough to compete with Bingyu Supreme. Come again! Wu Jianshou laughed loudly, his eyes flashed with war. I saw him step out and began to run away, and once again raised his fist to kill the Ice Cream Supreme. Okay! Jian Wushuang, I have to see how far you have grown. Su Bingyi's extreme face sank, and he also lifted the glacier sword, jumping up, and splitting towards the sword unparalleled. Good job! Talented, amazing life! Qi Jian Wushuang laughed, and cast his life shock directly. A wave of coercion from the life level spread out instantly, letting the Bingyu Supreme move. This is the time when Jian Wushuang bullied himself into the body, his hands condensed into fists, as if holding the sun and the moon in the palm of his hand, releasing endless brilliance, and it was a wild bombing towards the supreme chest of Bingyu. Huh! On sword of Wushuang's unparalleled fist, the sharp sword exploded, and it exploded on Bingyi's supreme chest. For the current sword Wushuang, in fact, it is not difficult to cut and kill Bingyu Supreme. He only needs to cast the 5th form of Tai Luo's sword of Tai Luo, and Jian Wushuang has confidence. This time, he can directly kill Bingyu Supreme. I didn't even have to worry about it. He directly released the corpse of Tai Luo, who is now hiding in the town's monument. www. novel. The two together, even if they slowly grind as they want, they can grind the ice to death. But Jian Wushuang did not choose to do so. He has to rely on his original and most original strength to thoroughly crush the ice cricket in all aspects. He wants to convince Bingyu to die. Huh! Wu Jian's unparalleled double fist hit faster and faster, like the same heavy artillery, and slammed into the ice chest's supreme chest like a storm. Countless ice crystal splashes. The thick layer of ice crystal armor on Sun Bingyi's body was crushed directly by Jian Wushuang's fist. In the dense bombardment of Jian Wushuang's fists, the supreme body of Bingyu began to tremble violently, and the whole person was constantly shaking like a sieve. His face quickly changed from blue to white, with blood flowing from his ears to his nose, and his breath became weak. Broken! With Jian Wushuang's loud shout, he gathered a punch of Jian Wushuang's whole body power and sword energy, and banged straight in the center of Bingyu Supreme's chest. Suddenly, Bingyu Supreme was hit by a raging locomotive, and the whole person flew out like a rag sack. He crossed the parabola in the air and smashed heavily on the ground, setting off a cloud of smoke and dust. Jian Wushuang retracted his fist and gasped slightly. The whole world, only him like a mountain, standing alone. Chapter 4506. Too fierce. This sword is unparalleled, it's not fierce human. In the distance, the ram stunned and watched the scene where Jian Wushuang punched the ice cricket with his fist, and his whole body was shaking. There was no magical power between the two in the battle just now, only the original collision of fist to flesh, divine power and physical power. This battle is extremely brutal, and at the same time, the visual impact caused is also great. Between the two, each sword and punch can blast the sun and settle the galaxy. Pairs bang together, all directly trigger the starry sky storm. Chant. A cloud of mushrooms, thousands of miles wide, erupted, and the ice mastiff's body was as high as 150,000 feet. After it fell to the ground, it immediately triggered a magnitude 10 earthquake. Shaking violently. Cough. Cough. A violent cough sounded in the dust of the sky. Soon after, she saw the smoke and dust, and Bingyu Supreme stood up from the ground. His body has returned to its original shape, with silver hair and waist, pieces of clothes all over his body, and blood constantly flowing between his ears, nose, and eyes. Jian Wushuang, your growth is amazing. Bing Extreme shook his head. Jian Wushuang also began to shrink quickly, recovering the cost. I saw Jian Wushuang's black hair scattered, her eyes bright. Her eyes seemed to be connected with two stars, bright and energetic. Bingao, say goodbye to this world. Jian Wushuang's expression was indifferent, and his right hand looked at his side and took a breath. The Tai Luo divine sword, which was inserted diagonally in the distance, flew up and shot into Jian Wushuang's hand, and was pinched by Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, do you think you won? Seeing this scene, Bing Bingsun's face was full of ice crystals and blood, but there was no fear at all, but he laughed out loud. Sword unparalleled, do you think this place dared to come to you this time, really do not have a whole card? Wu Jian Wushuang heard his words and frowned slightly. Next moment, the expression on Supreme Face was suddenly replaced by. He opened his mouth and yelled. Sword unparalleled, let's die. Boom! I saw his right hand poking out like electricity, grabbed the bag around his waist and crushed it. With a horrible breath like a prison, spreading with this bag as the center. This breath is far above the Bingyu Supreme. This breath appears together, and the world is discolored. The earth is like a drop of countless bombs. It is flattened. Even the 99 prohibitions around him began to tremble slightly. Invincible Supreme. This is the breath of Invincible Supreme. In the distance, the ram's supreme complexion changed greatly. Under this breath, he even had a feeling of being unable to bear to kneel and worship, and only one person could make him feel that way. That is the Invincible Supreme. Is this the breath of the Emperor Taishu? Wu Jian's pupils shrank a little, and immediately felt both funny and angry. Emperor Taishu, invincible and supreme, one of the main forces of the divine universe resisting the demon universe, even disregarded the overall situation. Regardless of his sword, Wuxuang went deep into the demon universe for the divine universe. Life. I really are a true virtual god. Sword unparalleled, this seat said, this time you it. Seeing the supreme appearance, Bing Bing laughed suddenly. His hatred of Jian Wuxuang, from that day Jian Wuxuang defeated him in front of the starry realm, in front of the eyes, he has been impressed, endless. He has been proud all his life. Now seeing the adversary who is about to be able to reach the edge, how can he not be happy? How can he not be hearty? I bang bang bang. The breath of Xian has continued to rise. Over the sky, rolling clouds were formed, and numerous bull-thick electric snake thunders shuttled among them, crackling in the void. Immediately, he saw a majestic middle-aged man wearing a black gold crown and wearing a royal robe, born in the Thunder Sea. For this person, he is a virtual shadow of Emperor Taishu. In the phantom of Emperor Taishu, the white thunder continued to flicker, and his eyes were indifferent. Bin Gao, stop! Seeing this scene, the Ram Supreme couldn't bear it anymore and swept out of the corner. Bin Gao, Jian Wuxuang is the world's proudest man in our universe. The future has amazing potential. Maybe in the future, he will become the strongest person after the of the universe. The universe? Bin Gao, think about it, now that you have killed the sword unparalleled, what's your benefit? Rather than wait for the end of this catastrophe, the two of you will compete with each other's strengths. The cricket ram snarled loudly as he approached quickly. Go away! However, at the moment, Bingyu Supreme, where can I hear the second sentence? I saw him throw a big sleeve, and suddenly the Excalibur was ejected by him, slamming into the Ram Supreme, and hit the Ram Supreme and flew back. Ram, this seat warns you that this is a matter between this seat and Jian Wuxuang. No one can interfere in today. If you dare to say a little more, believe it or not, this block killed you together? Bing Extreme looked coldly at the Ram Supreme and issued a humming cry. Suddenly, the Ram supremely chilled. At high altitude, the thunder of the sky was imprisoned, and a sea of thunder has formed. The shadow of Emperor Taixus God Emperor became more and more solid, slowly raised a finger, and pressed toward Sword Wuxuang. This finger is a thunder river. Seeing the supreme tadpole ram, he could not help closing his eyes and could not bear to look. This virtual shadow has the power of the Taishu Emperor. Although there is only one blow, it is an invincible and supreme blow. The difference between the invincible supreme and the ordinary supreme is simply a heaven and a ground. Throughout the ages, there is only one person who can fight with the supreme and the invincible supreme, and that is the Supreme Supreme. But Taro Supreme at that time was already the top supreme practice. What about Jian Wuxuang? Chiu District is the most supreme, in terms of cultivation, not even him. Rumble. The void continued to explode, and the swordless pair of black hair flew up. Even before the finger fell, his body was already overwhelmed by the terror. This is simply Tianwei, far beyond human ability. For the first time in Jian Shuang's eyes, there was a solemn meaning. Do NT shake this finger? Even if he holds the Taro Excalibur in his hand, he can't resist this attack. Taro Supreme. Qi Jian Wuxuang called back slightly. Suddenly, the void behind him cracked, and a stiff figure wearing a black robe stepped out of the void in one step. Boom! A supreme breath, like a blazing flame, soared from the corpse of Taro. Supreme? Jian Wuxuang and helper? Who is this person? Suddenly, the Bingyu Supreme and the Ram Supreme were both shocked and raised their eyes toward the corpse of Tai Luo. Chapter 4507. This is? When everyone's eyes fell on the face of Tai Luo's corpse, they were all shocked. Who is this stranger who is covered in a black robe and only reveals a pair of eyes? Supreme Bingyin frowned. For some reason, he saw a slight uneasiness in his heart when he saw the strange Supreme that suddenly appeared. He was especially cold, stiff, like a dead body, which made him feel uneasy. However, when he released his divine power, he found that this corpse of Taro was only the first Supreme Master, and then he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. A mere Junior Supreme, there is no spray. Bing Extreme sneered, looking at the finger that was about to fall on Jian Wushuang. His eyes were even more pleased. Boom! Suddenly, kill! Qi Jian Wushuang looked up suddenly. Looking at this finger, all magical powers were released. Talent is amazing, life is shocking. Talented supernatural powers, primitive universe. Dragon blood mystery, burning divine power. One after another the strength, blessing on Jian Wushuang's body, Jian Wushuang's breath of immortality, soared again. Ha! The corpse of Tai Luo, who was behind him, even stepped on his feet, soared into the sky, turned into a sword, and smashed towards that finger. Like an egg hitting a stone, Tai Luo's corpse slammed into the finger of Tai Sushin Emperor with a determined attitude. Click! Suddenly, the full power of Tai Luo's corpse exploded, and it exploded in the position of the fingertips of Tai Su God Emperor. But it was useless. Everything was useless. If it was the Taro Supreme in the heyday, holding the Taro Excalibur would be enough to kill the Emperor Taishu, but the current Taro Supreme is just an unconscious corpse. How can it be the invincible Supreme Taishu Emperor's opponent? In a short time, I saw the finger of the Emperor Taishu dimmed slightly, and the body of the Tailuo burst away instantly, and his whole body was almost fragmented. Jian Wushuang saw this. His eyes could not help flashing the color of pity. If it was not helpless, he wouldn't let Tai Luo Supreme's body be in danger. Fortunately, although the corpse of Tai Luo is currently only an elementary Supreme practice, the body is actually a top-level Supreme. This finger, although the body of Tai Luo's corpse almost burst, but after all, it cannot be completely destroyed. Taro Sword Code, 5th Style, Taro. Qi Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, his eyes were frozen, and his voice slowly came out. As soon as this word fell, the starry sky of the whole land of the gods made a loud noise at the same time. Wow! The overwhelming endless lei hai was torn directly, centered on the sword Wushuang. Each grain of sand and sand was suspended in the sky, transformed into a forest of swords, spreading thousands of feet. This is nothing. Behind the sword Wushuang, there is a huge FA phase that stands out from the sky. This Dharma looks like a blue shirt, with a handsome face, a long sword in his back, a hip flask in his hand, a dim and drunk eye, and a smile to ask who the world is. Unpredictable and unrestrained. This is the true Taro Supreme. This is the one that year, with a sword in hand, dared to laugh at the man with no husband, the first sword honor of all ages. This is the sword. Su Bingyu looked at it as if the gate of heaven was wide open, and stepped out of the imperial palace, as if his sword was unparalleled, and his heart seemed to be held tight by a pair of big hands. The last time he was defeated by this sword. Come on, let this sword settle down. Yan Jianhua's eyes showed the fearlessness of breaking the cauldron, holding the Taro Excalibur in both hands, and slashing down. Broken! Suddenly, the Tai Luo Fa phased behind Jian Wushuang, as the sword Wushuang made a chopping stance. Tai Luo Jianzuan and Jian Wushuang merged into one at this moment. Roar! As if there was a giant beast roaring and roaring, the fiery sword light was like a river of heavens, rolled up, across the sky, through the sun and the moon. The dazzling sword light closed the eyes subconsciously. For a moment, this sword and Taishu Emperor's finger crashed into each other. Ha! A piece of space, like glass, began to be covered with cobwebs and then shattered. A gigantic mighty sword that Jian Wushuang has never experienced, along with this sword, passed to Jian Wushuang. Ha! Suddenly, Jian's body shape receded, and there were 1,387,800,000 pores in his body, all of which began to spill blood. After a while, between heaven and earth gradually calm. The bright brilliance gradually dissipated, the vision gradually began to recover, and the roar in the ears slowly disappeared. Wolverine's Binyu Supreme and Ram's Supreme raised their heads and looked at the sword Wushuang. Tick! Tick! This is the sound of the blood of God dripping on the ground. I saw that in the smoke of the sky, the figure of Emperor Taishu had disappeared. Only one person stood proudly. That's Jian Wushuang. His eyebrows were cold, his black robe was shattered, and a trace of red blood flowed down his wrist on the blade of the Taro Excalibur, and then on the Taro Excalibur, dripping to the ground. Not dead? Suddenly, Bingyu Extreme's face turned wild, and he couldn't believe 3 steps backwards, sitting on the ground with one buttock. The blow from Emperor Taixis Emperor failed to kill Jian Wushuang? The Ram Supreme, after a shock, the expression on his face was replaced by complexity. Medium Extreme, slammed the invincible Extreme without a hit. What kind of strength is this ancient and ancient? In the world, there are 3 million arrogants in the world. Only swords are unparalleled and can be called arrogant. No! Impossible! Why is this so? At this moment, all the self-confidence and self-esteem of Bingyu Supreme are all fragmented. He looked at Jian Wushuang climbing up from the ground panicking, shaking his head and saying something unconsciously, while trying to flee. Bingao, everything is over. Pedaling in the void, like the sword unparalleled by the sons of heaven and earth, slowly opened his mouth. The simple sound was calm, without any waves. He reached out and grabbed. Thousands of air conditioners locked the Bingyu Supreme, and the Bingyu Supreme flew upside down and fell into the hands of Jian Wushuang. He was held in his hands by Jian Wushuang, Bingo's supreme thoughts, as if he had awakened from the chaos. He looked at Jian Wushuang. His eyes were lost. I lost? At this moment, he was not afraid, no anger, and some were just confused. I felt as if I was missing something, as if I knew that the overall situation had been set. Bingyu Supreme lowered his head and sighed in silence. Huh! The point of the sword of Tai Excalibur pierced from his back, penetrating him throughout. The sword was double-sided and expressionless. When it turned over with its right hand, the sword of Tai Luo Divine Sword erupted, and it directly smashed the Ice God Supreme. Alas! Extreme vitality began to disappear, and the whole person fell straight from the void and hit the ground. I was like a painting on a sand painting, blown by the wind, and Bingyu's supreme body was scattered from my feet to my head. This time, Bingyu Supreme fell completely. Chapter 4508. Bingyu Supreme is dead. Resentment with Jian Wushuang, entangled with more than 100,000 years of the Ice Mastiff Supreme, was killed by Jian Wushuang Yijian in the land of Fengshan. In the world, there was a sound of wind. Jian Wushuang held the Tai Luo Excalibur in his right hand, with black hair flying all over his head, slowly raised his head, and looked towards the void. His pale golden eyes were calm. When stepping into the land of the from Bingyu Supreme, when he was going to die with Jian Wushuang knew that only one person could stand in the end. That is his sword unparalleled. This is not arrogance, but his confidence. Far away, the ram stared at the scene stunned, his mouth opened and his whole body trembling. Bingyu died, and the one who had swayed the universe and ordered the world's heroes, the supreme master of Bingyu, who is the new master of Taishu Temple, fell into the hands of Jian Wushuang and became the soul of Jian Wushuang. It is already unknown how many supremes died in swordless hands. Snoring. The ram supremely panted, his chest constantly undulating. Bingyu Supreme, only one line away from the invincible Supreme, at the back, it was the sacrifice of the Emperor Taishu, which is still not the opponent of Sword Unmatched. It can be said, today's Sword Unparalleled is already the first person under the Invincible Supreme. Invincible Supreme, his sword is unparalleled, and he is the undefeated king in the universe. Today's Sword Unparalleled, it is only the Middle Supreme, and it has the ability to kill half-step Invincible Supreme, even the weaker Invincible Supreme. I am afraid that Sword Unparalleled can beat his wrist, if you wait until the Sword Unparalleled break through the High Supreme, or the Supreme, or even the Invincible Supreme. Who else can stop him in this world? Jian Wushuang, isn't it the second Taro? His thoughts flashed in the eyes of the Ram Supreme, and even a more amazing idea came into being. am afraid that until Jian Wushwang reaches the top state of supremacy, even if it is really Tu Luo's supreme rebirth, it will not be Jian Wushwang's opponent. At that time, he was famous for the Titan Supreme and was named the Titan Excalibur. I was afraid that he would change his name to Wushan Excalibur. Shaking his head, the Ram supremely felt terrified and did not dare to think further. Alas! Tai Luo's Excalibur entered the sheath inch by inch. The sword Wushwang looked at the Ram Supreme, and said, "Ram Supreme, have you seen enough?" The Ram Supreme laughed, and walked out of the void. Jian Wushwang looked at the Supreme Ram and shook his head. Regarding this Ram Supreme person, although there is not much contact, Jian Wushwang's perception of it is not bad. His personality is more peaceful, and he prefers the old and good type. Just looking at his situation just now, he couldn't help but want to go to be new Supreme. Jian Wushwang pleading. After the two chatted casually, Jian Wushwang took the initiative to open Jintian Bay and let him in. If the Ram Supreme stepped out of the land of God with him, it is inevitable that someone with a heart will calculate. In case of rethinking the selection of the disciples of the sect of religion, there will be a lot of trouble. Therefore, after Jian Wushwang discussed it with him, the Ram's supreme and heavily damaged Taro corpse was included in the town's monument. After all this, Jian Wushwang looked back at the core of the once defeated god's land, carefully bent his hands and made a long bow. Jian Wushwang knew that Dao Yan's supreme body had been worn away, but instead of falling, it turned into countless divine powers, scattered between the heavens and the earth, to maintain the operation of the 99 Taos. "Brother, I'm leaving, and I'll see you later," Jian Wushwang said softly, and immediately hesitated, striding towards the outside of the prohibition. Duh. One step across the dark yellow forbidden layer, the feeling of being caught in the warm ocean struck again. Opening his eyes again, Jian Wushwang has appeared outside the 99th prohibition. Outside the 99th ban, no one arrived. Jian Wushwang shook his head and immediately stepped away, rushing away. After Jian Wushwang went straight through dozens of prohibitions, he only saw the main gates of the virtual universe Tianjiao. With a movement in his heart, Jian Wushwang urged the crystals of virtual power in his body, turning all his divine power into virtual power. I saw that there were still dozens of Tianjiao disciples. After the elimination, there were only a dozen or so disciples. Each one was full of panic and disappointment. He looked around carefully, for fear of prohibiting the sudden trigger. Bombing. At that time, the disciples of Tianmen, who had a relationship with Jian Wushwang before, had been almost wiped out. Only the first disciple of Tianmen was still alive, but their robes were torn, their hair was scattered, and their wolves were extremely scared. However, Fuqin, who is from the refining Shinzong, is missing, but he has fallen into the land of God. Shaking his head, Jian Wushwang did not intend to say hello to them. Once he stepped, he would pass by them. Now that it has been confirmed that the Lord of Life Jinggu Palace survives, and has received its avenues, this land of gods naturally need not be treated anymore. However, Jian Wushwang was about to pass them by. There was a loud shout, but it was a sudden explosion. Slow! I saw the disciple looking at Jian Wushwang with a gloomy face that day, and Pai Shioro did not smile. Sir, this is about to go? Don't tell us, what's the situation ahead? As soon as this remark ended, others also looked at Jian Wushwang. Jian Wushwang heard his words and frowned, and replied slightly. The front is the same as here, but the power of restraint is much more turbulent and horrible, so I chose to return. Inability to move forward? Return here? I saw the disciples narrowed their eyes that day and sneered. I see that you have already entered the land of the gods and got treasures. Are you ready to leave? As soon as this remark came to an end, everyone in the audience was shocked. How is this possible? No way! Others were suspicious. The disciple twisted his neck that day and said loudly, Dear everyone, I have paid attention to this person before, and he is not restricted in the land of God. I saw him before during the battle with Yan'an who refined Shinzong. A force of restraint suddenly avoided him when he was about to meet him. Think about it, the force of restraint is unconscious, Why would you this person avoided? And this person is obviously similar to us, and even lower, why is he running in front of us? The words fell and everyone's face changed slightly. Before the battle between Jian Wushuang and Yan Dan, although the battle was short, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a spike, someone still noticed the scene. The first disciple of Tianmen didn't say it was okay. As a reminder, everyone immediately responded. Yeah, why is this so? This man has an unusual atmosphere and is flat. Why didn't he target him before the ban? Only kill us? Could he look so good? There must be something strange about this. Chapter 4509. Among the Land of God. Tianjiao, who came from the top pedigrees, was quietly surrounded by the sword unparalleled and blocked the way. In just a few words, the first disciple of the Heavenly Gate has already placed the sword unparalleled. The first disciple of Tianmen looked at the reaction of the crowd, and then looked at Jian Wushuang, who was expressionless, indifferent, and even sneered at the corner of his mouth. He looked around the crowd and said with a loud voice, Dear everyone, I dare to say that this man must have a secret treasure that can hide his breath and avoid the power of restraint. Now that he has gained the benefit, he wants to leave, do you agree? Killing heart. As soon as this sentence came out, everyone's faces shrank, their eyes narrowed, and Xiang Jian's eyes became ill and greedy. That's right! There must be some secret treasure in this person who can escape these restraining forces. We have died so many people, and it was so easy to come here, and you got the benefit, and now you want to leave. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Boy, surrender the secrets of your body. We let you leave safely. In my opinion, this person happened to make us a wedding dress, and we saved the risk and went further. Yes, in my opinion, we might as well kill the kid first, and then the treasures on him. Let's divide them one by one. For a moment, everyone stared at each other, smirking at the corners of their mouths. The evil of human nature is all bound by rules. Without rules, man will be like a beast, will not speak any morals, and release the most primitive greed and sin in human nature. And in this world of weak meat and strong food, respect for strength, the only constraint is who has the stronger strength and the harder fist. When the first disciple of Tianmen saw this, a sneer filled his heart. He didn't know if Jian Wushuang had a secret treasure, which could circumvent the restraining power of this God's land. He also didn't know whether Jian Wushuang entered the core position of God's land and obtained any treasure. But these are not important. As long as the sword is unparalleled enough. As for the reason? My Tianmen disciples are almost wiped out. Why can you survive alone? This is the biggest reason. Shaking his head, he looked at Xiang Jianshuang, with a hint of lightness in his eyes, as if the emperor had everything in his hand, and said, Sir, I heard you're called Wushuang, right? Now give you two choices. The first thing is that you just grab it and give up all resistance. Maybe we can leave you safely after we have searched you. Second, we will attack in groups and kill you directly. Jian Wushuang heard the words, a smile on his indifferent face suddenly. He laughed and sighed, glanced at the first disciple and said sincerely, Do you know why you died? Okay. The first apprentice in Tianmen frowned, some puzzled. You died of too much talk. Jian Wushuang looked at the others who surrounded him again and said, Why did you die? Don't wait for them to reply. Jian Wushuang answered his own question. You died of stupidity. Suddenly, the sword's 5 fingers were held on the hilt of the tailored Excalibur. Sword to cut. Boom! A white sword shaped on, like Bai Hong of Jinglong, suddenly pulled out of the scabbard of Tai Luo. Between the heavens and the earth, there is only this white swordman. A sword like a dragon, straight into the 9 clouds. The crisp sound of the sword, like a bomb, exploded in the land of the gods. Under a sword, whether it was the first disciple or the other 10 or so Tianjiao, just like the ants looking up to the sky, they were extremely small. Suddenly, the first disciple of Tianmen raised his head and looked at the sword mantle like the ocean and sea, with only terror on his face. Others were also replaced by shock on their faces. Under the lock of this sword energy, they could not even move their feet. Wow! Like a knife-cut tofu, this sword swept directly from more than a dozen Tianjiao. After a sword, heaven and earth returned to Qingning. Only Jian Wushuang remained, standing in the land of Fengshan. All Tianjia was beheaded and killed directly by this sword, and even Feihui was not left. For the current sword Wushuang, these are nothing but 8-star, or 1-mark, 2-mark class vagrants, and it is easier to kill than kill an ant. Call out! Shaking his head, Wushou stepped down step by step, suddenly like a thunder, rushed towards the outside of Fengshan. Outside the land of God. Elder Shinsickle looked somber, and sat cross-legged. Boom! Suddenly, a dazzling sword light flashed in the land of the gods, and the Elder Sickle could not help but open his eyes to look. A familiar atmosphere is constantly rushing out. Someone came out. There was a hint of Morihan in the eyes of the Elder Sickle, and he stood up, blocking the part of the exit from the land of God. On the other side, the Red Whale group headed by Luo Ming, the head of the family, also felt the breath in the land of the gods. Someone was about to rush out of his eyes. Only one person came out. Master Bingyu. Surely it's Lord Bingyu. Small boys, as I prepare to meet Master Bingyu, I wish you Bingyu triumphant return and victory. Luo Ming, the master of the house, cheered up and said with a smile. Getting closer, getting closer. In the crowd's perception, the people in this land of God are reaching the extreme speed, and they keep getting closer to the exit of the land of God. Huh! Next moment, a thin figure of black robes suddenly rushed out of the land of the gods. Mr. Bingyu. Not Mr. Bingyu. Who is this person? What about Lord Morina? The Red Whale helped everyone look at the figure of the black robe, and couldn't help but look. Elder Shinsickle, his pupils suddenly shrank and his face changed slightly. Miss Double! Suddenly, Elder Shinsickle's face turned into an iron blue. Father and son have the heart, and the one who can most notice the breath of Yandan is the Elder Sickle. On Jian Wushuang, he felt the breath of Yandan death. Miss Shuang! Say! Did you kill my son? Suddenly Elder Shinxian stared at Jian Wushuang sternly, shouting sternly. Sword Wushuang, who had just stepped out of the land of sealed gods, frowned slightly when he heard the question. Why is this sick guy here? He shook his head, and Jian Wushuang didn't take the matter seriously. Don't think about it, the Elder Shinxia was afraid to follow him all the way, and wanted to join Yandan in and out and assassinate him. I killed it, how? Jian Wushuang glanced at him, and said lightly. It really is you! Seeing Jian Wushuang admitted so generously, the Elder Shinxian suddenly became angry and furious. His murderous eyes flashed to the extreme, roaring. Misty Double, you're here! Chapter 45:10. Boom! Endless power is gathered in the hands of the Elder Sickle. His whole robe agitated, his eyes flashed with murder, and a violent force shook the void. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes, and just holding the sword of the Tai Luo Divine Sword, he didn't know what he thought, and loosened his fingers again. Want to run? The Elder Sickle smiled angrily, waved the terror power in his hand, and turned to chase the sword unparalleled. Miss Shuang! You killed Yandan. No matter if you go to heaven today, this one will kill you! He growled in the back. Jian Wushuang did not look back, but sneered at the corner of his mouth. The Elder Sickle, as early as refining Shinzong, he moved his mind to kill this man and then quickly. Originally he could not find a suitable opportunity, but now, the opportunity has come. However, this land of gods is a place that stirs up the situation, and the eyes of all the major forces gather. It is inevitable that the power of this sickle will be exposed, and it will easily cause trouble. It's better to lead it out, leave the land of the god, and then kill it with a sword. Huh! Elder Jian Wushuang and Shinxi were very fast. The two turned one after the other into a streamer, and soon left the land of God. In the empty land of God, there was only a group of people in the Red Whale gang. Large, big master, there is no breath in the land of God. A red whale gang whispered. Master Bingyu, have you been killed in it? Another gang of red whale gang spoke back. Luo Ming, the master of the red whale, did not speak, but hesitated on his face. Before entering this land of God, Xiuwei is the strongest, but the second-class Xiuwei. But Lord Bingyu has the strength to stabilize his existence. How could he be killed? If it weren't for the unexpected, there would be only one possibility. Luo Ming looked up sharply, looking at where Jian Wushuang left. He could have noticed before that Lord Bingyu had a strong animosity towards the boy from Wushan, called Wushuang. With the power of Lord Bingyu, he can be regarded by him and become hostile. At least it must be a level of existence with him, right? Go. Let's catch up and see. Luo Ming opened his thoughts. Bang! I saw the space warship from the Red Whale gang speeding up and chasing towards the place where Jian Wushuang and Elder Shen Sickle disappeared. Call out. Huh! Jian Wushuang and Elder Shen Sickle kept flying in the air one after the other. The sword has no two sides and no expression, and the speed is not fast or slow. It has not completely shaken the Elder Shen Sickle, but also kept a distance just able to hang him, and gradually swept to the remote part of the universe. Damn it! The Elder Sickle had a somber expression, and his anger had completely stunned him. He didn't think about why an 8-star dummy in Jian Wushuang could cut and kill Yan Dan, who broke through the mark. He also didn't think about why he could not catch up with Jian Wushuang because of his 4 marks. He now has only one idea in his head. That is to catch up, to kill the sword unparalleled. After a few hours, under the force of the two, they have crossed several star fields, and have a distance of nearly 10 million miles from the land of the gods. The two gradually entered a desolate star field. Just here, Jian Wushuang's imagination spread out, and found that there were no silhouettes, and after Chi-Chi's eyes locked on it, he couldn't help taking a deep breath, and gradually stopped. Ha 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 ha, Fog Double! You run, why don't you run? When the Elder Shen Sickle saw this, he suddenly laughed excitedly. He only thought that Jian Wushuang was exhausted and could not escape. Miss Shuang, since you can't escape, then you are ready to die. Go and be buried with my son! Immediately, the Elder Sickle laughed and calmed down, replaced by endless resentment. Yan Dan was his life's work. Distracting sickle! Huh! He flipped his right hand, and a black sickle tied with a chain as a handle appeared in his hand. The black light on the blade of this sickle not only has extremely powerful attack power, but also hooks out the monk's spirit, and is imprisoned on the sickle forever, suffering torture day and night. This is the notorious murder weapon of this virtual universe. As soon as this distracting sickle came out, there was a sound of ghosts crying in the void, as if there were countless injustices and ghosts imprisoned in this sickle, roaring and roaring. The sword Wushuang turned around, holding the hilt of the Tai Luo Excalibur with his right hand, his expression indifferent. This Elder Sickle is a 3-mark practice, corresponding to the Supreme of the Divine Universe. If Jian Wushuang has not yet broken through the medium's supremacy, it may be quite tricky to deal with this person, but after breaking through the medium supreme, the Elder Sickle to him, but the invincible ants. Shensi, you want to see your son Yan Dan? Sword Wushuang faintly spoke. What do you think? Elder God Sickle sneered and asked. Now, he doesn't want to talk to Jian Wushuang at all. Between his words, the distracting sickle in his hand has turned into a black streamer, and he shoots at Jian Wushuang's ground-breaking. Very well, then I will do as you wish, and I will send you to accompany him. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, and the corner of his mouth suddenly opened a low smile. Dead? Huh! The sword was doubled. This move is like a thunder blast. Taro's sword code, second style dawn. A golden light appeared. The whole world is like this line of golden light tearing and spreading thick Xiamang. Fortune Bell God Shou, Yin and Yang are separated. This sword splits the heavens and the earth from Yin and Yang. When a crisp sound came, and the dawning sword light transformed by the sword unparalleled was directly mounted on the parting sickle that came from the laser. Suddenly, this notorious distracting sickle was full of dense, cobweb-like mouths for only a short time. Huh! Spurred again by the sword, suddenly the whole handle was broken and broken. The sword unparalleled, like Jin Long, passed through the body of the elder sickle. Puff! The figure of the sword unparalleled appeared behind the elder sickle, scattered all over the body with golden light. A human-shaped cave has appeared in the chest of Elder Shinxian. This power! Elder Shinxian turned his head blankly, staring at Jian Wuxuang in shock. You hide Xiaowei. No, you really are not from our universe. The elder sickle's face showed a sorrowful look, but before he could say a word, the breath quickly languished, and the whole person dissipated and perished at the speed visible to the naked eye. I hate it! In the extremely reluctant voice of Elder Shinsickle, his whole body shattered by sword gas began to disintegrate. Sword indifferent did not answer the words of the elder sickle, but looked at the elder sickle so calmly, the body collapsed and disintegrated, and then dissipated in the heavens and the earth. Chapter 45:11 Elder Shinxian is dead. As Jian Wuxuang said, since Elder Shinxian could not bear Yandan, then he became a good man once and sent Elder Shinxian to accompany Yandan. This time, I went to the land of the gods, and gathered a lot of arrogant people in the virtual universe. They were all killed by Jian Wuxuang. Speaking of which, can I count the curve to help the divine universe? Jian Wuxuang shook his head, slightly indifferently. Bang! Just then, a loud boom came from the sky. Okay? Jian Wuxuang looked up, and saw the head of the Red Whale gang, driving a space battleship, quickly moving towards this side. On the battleship, Luo Ming's two-footed footstand was looking at Jian Wuxuang with his eyes on him, and before driving to Jian Wuxuang's side completely, he saw Jian Wuxuang holding the sword to his right, and the elder Shinsickle gradually disappeared. This? Suddenly, the big-head Luo Ming's eyes on Shangjian Wuxuang only felt as if they were invisible. Two Shendians shot from Jian Wuxuang's eyes, and his heart trembled instantly. In a flash, he reacted, and he was definitely not an opponent of Jian Wuxuang. The elder Shinxian also noticed that his 3-strength power is only a small level lower than him. He asked himself that although he could also kill the elder sickle, he would never be as freehand as Jian Wuxuang. With a slight blink of his eyes, Luo Ming could not help but think of the Ice Cream Supreme without sound, and quickly exclaimed, Hurry up! Turn around, don't move forward! Then, the aggressive red whale helped everyone to quickly turn the space battleship and shoot towards the way. Come where you want to go where you want to go! Jian Wuxuang saw this, and could not help but sneer. Huh! At the next moment, Sword Wu stepped on his feet, his body swept away, turned into a cannonball, and rushed towards the battleship of the Red Whale gang. No! This of Chase is here, run away! Suddenly, the Red Whale helped the big head Luo Ming startled with a shock. Boom! Finally, the U-turn was complete, and the spaceship fire was fully fired, flying away. Jian Wuxuang chased for a long time and found that he could only keep up with the speed. After he couldn't catch up, he couldn't help laughing. He raised the Taro Excalibur, and pointed his sword at Luo Ming on the spaceship. The Red Whale gang, right? If you move forward 10 feet further, believe it or not, this dare to kill you in your nest and cut off the grass? The sound of the sword unparalleled sounded like a blast of thunder. Huh! Suddenly, the space warship of the Red Whale suddenly braked, and stopped in the 10 feet. Luo Ming looked back at Xiang Jianwuxuang, and felt anguish in her heart. What's the fun of my special mother's visit? This is all right, I was arrested. Jian Wuxuang looked at the stopped space battleship, stepped out, and the universe star sky shrank at his feet. After only 3 steps, Jian Wuxuang landed on the bow deck of the space battleship. Mist and Mister! Little ones haven't seen anything, they don't know anything. Luo Ming looked at the Sword Wuxuang who came with the sword, and his face became frightened, and when he knelt to the ground, he shouted continuously. When Jian Wuxuang saw the situation, he shook his head, this foremarked virtuoso, who was unexpectedly so cartilage. This seat asks you, how did you meet that Bingyu? Jian Wushuang said lightly. He is not a man of indiscriminate killing, but if this group of infamous star thieves knows their identities, they can only do one thing that kills them and kills them. Masters, back and back to the misty fog, the young children who led the Red Whale gang that day were sweeping through the stars of the universe, and were planning to find the idea of the Beating Teeth Festival. They just came across the ice cream grandma who was alone. Well, I encountered the lack of morality of Bingyu, and was about to go and rob a whole treasure, but the result was not his opponent. Luo Ming said quickly, Jian Wushuang can be considered to understand the cause and effect. The thing is very simple, it is a story of robbery. After he finished speaking, Jian Wushuang didn't reply, but his face was cloudy for a while. Looking at it like this, these star thieves should not know their true identity, or even know that there is a different universe. After all, this kind of thing is the most secret, whether it is in the divine universe or the virtual universe. Only the small group of people standing at the top of the universe can be qualified to know about the two universes. Although this Luo Ming has 4 marks of virtual respect, but his root identity is too low, obviously there is no channel to know these things. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed a little hesitation. After thinking for a while, when Jian Wushuang couldn't help but chose to do something, Luo Ming seemed to notice the flash of murder in Jian Wushuang's eyes, and said quickly, Master Wushuang's life. As long as Wushuang adults are willing to let go of the young, and the young are willing to respect you. From then on, for your adult, you will be saddled up and down the horse. As she talked, Luo Ming raised her face and continued to flatter and smile. Jian Wushuang saw this, and couldn't help seeing the joy in his heart. The killing in his heart was reduced by a few points. He shook his head and said, You and Bingyu say the same thing? Luo Ming heard the words and could not help but smirk and scratched his head. Jian Wushuang didn't ignore him anymore, but after thinking for a moment he said, This seat is not incapable of letting you go. In this way, let this seat plant a ban in your source of life, then obediently for my use, this seat will no longer embarrass you. How? As soon as this remark came to an end, Luo Ming's heart was overjoyed. Let Jian Wushuang plant a ban in the root of life, which is equivalent to giving his life to Jian Wushuang. In the future, life and death are just the thought of Jian Wushuang. But how about that? If you do not agree, waiting for yourself will only follow in the footsteps of the elder sickle. Luo Ming can become a star thief who everyone shouts, but he has lived well now. In addition to his outstanding strength, there is the most important point. Observe the master! Luo Ming quickly slammed his 3 heads at Jian Wushuang, released his defense, and let Jian Wushuang's big hand rest on his skull, and planted a destruction prohibition in his body. The other red whales helped everyone, and it was so true when they saw the big head. They naturally agreed. Jian Wushuang made the same way. After a while, I saw the red whale helping people who were full of boats, kneeling down towards Jian Wushuang one after another, and shouted in congratulations. "Ill wait, to welcome the young masters of the mist!" For a while, the voices of the Shuangshu master came together and went straight to the sky. They know that Jian Wushuang will be their king. Jian Wushuang stood on the deck and nodded expressionlessly. Get up! Chapter 45:12. Wow! As the sword Wushuang's right hand was lifted, and time passed, everyone on the deck of the space battleship rose up. Young master, what do we need to do? Luo Ming's eyebrows were pleasing to the eye, and he said congratulatingly. For him, obedience to sword unparalleled, but obedience to obedience supreme changed individuals, and there was not much discomfort. Jian Wushuang thought for a while and said, You are business as usual, but you need to pay attention to the dynamics of the top forces. But any trace-level person who has any top forces suddenly leaves the Zongmin and behaves abnormally. Yes. Luo Ming nodded. For the Red Whale Gang, there is not much else, that is, many people. Well. Jian Wushuang groaned for a moment or two, and then said again. Also, you send people into the void to investigate. Don't miss every crack in the void, see if there are a lot of people in the void cracks, or abnormal images such as stern defense. If found, the investigation will be cleared back to me. After speaking, Jian Wushuang stretched out his fingertips a bit on Luo Ming's eyebrows, locking the induction between the two, and then if he needed to pass a message or the like, Luo Ming could pass the voice directly to him. Yes. Obey the Lord's order. Luo Ming didn't shirk, and nodded heavily. Although he wondered, why did Jian Wushuang ask him to investigate the void and focus on the movements of the top forces? These things are not something that a disciple of refining God should pay attention to. However, he has always been clever, knowing that there are some things that should not be asked, so don't ask them. Asking will only bring himself to death. Since Jian Wushuang said obedience is, he is a decent person. Well, you go. Sword Wushuang nodded with satisfaction, and waved his right hand to let the Red Whale gang away. A moment later, in the universe, only Jian Wushuang stood alone. The people of the Red Whale gang have been reduced to 0. According to the command of Jian Wushuang, part of them went to the forbidden space and part of them went to the top sections. Jian Wushuang did not leave in a hurry, but landed into a deserted star, and his body shot directly into the heart of the earth. Taking out the God of God token, I saw that the mirror surface of the token was twisted, and a ripple like the water surface appeared. Immediately, the face of Zeus appeared in the mirror. Sword unparalleled. In the mirror, Zhou God nodded towards Jian Wushuang. Master Elder God. Sword Warrior slightly arched his hand, and then told the of the universe that he had recently received the information, and at the same time admitted frankly that he had battled with the Ice God Supreme and beheaded him. Hearing this news, there was no surprise on the face of Zhou God, but he sighed softly. The old man guessed that this would be the case. The enmity between you and Binyu Supreme has reached a point where it is endless and difficult to resolve. After a long accumulation of hatred, the old man has sent you two to the virtual universe together this time. I want to make the two of you completely in the virtual universe and settle the dispute between the two of you. Otherwise, once the war of catastrophe begins, if we can't unite as one, we will calculate each other, and sooner or later will cause great disaster. Jian Wushuang nodded when he heard the words. He understood the mind of the universe. As the Lord of the universe is like the monarch of a country. What he pays attention to is the technique of balance. A bowl of water must be leveled. If it is in the divine universe, Jian Wushuang and Binyu Supreme will inevitably fall into an embarrassing situation. If you intervene, you will inevitably be biased. At that time, there will always be a bit of hatred in the other party, and if you don't step in, just ignore it, and it will attract verbs. Rather than let Jian Wushuang and Binyu Supreme both end their enmity in the virtual universe, the weak lose, and the strong win, and no one can say good things. The Zhou was silent for a while, and then smiled and said, But finally there is good news. I know the situation of Dao Yen. Although the situation is not very good, he has not fallen, and he may have no chance to rescue him in the future. As for what Elder Banshan told you, the old man also noticed that in our divine universe, there must be a virtual universe, a chess piece that was laid many years ago. It's just that this person has been rooted deep in our camp for many years, and this fashion is not the time to solve him. Oh? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows when he heard the words, and said, In the heart of Lord Morpheus, who has this person been confirmed? It's okay to talk about it, but the old man already has some doubts about this person. Well, Jian Wushuang, take care of yourself over there. The two chatted for a few more seconds, and then the God of God hurriedly hung up the call. It can be seen that when Jian Wushuang was exploring the news in the virtual universe, the of the universe was not idle, and he had begun to lay out to deal with the things in the virtual universe. Not long after hanging up the phone with Zhou God, Jian Wushuang released the Ram Supreme from the town monument. The two agreed, and when they met together in the void, they dispersed. The sword warriors turned back to the land of the gods, found the giant boned bird, and stepped over and stepped on the backbone of the giant boned bird. The boned bird made a long sing, and immediately turned its wings into a streamer, shooting towards the Lianshan zone. A month later. Wow! The giant boned bird stopped in front of the Lianshan zone mountain gate, and Jian Wushuang stepped down and walked towards the sovereign's hall. In this month, Jian Wushuang kept on the road non-stop, but he did not know that the matter of sealing the land of God directly set off a big earthquake in the entire virtual universe. All the Tianjiao who went to the land of God's seal was wiped out by the army. No one lived. When this news came back to the respective ancestors of Tianjiao, suddenly, the top forces of the entire virtual universe shook. In the past years, the top sectarian forces sent Tianjiao to the land of the gods. Although there were deaths and injuries, there has never been an entire military annihilation like this time. And that's not much. The most amazing thing is that the Tianmen palm teacher calculated the death time of Tianjiao under the door, which was a shocking discovery. This time, the 10 strongest Tianjiao who went to the land of Fengshan actually fell at the same time. What is this concept? It is tantamount to having a terrifying force far beyond these people in the land of the gods, killing them all in an instant. This is definitely not a means of prohibition. For a while www.novel. The land of the gods was surging. Refining Shenzong also received this message. Mist and mist? The disciples responsible for guarding the Lord's hall looked at his face calm and unscathed Jian Wushuang, and he could not help but widen his eyes, and there was an unbelievable color in his eyes. Doesn't it mean that all the people who went to the land of the gods have fallen? What's up? Jian Wushuang frowned, with some doubts in his heart. Immediately he said in a deep voice, "Trouble, informed the suzerain. Wushuang has something to see." Chapter 45:13. Ah? The disciple in charge of guarding the sovereign's hall took a short while to react, and quickly apologized and smiled at Jian Wushuang, then turned and entered the sovereign's hall. Not long after, the disciple came out and whispered, "Wushuang, let's go in. Lord Sovereign is in there, but Lord Sovereign seems to be in a bad mood. If you have any bad news, how many say it again?" "I know." Jian Wushuang smiled at him, then strode into the sovereign hall. The sovereign hall is dark all the year round, and the candlesticks made from skulls emit a faint light, adding a little gloom to the sovereign hall that was originally only a little dark. Jian Wushuang looked up, and saw the Lord Lianshan sitting on a Bisensen's chair with his head tilted, his hands condensed into a fist, leaning on his temple, his elbows against the armrest, and his face was tired. Obviously, Yen Dawn death also hit him to a certain extent. "Master Sovereign." Jian Wushuang arched his hand at him. "Okay." Lian Shinzong nodded, then took a deep breath and sat upright. He didn't rush to ask Jian Wushuang what he found in the land of the gods, but he said, "Miss Shuang, do you know that Yen Dan and Elder Shen Sik have fallen?" Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was in a daze, but fortunately, on the way back, he had already set up answers to various inquiries and unexpected situations, and his face was shocked. "What? God? Elder Sickle has fallen? Lord Sovereign, I only know about Yen Dawn fall, but I didn't expect that Elder Shen Sickle also." "Well, not long after Yen Dan died, Elder Shen Xian died." The Lian Shinzong nodded, then his eyes narrowed, and his face suddenly became a little bit more sharp. Looking at Jian Wushuang, he said, "Miss Shuang, according to the message of Elder Shen Sik disciples, he said that Elder Shen Sik left in Yan'an. After Zongmin, I followed you in Yan'an. Presumably you should know how Yen Dan and Elder Shen Sik died?" Jian Wushuang heard the words, and then he could not help but show his doubts, and then pretended to panic and asked, "Master, do you not think that the death of Elder God Sickle has something to do with me?" The Lord of the Refining God heard that he did not answer Jian Wushuang's question directly, but said faintly, "Miss Shuang, I think you should explain to the Lord why this time when you went to the land of God, everyone else died, and you but I came back alive and unharmed, and I remember that in this trip to the land of the gods, many of them have been cultivated a lot higher than you. Among these strange things, you can hear them." Jian Wushuang heard the words, and his face was struggling. It seemed that he was hesitant to say, after struggling for a long while, then made a decision and bit his teeth. "Master, Yen Dan was indeed killed by me." This is not to blame the disciple, but that Yen Dan deceives people too much. Soon after we entered the land of the gods, he wanted to kill me. Helpless to fight against him. As for how the elder Shixian died, the disciples really don't know. It really is Yen Dan you killed. In the eyes of the Lianshan sovereign, the light rose sharply by 3 inches, and there was a touch of anger in his face. Even if Yen Dan is not good, he is also a disciple who he brought up with his own hands. He snorted coldly, and the refining god sovereign asked again. Miss Shuang, let's not talk about the elder sickle first. This sovereign asked you why the people of other sects died, you don't tell me, it's all forbidden killed. In this regard, Jian Wushuang had a countermeasure, and bowed his head and replied, the Lord Sovereign didn't know. When we entered the land of God's seal, there was a strong one in the Red Whale gang. This person's cultivation is at least 5 marks. Not only can he ignore the prohibition in God's seal land, unblocked and killing in it. Jian Wushuang said slowly, pushing all the responsibilities to Bingyu Supreme. Now that Bingyu is dead, there is no evidence of natural death. And with a little investigation, we can know that the Red Whale has recently come to the top power. When the Red Whale went to the land of the gods, they also made a huge momentum, which can be investigated. Hearing here, the Lord of the Refining God frowned. Later, the Master of the Refining asked Jian Wushuang why he could escape from the sky. In response to this, Jian Wushuang also had a countermeasure, and took out the heavily damaged Taro corpse, telling that he relied on the Taro corpse to resist a breath before he escaped. The Lord of the Refining God slightly sensed the injuries on the corpse of Tai Luo, and found that the terrible divine power fluctuations left by the blow of Tai Su God Emperor still contained in the injuries, and he no longer doubted him. You step back first, this lord needs to think carefully. After a while, the Master of the Refining waved his hand wearily, signaling that the sword Wushuang was leaving. Yes. Jian Wushuang condescended. In the Sovereign's hall, there was a return to silence. Inside the gloomy Lord's hall, the Lord of the Refining God reached out and rubbed his eyebrows. His eyes looked far away, and his eyes kept thinking. Just now on the corpse of the Taro of Jian Wushuang, he sensed a strong wave of divine power. This wave of divine power, in terms of strength, is not under him, at least it is the invincible supreme of the divine universe. Then everything naturally makes sense. I'm afraid Elder God Sickle is also dead in the hands of the invincible supreme of the divine universe. How recently has the penetration of the divine universe into our virtual universe been so frequent? I am afraid that the war is about to begin. I have to plan for the refining of the sect of God early. He thought silently. Once the war is about to begin, he will be summoned by the Void God's invitation to go to the battlefield of the Void Confinement to form an army and attack the divine universe. No one can say whether they can come back this time. Before that, you have to decide on the next master's choice. The light of the Lianshan monarch's eyes flickered and fell into thought. It was not long before he sighed. Is the fog double? Back to Xianshan, it's getting late. While under the mountain, Jian Wushuang encountered the enchanting woman Jiu Mu again. She looked at Jian Wushuang with expressionless face, her lips opened slightly, and she wanted to say something, but finally she sighed and lowered her head. Jian Wushuang shook his head and had no intention to talk to her, and shot straight into the 7th corpse hole on the top of the mountain. Open the enchantment at will, and seal the gate of the corpse hole. Jian Wushuang released the corpse of Tai Luo from the void with a slight pity in his eyes. At the next moment, Jian Wu sat down with his hands on his knees, and innumerable divine power poured into his hands, sinking into the corpse of Tai Luo. Suddenly, the body of Taro's corpse, like a rag sack, began to recover quickly. Chapter 45:14. After 3 months of enrichment, Taro's corpse finally recovered a lot. Although there were still some injuries, it was no harm and will gradually recover over time. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang finally took a long breath. Close. With a big wave of his hand, the sword Wushuang put the corpse of Tai Luo into the town's monument. During these 3 months, the news of the land of God gradually spread, and it was no longer limited to being spread in the hands of the patriarchs, but spread throughout the universe. Suddenly, Lien Shinzong was uproaring. Brother Yen Dan is dead? Not only Brother Yen En died, but also Elder Shin Sickle and the accompanying rookie Fuchin all died. This time, only Wu Shuang came back alive from the land of God. Countless disciples of refining Shinzong whispered. Subsequently, the Sovereign Lord announced the death news of Yen Dan and Elder Shin Sickle. Although the refining suzerain did not say exactly how Yen Dan died, countless disciples of refining suspiciously guessed Jian Wushuang's head. The feud between Jian Wushuang and Yen Dan is obvious to all, and Yen Dan is a man who must report. These disciples have long been determined that this time, when going to the land of God, there will be a life-and-death battle between Jian Wushuang and Yen Dan. Then Jian Wushuang is back alive now. The victory or defeat of this battle is self-evident. Yen Dan's death is not so simple, but involves the most important issue later. The refining God Sovereign is about to abdicate. Yen Dan was originally the replacement of the next refining God Sovereign. If Yen Dan dies, who will take over the position of the refining God Sovereign? Suddenly, countless people set their eyes on Jian Wushuang's head. The ultimate qualifications are enough to compete with Yen Dan, even stronger, and supported by Elder Wind Elders. This is almost the perfect candidate for the next sovereign. As a result, many disciples or ordinary elders who originally followed Yen Dan and intended to be slaves of the Dragon Minister approached Jian Wushuang and released their good intentions towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's performance is also remarkable. One by one accepted the goodwill conveyed by these people. The top of the moon. Jian Wushuang sat on the stone bed in the corpse cave cross-legged, bid farewell to a refining elder, shook his head slightly. Originally, he lurked undercover refining Shinzong for the purpose of inquiring information. However, he did not expect that he would become the first master of refining Shinzong. Fortune is really confusing. At this time, from the long-lived Red Whale gang who came to his head, Luo Ming's rumor came from his mind. Young master, our people have discovered the situation in the void. Luo Ming was tired, but more excited voices came. Directly said the point. Jian Wushuang replied indifferently. Yes. Luo Ming gave a respectful response and quickly replied. Young master, according to our inspection, a total of 97 voids were found in the void, and these 97 void cracks were guarded by the strong, but the first 89 cracks in the void are a bit weird, because our people were there and found the traces of the ancient Hingshuan that disappeared long ago in the void universe. Gu Hingsu Zun is a peak strongman who became famous before 50,000 virtual times. He once dominated the characters of an era, but before 30,000 virtual times, that is, his coercion on our virtual universe reached the highest peak. When he disappeared for no reason, the people of the original virtual universe thought that Gu Hingsu Zun had fallen unexpectedly, but he never thought that he was hiding in the void forbidden space. In addition, around the 89th void, there are many other virtual force fluctuations that are not weaker than Gu Hingsu Zun. The small estimates are all in the same era as Gu Hingsu Zun, or even older. Character. They were all hiding around the void crack, and something must have happened. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded when he heard the words, and his heart was slightly happy, but Gujingwu was set on his face. You marked me with a detailed map of the void forbidden area, and put it in your Red Whale base camp. This seat will be picked up from time to time. Remember to mark the 89 cracks with extra care. Yes. Master, no problem. Luo Ming quickly patted her chest and promised. Well, are there any other visions of other top forces? Jian Wushuang asked casually. Back to the young master, no abnormalities have been found for the time being. It is good. Jian Wushuang nodded his head and casually commanded. If you have enough staff, go and help this place investigate an organization called Bite? As soon as the voice fell, Luo Ming's face changed greatly. Bite? Master, have you caught these lunatics? You know them? Jian Wushuang frowned, and came to interest. Luo Ming, who was at the messenger's face, became dignified, holding her breath. Young master, Little does not know much about phasing, or the entire virtual universe, not much about this organization. All I know is that they are mysterious and powerful. They are usually not exposed to the universe and belong to a hidden world. No one knows where they are hiding, but once they are born, major events in the universe are bound to happen. Among them, the leader of the Byte organization, the powerful one, is far more powerful than I can guess. I remember that there was a son of a 6-mark Vane Respecter who angered the Byte organization and was killed. The Lord of the Holy Land's 6-marked Virtual Respect went to seek out the trouble of the organization, and wanted to get justice for the dead son. As a result, the 6-marked Virtual Respect was directly beheaded by the phasing organization, even the Manchu. They were all implicated. All the tens of thousands of disciples, including the elders of the Trace class, were all beheaded and killed overnight. Jian Wushuang heard his words, his pupils shrunk slightly, and after a moment of groaning he said, "Let us stop investigating the phasing organization for the time being, and continue to stare at the trends of the top forces." Yes. Luo Ming heard a sigh of relief, and if Jian Wushuang strongly asked him to look for the investigation of the organization, he would not dare to refuse, but he was convinced that as long as he dared to investigate the organization, he would definitely cause death. A few more words were ordered. Jian Wushuang broke the communication between the two. Jian Wushuang reached out his finger, wrote the word bid on the stone bed, and frowned. The death of Taylor Supreme is related to this Fey, and the corpse of Taylor S is also sold by the Fey organization to the Refining God sect. At that time, in the Juyao star field of the Divine Universe, the group of mysterious black robes who claimed to be 7 and 9 was also from the Sweet organization, looking for Master Xuanyi. What is the purpose of this group of people? What is the relationship between them and Master Xuanyi? Without a word for a night, Jian Wushuang reached out his hand, brushed off the word bit, and looked up outside the cave. A ray of sunlight has entered through the entrance of the cave. Jian Wushuang stood up and exhaled a sigh of breath. Chapter 45-15. Days passed by in such waves and tranquility. For several years, in addition to the occasional communication with Luo Ming, Jian Wushuang exchanged elders with Elder Ban Shan or Elder Feng from time to time. In addition, Jian Wushuang immersed himself in cultivation, and cultivated himself by hand, revealing himself to the mark. This naturally caused a great shock in the refining Shinzong, and some people who were still erratic had completely determined Jian Wushuang, and would become the next candidate for the reign of Shinzong, and leaned towards Jian Wushuang. The sovereign lord of the gods seemed to plan the same way. Occasionally he called Shang Jian Wushuang to go to the Lord's Hall, and talked about the Tao, and then he fought with Jian Wushuang, and then repeatedly confirmed the identity of Jian Wushuang. Secondly, he also hinted at Jian Wushuang. Leaving soon, Jian Wushuang is likely to take over the position of sovereign. The virtual force universe seems calm, but the divine universe is different. In several correspondences with the gods of the universe, Jian Wushuang learned that in the extraterrestrial battlefields of the divine universe, the imaginary attack on the divine universe by the virtual universe has become more and more, and the war is likely to be triggered immediately. On this day, outside the Refining God sect, a stranger suddenly came. Refining the hall of the sovereign of the sect. A strong, burly old man with white hair and waist and a bare upper body, wearing only a pair of black trousers, slowly turning 2 silver in his hands. The white-haired, burly old man's bare upper body was covered with scar-like long scars, and the 2 silver spheres turning in his hands played a soft sound like a thunderous thunder every time they collided. Electric arc. He just stood there, and there was a gulf like a prison, like a mountain of Wuyue Taishan spreading out, even faintly overwhelming the Lord of Refining God. "Master, you are here this time. Is that battle finally about to begin?" the Sovereign Lord said humbly and haughtily. "Yes." The white-haired and burly old man nodded, and Shen said, "Master Zushin's seal is about to be lifted. For a maximum of 1 minute, Master Shushin can completely unlock the seal. It is when we break into the divine universe. The envoy came this time to prepare you 1 or 2 to explain clearly the aftermath of refining the deities, and then follow the envoy to enter the void forbidden area, waiting for the Lord Shushing to send. Is this battle finally coming? The Lord of the Refining God murmured to himself, and a light flashed in his eyes. After taking a deep breath, the Lord of the Refining Gods arched back and said, Sergeant, this seat understands. Okay. The white-haired and burly old man nodded with satisfaction and said, 8 wastes, the ambassador will stay here for 1 or 2. You will now explain the aftermath. It is good. The Lord of the Refining God nodded, then walked out of the hall, his face flashed with hesitation. It seems that it is time to really decide that the next master to choose after he leaves. After a second or two of groaning, a decisive flash of light appeared in the eyes of the master of the Refining God, and a deep voice opened. His voice was like a thunderous thunder, which blew directly above the Lianshan Zone and passed into the ears of every disciple of the Lianshan Zone. I have a sense of heaven, and soon after this suzerain, he will leave the refining deities to explore the true meaning of the avenue. Therefore, the suzerain decided to make his disciple Wu Shuang take the role of temporary suzerainter and monitor the movement of the entire Suzi. The 5 elders and elders jointly assisted. If Wu Shuang violates the interests of the suzerain, or the leader has no responsibility, he shall be jointly dismissed. If the suzerain hasn't returned for a long time, Wu Shuangli will do his best to manage it, but he will live up to the suzerain's trust. But he will truly accept the unification and change to the position of the suzerain. Disciple Xian Shuang, head to the sovereign hall to hear the seal. As soon as this remark came to an end, the same stone suddenly stirred up 1,000 layers of waves, and the whole audience fell into a short silence, and then it was boiling. What? Jian Wushuang is about to take over from the next master. Is it, so fast? Master Sovereign is leaving? Do NTI have to wait for Wushuang to wait? All of a sudden, countless disciples were stunned and shocked. And the elder Foam, who was condensing the corpse of the god, even heard 3 words of good, and his eyes filled with laughter. Miss Shuang, my husband congratulates you. In one of the halls, Elder Banshan, who was practicing cross-legged, walked out of the hall slowly, looking at a boiling refining god, with a strange face on his face. This boy, is he going to be the Lord? He murmured and shook his head. After sneaking into the enemy sect, he became the enemy's head directly, which is really rare. He had some expectations, after Wu Shuang assumed the post of supremacy. To what extent would Lian Shinzong lead? 7 dead caves in Shurian Mountain. Here are the chief disciples, such as Angry Bear, Bone Wing, and Jingheng, whose complexions are extremely complicated. At the beginning, Jian Wushuang was just a newcomer in their eyes, but in just 10 years, this misty pair not only killed Yen Dan and broke the mark. Now he must serve as the next sovereign of the Refining God sect, directly reaching they can't look beyond their reach. It really sighs. I knew this guy, not an underground bug, but a heavenly dragon. The Angry Bear who once fought with Jian Wushuang once shook his head and said with emotion. When he was defeated by Jian Wushuang in the first move, he knew that Jian Wushuang was by no means a thing in the pool. Now, at first glance, it really met his guess. Shurian Mountain hillside location. A red jerks that appeared enchanting in red, leaned on the door of the corpse hole with fragrant shoulders. The growth speed of this man made her feel a little distorted. I'm afraid the next time I meet again, it's not the Master Wu Shuang, but the Lord Sovereign. Suddenly, no matter the disciples or elders in the refining Shinzong, they looked up and looked at the sky with a wonderful expression. All in all, when the refining suzerain's words fell, the whole refining Suzim burst. Shurian Mountain Peak am going to be the master now? Jian Wushuang touched his nose, let alone the others were stunned, and even he himself felt a bit confused. He had speculated that the sovereign would pass the position of the sovereign to him, but he did not expect that all this would come so quickly. Shaking his head, Jian Wushuang didn't think too much. After collecting the corpse of Tailuo God, he stepped on his feet and shot towards the main hall of the sovereign. This time, the disciples responsible for guarding the hall saw Jian Wushuang. The respect on his face had reached the extreme. First, he trembled and asked hello to Jian Wushuang, for fear that Jian Wushuang would leave a bad impression on him, and then quickly Jian Wushuang welcomed him. Entering the main hall, Jian Wushuang saw the refining god lord of the high seat and the white-haired burly old man with a naked upper body and a thunderball in his hand. When Jian Wushuang looked at the man, the white-haired burly old man turned his eyes with interest and looked at Jian Wushuang. Chapter 45:16. Hey! The white-haired burly old man and Jian Wushuang's eyes collided in the air. Jian Wushuang only felt that the two thunder shots were normal in his eyes. He couldn't help shrinking his pupils and stepped back slightly. When Jian Wushuang opened his eyes to look at the man, there was already a dignity on his face. The white-haired and burly old man in front of him is also a six-marked vanity, and when it comes to strength, I am afraid that he is stronger than the master of refining God. What? The surprise of the white-haired and burly old man was even more serious. He was a virtual man specializing in Lei Fa. Lei Li had already penetrated the body. Although he did not motivate the virtual force just now, his own coercion was violent. Even if it is seen by 3 marks, it can't bear it. But this person is just a slight step back. It seems that the new suzerain that Bahuang is looking for is not a simple character. The white-haired burly man shook his head, but didn't think deeply. Miss Shuang, this is the Supreme Master. The Lord of the Refining Gods spoke. Sir Lord. Jian Wushuang heard the words toward the white-haired and burly old man and nodded his head, and then looked at the Lord of the Refining God again and said, Master Sovereign. Well, Wu Now you are also going to take over this suzerain and become the refining Suzetsu, and this suzerain has something to say. Refining the prince's head slightly, thinking about it, Shinin said, Miss Shuang, this time the Supreme Master came to refine the sect. This is to take this sovereign to a place where the danger is extremely high, and whether this sovereign can return safely it is also unknown. We can't slay the sacred sect, without a headless day. Therefore, this suzerain has decided to convey to you the suzerain's position, so that you can temporarily assume the suzerain's position to perform the post of suzerain, may you? The disciples will never die, and they will do their best to protect Shinzong. Jian Wu stepped forward in both directions, said Xing. It is good. After hearing this, the Lord of the Refining God couldn't help flashing satisfaction, and then he said, Miss Shuang, before you came, the Lord had summoned the 5 elders and asked them to assist you together. These 5 elders, the elders are the real pillars of our refining Shinzong. Among them, such as Elder Banshan, they are longer than the reigning masters. They want to stay in the refining of the religious God for a long time. I want you to have 5 of them to help you. Yes, so you don't need to worry too much. After a pause, the Lord of the Refining God continued. In the past, the change of the position of the Supreme Master of the sect of the religious sect always declared the universe and let Wan Chao come to congratulate me. This time I took a rush, and I was afraid that I didn't have time to be too solemn. But when I practiced the sect of Sutra, I couldn't perfunctory things at will, and I lost face. Later, the sovereign will send corpses and send them to each of the major schools to invite those who come to the banquet. Witness your ascension ceremony. But there is a place where you need to go for a trip in person and show your sincerity. Where? Lord Sovereign, but it doesn't matter. Jian Wushuang said. The Hades. The Sovereign Lord spit out 3 words. The Hades? Jian Wushuang fainted for a moment. He had come to this virtual universe for so long, and he knew more or less about the division of power in the virtual universe. This Yin Palace is also one of the top forces in the virtual universe, the immortal Taoism, but it has not seemed to have a good relationship with the refining gods. How could he make him a person who would soon become the suzerain and send the invitation in person? It seems that he saw the doubt of Jian Wushuang, and the master of the refining said with a bitter smile, Wu Shuang, you don't know. This Hades Palace is actually one with our refining Shinzong. It was the corpse of the ancestor of the reigning Shinzong who gained spiritual wisdom, and then opened the gate on his own. We refining Shinzong pay attention to the technique of corpse refining, and this Hades is practicing as a corpse. Over the past few years, due to the problems of our philosophy, we have been making a lot of unhappiness in refining Shinzong and Hades. However, when we practice the ancestral teachings of Shinzong, we must go to the other person's gate in person whenever there is a change of suzerain, and invite them to come and see and sign a covenant. The same is true of the Hades, but I am afraid that they will have a new master in charge and will come to us to practice the Shinzong. After the refining God sovereign said, Jian Wushuang nodded unawarely and replied, "The disciple knows, that disciple will leave today." For Jian Wushuang, this is just a process to go, there is nothing troublesome, naturally it is indispensable. Well, this Lord will arrange a disciple to accompany you, and you will set off tomorrow morning. The Sovereign Lord said. Immediately, the refining suzerain explained a few more things that he was responsible for after he became suzerain and let Jian Wushuang leave. The white-haired burly old man didn't say a word from beginning to end, but listened silently, and after Jian Wushuang left, he said something meaningful to the refining monarch. 8 shortages. I don't think this person's emotions are good, and his tone is not low or high, but am afraid that he is a meticulous and profound mansion. The Lord of the Refining heard a word and did not understand what the white-haired burly old man said. The white-haired burly old man just shook his head and said nothing more. The next morning, after Jian Wushuang had cleaned up, he planned to leave the Lian Shinzong and head to the Hades. Separated far away, Jian Wushuang saw a woman in a red dress and a tall figure standing next to the mountain gate and waiting. 9 Musk? Jian Wushuang stepped closer and raised an eyebrow. The follower disciples that the Lord God of Molding said was her? Miss Double, the suzerain sent me to take care of you this time and take care of you along the way. And the suzerain said that he will let me be your next to you and be called by you. 9 Musk lowered his head. Some did not dare to look at the sword unparalleled, sounded like a mosquito. Since that day in the Sovereign's Hall, the two have lost contact with each other. In the heart of Jioshan, the seemingly kind and gentle, but arrogant Master Wu Shuang, has some more unclear words. Fear. That's right, it's fear. www.novel. Let's go. Sword Wushuang nodded his head, and released the bone bird granted to him by the Lord of Refining God. He stepped out and landed on the back of the bone bird. Why did the Lianshan sovereign send Jiushi to accompany him? He knew in his heart that it was because of the conflict between Jian Wushuang and Yan Dan that day in the hall. Although this conflict has nothing to do with Jioshan, after all, it is because of Jioshan, and the master of the refining wanted to compensate him in disguise. In this regard, Jian Wushuang's heart was quite helpless. Well, when you come back, find a chance to speak with the Lord of the Refining God. Shaking his head, Jian Wushuang saw the 9 musk deer on the giant bone bird, and then stepped gently on his right foot. In a short time, the giant bone bird made a clear whistle, a double-winged one, and immediately turned into a streamer, soared into the sky, and disappeared at the gate of the mountain gate of the Lianshan Zone. Chapter 45:17. The giant bone bird is 100 feet wide, and if its wings hang from the sky, every time it is fanned, it tears the void and explodes. The strong wind that it set off directly turned into several thick buckets of tornadoes, like turning the surroundings into a sea of anger and rolling away. 9 Musk was blown a little by this fierce and powerful wind, and his face was pale. Sword saw Wu Shuang, frowned, waved a virtual force, turned into a mask, to resist the violent wind for Jioshan. Thanks. 9 Musk glanced at Jian Wushuang gratefully, then lowered her head and gasped slightly. Anyway. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, and then did not answer any more, but sat down on his knees and practiced silently. The strong wind kept blowing Jian Wushuang's hair. Jiu Mu stood behind Jian Wushuang and silently looked at Jian Wushuang's back. He tried to say something, but before he could say anything, he was swallowed again. Until hesitated for a long time, she said softly, "Miss Shuang, what happened that day?" "Sorry, I didn't think so much at that time, I was too selfish to take care of your feelings." Jian Wushuang, who was sitting in front of him, had no expression on Wen Yan's face. His eyes were always closed, but a sigh was made in his mouth. He sword warriors acted in his life, and he will always report. You bully me, and I return you 10 feet. But after all, he was never a narrow-minded man with a small belly. Naturally, he couldn't hold his breath with a small musk deer. He didn't want to deal with 9 musk for one reason. After all, he is not a person of the void universe. Fundamentally, he is destined that his sword Wushwang future will stand opposite these 9 musk deer. Therefore, no matter whether it is the 9 musk deer or the elder wind elder who is not thin, he does not want to involve too many causes and effects. It wasn't until a long time before Jiao Shifang heard Jian Wushwang's bland words. Anyway, the matter of that day, Wu is not attentive, and you don't need to worry about it. Hearing this, Jiao Mu could not help but tremble at the apex of his heart. It is good. Her voice is higher than that. Subsequently, the two did not speak again. A few days later, a dark blue star field has arrived. In the middle of the star field, a mountain gate is like a monster's beak. Miss Double, the underworld has arrived. 9 Musk softly spoke. Jian Wushwang opened his eyes and stood up. Before reaching the Yining Palace completely, a thick body of corpse slammed into the nose, which is much thicker than the refining Shinzong. This is the Hades? Jian Wushwang nodded secretly in his heart. Let's go. Swordless steps, stepping from the skeletal bird, put the skeletal bird away. Jusi followed respectfully behind Jian Wushwang. Walking to the entrance of the gate of the Yining Palace, the disciples of the Yining Palace who were responsible for guarding the gate of the Yining Palace had sharp eyes, and at one glance they saw the sword Wushwang and Jioshin who jumped down from the giant bone bird. Come, here is Wu Shuang, the next sovereign of Lian Shinzong? The apprentice of the Yining Temple greeted him quickly and said with a smirk. It seems to be the Lord of the Refining God, and has already greeted him. Yes, it's me. Jian Wushwang nodded. Aha, Lord Gongzhu ordered me to wait here for a long time, please go here. Immediately, the disciple of the Hades Palace hurriedly welcomed Jian Wushwang in. Although in recent years, there is some disagreement between the Hades and the Lian Shinzong because of the differences in ideas, but the two main gates are the same route. Close ally, Jian Wushwang is the next suzerain, and to the disciple of the Hades that said, it is a high-profile man who cannot help but be disrespectful. When I walked into the Hades, I was quite alive. I saw a lot of Hades disciples along the way, all of them were exuding a slight halo. At first glance, I was more able to exercise my body refined as an indestructible corpse of all things. After a while, under the leadership of this disciple, the three quickly came to a palace with a sloping roof. The disciple of the Yining Palace said, Hista Lord Shuang, wait a minute or two here. Lord Gongzhu is approaching the first genius of our virtual universe, the contemporary Tianyao Shitian in Tianyao Holy Land. Later, Lord Palace will welcome you. As soon as the words fell, Jian Wushwang had not spoken yet, but the 9 Musk standing behind him could not help but frown. Theoretically speaking, Jian Wushwang is the next sovereign of the Lian Shinzong, so in terms of identity, at least he must be equal to the palace master of the Hades. How can there be sword Wushwang waiting outside this door? However, she didn't say anything when she saw Jian Wushwang. She naturally wouldn't go and speak. It is good. Jian Wushwang nodded his head, and said lightly, Thank you, please go in and let me know, let the Lord hurry up. The Yining Palace disciple smiled. Inside the hall, 2 people sat cross-legged across a coffee table. The man on the left is a young man, full of brilliance, handsome features, and a white coat that wins blood. At first glance, he can't help but praise the words. The world is like a jade, and the sun is unique. In the universe, there is a clear stream. The person on the right was covered with white gauze, and only one eye on the right was exposed. The whole person was dead, but his breath was extremely powerful. Master Gongzhu, the next sovereign lord of the Refining God sect has come. The Yining Palace disciple, who had previously answered Jian Wushwang, walked quickly to the one-eyed man, and leaned down, and said softly in his ear, Oh, It came quite quickly. Let him wait outside, and grind his temper first. The one-eyed man raised a brow lightly, and then said lightly, Disciple, understand. The apprentice of the Enin Palace hurriedly resigned, closing the door. The lord of the underworld, but the next sovereign of the refining Shinzong is here? The young man sitting opposite the lord of the Hades asked with a smile. That's right, it's just a baby doll that doesn't dry out, so don't bother. The lord of the Hades Palace nodded his head, stretched out his arms, poured a cup of spiritual tea for the young man in front of him, and said with a smile, Come, nephew Tian Yao Xian, let's continue to talk to us. The owner of the palace remembers to see you last time. You just broke through the mark and it didn't take long before you met again this time, and you have already reached the mark. Such a talent really makes the owner of this palace feel ashamed. The first day of the virtual universe is proud, and it really is a real name. Time passes slowly. Outside the main hall, Jian Wushuang stood with his hands on his back, his face expressionless. It's 9 Musk, with a bit of dissatisfaction on his face, and whispered, Miss Shuang, the lord of the Hades Palace is so slow. I'm afraid that I want to take the opportunity to give you a power first. Let's cut it fast. Chaos, turn passive into active, go straight in? Jian Wushuang smiled and replied faintly, This person is not polite. What is lost is his face, and he will only look small, and we must not be polite. I see. Jussi nodded, seemingly incomprehensible. 2 more hours passed, and then the disciple of the Yin Palace who was responsible for answering Jian Wushuang had just rushed over and said with a smile, Sir, wait long, please, please. Chapter 45:18. Crunch. The gate of the hall of the Hades Palace was pushed from the inside out. A handsome-looking young man in white clothes winds the snow, holding a folding fan, and walking out of the hall with 2 respectful servants. He first glanced at Jian Wushuang, shook his head lightly, and immediately fell on Zhou Muzi behind Jian Wushuang. His eyes suddenly flashed. A flash of stunning color flashed. He narrowed his eyes as if something was moving in his heart, but he didn't say anything, but passed by the side of Jioshin and Jian Wushuang. Lord Tianyao walked slowly. The Yin Palace disciple respectfully saw off the young man, then looked at Jian Wushuang, reached out and made a pose in the inside, said with a smile, Lord Miss Shuang, go, Lord Gongwu is waiting for you. Jian Wushuang nodded his head and walked in. As soon as Jussi was about to keep up, he saw the apprentice of the Yin Palace step out, stopped her, and said, This girl stops. My house owner only let the fog His Excellency went in alone, but he didn't tell the younger, but let others in too. Wu Jiumu heard, she could not help but frown. She didn't want to stop here, for some reason, just now that the glorious Sun Yao Yao looked at her that day made her feel uneasy, and that look she had seen on Yen Dawn's face. No matter. 9 Musk, you are here waiting for me, no one can hurt you with me here. Jian Wushuang glanced at Jioshin, and said lightly, stepped out and entered the hall. When the Jiozi heard the words of Jian Wushuang, she felt relieved in her heart, and stopped saying anything. Creak. The wooden door of the hall was closed again. Jian Wushuang held his head high, Yu Shulin stood, and went in 1 step. The room was slightly dim, and an elder man covered with gray bandages, showing only 1 eye and his right eye, sat cross-legged in front of a coffee table. This person is the palace master of the Hades. Miss Double Right? Come, sit. He stretched out his hand toward the opposite side of the coffee table, motioning Jian Wushuang to sit down. It is good. Wu Jian Wushuang nodded his head and sat opposite the main director of the palace. Miss Shuang, the approximate thing, the guy in the Badlands has summoned the owner of the palace and said that you are the next master of the refining deities. The main theme of the Hades Palace is flat. He reached out and poured a cup of tea for Jian Wushuang, and continued to say, We have told Hades about the situation of the Hades and the Lianshan Zone. Although we have some hatred recently, we still haven't as far as Old Death is concerned. After all, we have the same roots and ancestors. We were once the closest people. So, at the beginning of the feast, the lord of this palace will go to you to practice the sect of God personally to witness your ceremony. It is good. Jian Wushwang didn't say much, reached out and raised his teacup to take a sip. The two chatted a few words casually, and the lord of the Hades palace waved his hand and made a weary path. Well, Wushwang, the lord of the palace knows that you are now on the throne, and you are busy with business, so I will not leave you much. Later, when this lord arrives at your refining deities, then he will gather with you carefully. Hearing this, Jian Wushwang still didn't know where the owner of the Hades palace was about to rush off. Have a good rest, then go ahead. After saying this, Jian Wushwang lowered the teacup, got up and stood up, and walked towards the door. Yin Gong Palace Lord, looking at the back of Jian Wushwang leaving, a cold hum in his nose, shook his head disdainfully. He pushed open the wooden door and walked out of the dark room, but Jian Wushwang's brow frowned. 9 months gone. Master Wushwang, your maid, was invited by the Lord Tianyao to go to the God Wine Pavilion. The Mingyin disciple, who was outside, walked over and said, Son of Heaven's Yao? Have you been to God's wine house? Wu Jianshuang heard the words and couldn't help frowning again. Who is Lu Jiomu? He thinks he knows a little bit about it. He is the personal maid who the Lord's sect of God has personally ordered to give him. It is impossible for him to suddenly follow someone halfway. And this son of heaven Yao, he also heard that it is the recognized first genius of the virtual universe. The practice is not yet a virtual age, but has already reached the level of 3 marks, and the background is the most from the virtual universe. Tianyao Holy Land, one of the strong Taoism, can be described as a collection of heaven and earth, and the atmosphere is transported in one body. Let's talk about its status in the virtual universe, even more so than Jian Wushwang in the divine universe, or even worse. Take me to. Jian Wushwang frowned and said, Yes. Seeing the coldness in Jian Wushwang's eyes, the disciple of the Yining Palace jumped a brow, and quickly took Jian Wushwang towards the God Wine Pavilion. For him, the heavenly sun is a dragon-like figure on that day, and Jian Wushwang is also a behemoth he can't afford to provoke. He was just along the way, but he couldn't help but hint at Jian Wushwang. It's probably that the son of heaven Yao fancy your maid. You quickly become a good friend, and give your servant to the son of heaven Yao. You can just become a good relationship with the son of heaven Yao. With these words, although the disciples of the Yining Palace did not understand so clearly, they generally had such a meaning. He didn't notice that Jian Wushwang's brow was getting colder and colder. A moment later, under the leadership of this Yining disciple, he turned left and right, and Xinjiu Pavilion arrived. Xinjiu Pavilion is an entertainment place built by the Hades Palace. It contains the top variety of wines in the virtual universe. Often, the disciples of the Hades Palace will ask about 3 or 5 friends to go to this god house. Just relax. Cultivation practice, the individual is next to the practice word. He entered Xinjiu Pavilion, and this disciple of the Yining Palace went straight to a box on the 2nd floor with Jian Wushwang. Opening the door of the box slightly, Jian Wushwang stepped in. There were 3 people at a wine table. Sacred son of Tianyao Jioshan, Yinshan, who is the first disciple of the Yining Palace, and 2 old slaves who stood behind Tianyao www.mtnovel. Calm. Seeing Sword Wushwang coming in, Jiu Mu's eyes flashed a distress for help, while Tianyao Xingzi slowly opened a smile. Have you been the new sovereign Lord Wushwang? Tong Tianyao Xingzi smiled rather than laughed. Qi Jian Wushwang's expression was indifferent. Nodded his head and said, It's me. Xing Tianyao smiled brightly, and stretched out his hand. Come, sit, Misty, drink a few drinks together. After Yin Wushwang sat down, Yin Shan, the first apprentice of the Yin Palace next to the Son of Heaven, was responsible for pouring him a glass of wine. Mr. Tianyao raised his glass, raised his sword to Wushwang, and narrowed his eyes and smiled. Miss Shuang, this is your maid called Jioshan, right? Benxing told her to drink a few glasses of wine. You should not mind, right? Qi Jian Wushwang looked at him lightly, without a reply. The disregard of Wu Jian's unparalleled cannot help but let Tianyao Xingzi hold up his glass. Alas, instead of getting angry, he continued, Come on, everyone toast together. The words fell, and Yin Shan, who was in charge of a company, took a quick sip. Juicy looked at Jian Wushuang, and when she was about to speak, Jian Wushuang gave her a slightly restless look. Immediately, Jian Wushuang drank this glass of wine as well. He put down his glass, and Jian Wushuang silently looked at the first day of this famous universe, Tianyao Xingzi. He would like to see what trick this person is going to play. Chapter 45-19. Inside the number 1 box of the Tianji of the God Wine Pavilion. Everyone toasted and drank together, but under the seemingly harmonious picture, they couldn't hide a trace of coldness. That's right. Tianyao Xingzi looked at Jian Wushuang and Jiu Mu, both drinking a glass of wine. A smile appeared on his face. Everyone in the world says that I am an immortal, but the radical next to the immortal is the first person. This son of sun is a candid, uninhibited man who loves rivers and mountains' beauties alone, and a glass of fine wine. This time, the son of sun first said clearly, no one can run the virtual force to melt this drink and force it out. We must accompany Ben Xingzi to get drunk for 3,600 games. How? As soon as this remark was finished, Yin Shan, the chief disciple of the Yin Palace who was in charge of companionship, quickly echoed. Master Xing is right. This time, Lord Sun has finally come to our palace, and we must accompany you to drink. Okay, you kid, you're on the right track. Tianyao Xingzi stretched out his hand, and smiled and touched the top of the Yin mountain, as if he was petting the puppies who sold his goodies, and then stretched out the glass again and raised it to Jiu Mu. Come on, 9 Musk, and have a drink with Ben Xingzi. Jiu Shi heard that she was already crimson and blushing, and flashed a moment of hesitation. This divine wine is made from 100 brewed fragrant fruits, which is specially used for drinking of trace-level virtuosos. However, she is a star-rated virtuoso, and she has already been a little bit alcoholic. He wanted to refuse, but when Jiushu saw a seeming smile, in fact his eyes were bleak and dazzling. She had figured out the identity of the young man in front of her. The Holy Son of Tianyao Holy Land, the Holy Son of Tianyao. The first day of the universe that swept the world is proud. Tianyao Holy Land is one of the strongest immortal dharmas in the void universe. There are more than 16 virtual lords in the Holy Land. Although refining God is also one of the top forces, it is worse than Tianyao Holy Land not a little bit. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that now the refining suzerain is about to step down, and Jian Wushuang will become the new suzerain. Once she offended Tianyao, it was tantamount to offending Tianyao. At that time, not to mention how the Tianyao Holy Land might dominate the sect of sects, I am afraid that a sentence will be released in the universe. Gurus! Thinking of this, the 9 Musk silver teeth bite and raised the glass to drink. Suddenly, a flame seemed to burn in her body. Jiushin only felt that the blood in her body was boiling, her head was dizzy, and she was extremely uncomfortable. That's right. Tianyao Xingzi smiled with satisfaction and raised his glass again. Unexpectedly, the girl of 9 Musk has a low profile, and the amount of alcohol is really good. Come, give Ben Xingzi a face, and another glass. Seeing this, Jiushin finally couldn't help it. His face changed slightly, but there was still a strong smile on Qiao's face, and he said, Master, I can't really drink. Can't drink? After hearing this, Mr. Tianyao's eyes narrowed slowly, the smile on his face converged, and his voice became cold. 9 Musk girls, it seems that you don't give this face to Ben Xingzi? 9 Musk heard a smile on her face. Sir, I don't mean this. As soon as she was about to explain well, Tianyao interrupted her explanation and continued to say, 9 Musk girls, even if you do and think about yourself, you have to think about the gate behind you. Think about your master, Wu Shuang. Hearing this, Jiu Shijiao trembled. This naked threat has become apparent. 9 Musk glanced at the expressionless, silent swordsman beside him, and couldn't help but utter a grin in his heart. From the beginning to the end, no matter whether she is refining Shinzong or outside, she is in the hands of a great man. I drink. Quivering and reaching out his hand, Jiushu took his glass and prepared to drink it. Seeing this, Tianyao Xingzi brought a mild smile on his face again, nodded with satisfaction, and Yinshan, who was next to him, also had an unpleasant smile on his face. What Tianyao Xingzi was going to do, of course, he knew very well. Snapped. At this time, Nine Musk, holding a wine glass, preparing to drink a right hand, was grabbed by a big hand with a strong force, from the big bones of the big hands, so that she could not move at all. Jiumu looked up dully, only to see Jian Wushuang's sharp-edged side face, indifferent and indifferent. Next moment, a cold, low voice came from Jian Wushuang's mouth. "Your face? You rubbish! I hit 10 with one hand, and you also deserve to be faced on a certain side of the fog?" As soon as this remark was made, the audience was shocked. The companion Yishan had a shocking expression on his face. He didn't expect that this Wushuang from the refining Shinzone was so presumptuous. Does he know who is the Son of Heaven who is sitting in front of him? Bold! Immediately, as soon as he slammed the table, he wanted to teach Tianyao Xingzi the lesson in front of him. However, before he could act, Jian Wushuang's eyes rose sharply by 3 inches and he looked at him. Boom! Instantly, Yishan just felt a big horror between him and his life. Jian Wushuang's cold eyes looked like 2 magical swords that split the sky and shattered the endless sky, and shot into him, kill him thousands of times. Alas! Yinshan fell to the ground with a buttock, and a chill rushed from the back to the top of his head, like a falling ice cellar. On another look, his entire back was wet with cold sweat. And Tianyao Xingzi, with a smile on his face, the smile hardened. Immediately, Tianyao Xingzi's face was gloomy to the extreme. "Miss Shuang, even your sovereign lord refining, did not dare to talk to this son. Are you trying to die? Knelt down and apologize, and donate this maid to Ben Xingzi. Ben Xingzi can treat you as just now." After speaking, the Son of Heaven, Yao Yao, got up and stood up, looking down at the sword unparalleled. However, he had just stood up and had not stood upright. "I kneel?" Jian Wushuang sneered, the chaotic domineering body urged, his right hand suddenly stretched out, and re-patted on the head of Tianyao Xingzi. "Kneel down!" Boom! Endless power erupted from the palms of swordless pairs. Tianyao Xingzi only felt like 1,000,000 mountains came down, and the whole person fell to the ground fiercely, kneeling directly on the floor with a spider-like crack. For today's Jian Wushuang, as long as he does not enter the Invincible Supreme, no one is his enemy. On this day, the Holy Sun, but 3 marks, is worse than Luoming, his big head of the Red Whale gang, dare to pray in front of him? "Little Lord! Master Santa!" The 2 old slaves guarding the door of the box suddenly became furious when they saw this. As soon as they were about to kill Jian Wushuang, they saw Jian Wushuang's voice indifferent. "Taro!" Click! A void crack split from the back of Jian Wu's body, and the Taro corpse shrouded in a wide black robe stepped forward, stretched out his hands, and blasted towards the 2 old slaves. Chapter 45-20 Boom! The corpse of Tai Luo's corpse blasted out, and the endless power burst out suddenly. Daowen circulated in his hands, turning into a violent sword spirit, and slammed on the chests of the 2 old slaves. These 2 slave servants of Tianyao Xingzi, but first entered the realm of traces. How could they be the opponent of Tai Luo's corpse? The dead bones of the tiger are still there, even if the Taro Supreme Divine Corpse today is only just entering the Supreme Realm. But how can they compete with it? Puff! Suddenly, the 2 old slaves were hit by 2 space battleships. Their bodies suddenly smashed through the gate of Shenjij, and flew out fiercely. Call out! The 2 little black dots flickered in the air, but these 2 old slaves directly punched the 2 corpses of Taro God's corpse, blasting out of the Hades and even the entire Hades area. This! Suddenly, the Inin, who was paralyzed in the ground, looked at the scene, stunned and trembling. What did he see? Tianyao Xingzi was slapped into the head by the fog, kneeling stiffly. Tianyao Shengzi's 2 old servants were smashed by Wushan's corpse and smashed out of the Yining star field. Is this too violent? Immediately afterwards, the Yining first disciple hit the spirit. Event. Something big is coming. Miss Shuang, you are looking for death. The head of the sword was held by Jian Wushuang, and Tianyao Shengzi, who was kneeling down on the ground, twisted his extreme features to the extreme, and under the roar, he spurred all the imaginary forces in his body. Suddenly, the imaginary force in the heavenly sun's body resembles a whirlpool rotating at high speed, and a force sufficient to destroy the stars bursts out from his body, like a tide, rolling in, and the sword is unparalleled. Death's right hand on his head smashed open. Oh! Feeling the impact force from his hand, Jian Wushuang couldn't help but brow slightly. As the first day of the emptiness of the universe, the Prince of Yao Yao is proud of this skill. This force of impact is no less weak than the foremarked vagrants in terms of might. If Jian Wushuang hasn't broken the middle extreme, maybe he has to sit on the wax at this moment. But unfortunately you are far from enough. With a cold hum, Jian Wushuang's right hand was full of blue tendons. He grabbed the head of Tianyao Shengzi and slammed it severely. He actually smashed the body of Tianyao Shengzi directly and threw it out of the wine hall. Seeing this scene, Jiushan couldn't help feeling a little sorrowful. Miss Shuang, after all, this person is the son of Tianyao Holy Land. If we do this, we won't cause you any trouble? Anyway. Jian Wushuang shook his head and stepped out, already appearing outside of the God Wine Pavilion, overlooking Tianyao Shengzi, who was smashed to the ground by him. The turmoil and the fighting between the two people immediately caught the attention of all the Yining Palace disciples inside and outside the Xingjiu Pavilion. What? The son of Tianyao was thrown out? Who is so bold? How dare you do something to Tianyao Shengzi? For a moment, everyone was dismayed. Immediately, they saw a step out of the God Wine Pavilion, stepping in the void, expressionless swordless pair. It's him? New sovereign of the reincarnation? I remember that this person didn't break through the mark shortly before. How did he smash Tianyao Shengzi out? Who knows this? I guess it is a sneak attack. After all, Tianyao Shengzi is the first day in our universe. He is invincible in the same realm. What's wrong with this fog? It should not be Tianyao Shengzi's opponent. Everyone said one after another. Miss Double, despicable maggot, you it! In the Lord's wine, the expression of the holy son of Tianyao has been distorted to the extreme. The surging killing intentions almost condensed into substance and circulated in his eyes. He was born proud, no matter his family background, or his invincible luck, and his ancient talents. He has developed a high-mindedness and does not put anyone in his eyes. When has he been so humiliated? A series of hatreds continued to wash in his body, and in a short moment, the eyes of Xingyao became flushed, and anxious to destroy the sword unparalleled corpse. With a low roar, Tianyao Shengzi was full of light and killed toward the sword Wushuang. Jian Wushuang saw this, his expression was indifferent, and he calmly said, Miss said, hit you with one hand, hit you with one hand. Next moment, I saw Jian Wushuang's left hand behind him, his right hand condensed into a fist, and smashed towards the heavenly sun. This fist can break the stars and the sun, and the mountains and rivers fall. Countless golden lights radiate from Jian Wushuang's right fist, as if pushing around a rolling sun, like a golden carriage, driving out from the center of the sun, and ramming towards the sun of Tianyao. Click, click. Under this punch, the whole void exudes the sound of a broken mirror, causing ripples. Rewind! Suddenly, many disciples of the Hades Palace who were watching the bustling life collapsed and flew directly to the cosmic starry sky. Boom! This punch was finally banged on the smashed Tianyao Shengzi. Moment! Tianyao Shengzi flew out at a faster speed than when he rushed, and the whole earth shook. But soon, in the sky of the Hades, a dark yellow mask appeared faintly, releasing the power of restraint, and compressing the aftermath of the battle between the two as much as possible. Otherwise, with the sword Wushuang's fist, it is enough to blast the sun, and I am afraid that the aftermath of the scatter will be enough to disintegrate the entire Yin Palace. What? Miss Shuang, you should kill! Tianyao Xingzi climbed from the ground. Junlang's face was already full of twisted madness, his eyes turned into a bloodthirsty red. He killed the sword again. Stubbornness. Sword Wushuang shook his head, stepped out in one step, and suddenly appeared as if moving instantly, in front of Tianyao Xingzi. His right fist pounded out like a mad dragon, turning the surrounding 10 feet of land into a sea of tornadoes. Huh! The lines of the sword Wushuang's right fist flowed, and the sound of trembling on the road was emitted, like a giant axe that broke the ground and lay across the head of Tianyao Xingzi. Mr. Tianyao, right? Wu teach you how to be a man today. Inside the main hall of the Hades, the lord of the Yin Palace, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly jumped. Huh! What happened? Open your eyes slowly. The master of the Yin Palace looks up. Flip-flop. At that moment, a disciple of the Hades Palace hurriedly walked in with a complex expression. Master Gonglu! The event is not good. Refining Shenzong's next ruler, Wu Shuang, fights with Tianyao Xingzi outside Xinjiu Pavilion. What? The main pupil of the Hades Palace shrunk slightly, and then the eyes moved quickly, and his gaze passed directly through the 9 nether void, and saw the scene where Jian Wushuang burst into the heavenly sun. Jack! Suddenly, the host of the Hades Palace had a pale face and a slight movement of his shoulders, and the whole person had disappeared into the hall. Chapter 45-21. God Wine Court outside. The sky was full of smoke. It is enough to destroy the galaxy and crush the stars, like a violent monster roaring in the roar, but has not waited for it to spread out, but it was stopped by the formation method in the Hades. Mist and mist, the iniquity of heaven is unforgivable, and the iniquity of man cannot live. You are looking for death. Tianyao Xingzi trembled and stood up from the ground. At this moment, his hair was loose, his nose and eyes were bleeding, and where he was half a minute ago, he looked like a saintly son. Instead, he was like a murderer who had been forced to death. However, his appearance was embarrassing, a magnificent and horrible, indescribable Xian power, but it began to condense on him. A plume of smoke and thick red light began to condense in his chest, and its overflowing breath directly wiped out the surrounding starry sky and turned into a chaos. When the disciples in the Yin Palace who watched the battle saw this, they felt a chill in their hearts. No! It's false! Mr. Tianyao has lost his mind and is desperate. Block? What do you want to block? Hurry up and sue the palace master. Only the palace master can solve all this. Suddenly, the crowd watching the scene outside the Divine Wine Pavilion was panic-stricken. Is it false? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. He has been in the Void Universe for some time. In his opinion, most of the Void Universe are almost the same as the Divine Universe. There is not much difference. The only thing worth mentioning is that every vicar in the Void Universe will some accompanying magical powers are exploding. The virtual explosion can instantly explode one's body up to 100 times the strength of the whole body. It is the virtual man of the virtual universe, the biggest killing move. Sorry, I do too. Click. Next moment, Jian Wushuang raised his arm, spread his 5 fingers, and moved in the direction of Tianyao Xingzi. In his palm, the air machine began to rotate, just like a gyroscope. The speed of rotation was getting faster and faster. Boom! Finally, a small black vortex like a black hole emerged in the palm of the sword. The magical power of Jian Wushuang's whole body boiled up, and then he frantically gathered toward his palm, gradually forming a fist-sized black horror ball. Black burst? There is still black in the burst? The virtual explosion is divided into 7 grades. The lowest grade is white, the second grade is gold, and the third grade is purple. How many are black? How have you never heard of it? I don't know. But the power of compression in this black virtual explosion is terrible. It is even stronger than the Prince of Tianyao. The Prince of Tianyao is a 9-grade virtual explosion! Many disciples of the Hades Palace looked at this scene and said in amazement, Is it black? Jian Wu's eyes flickered. As early as when Jian Wushuang swallowed the nucleus of virtual power given to him by the elder Ban Shan, he awakened the virtual explosion, but for the first time since awakening for so long. As for the power, Jian Wushuang's heart is quite looking forward. Go die! Just then, Tianyao Xingzi broke out first. The crimson sphere on his chest, like a cannonball, shot fiercely at Jian Wushuang. Suddenly, the air was overflowing, the earth was cracking, and the mask over the Yining Palace was like a bowl with an inverted buckle. Click, click. Like a broken mirror, this guardian array that blocked all the mighty aftermaths made an unpleasant and broken sound. A trace of the air machine overflowed from the mask, shaking the whole Yining Palace violently. Just when Jian Wushuang also planned to perform a virtual explosion. Stop! A sound rang out 100 miles away, and then, I saw a gurgling sound covered with bandages, stepping down, as if stepping out of ripples in the void, standing straight between Jian Wushuang and Tianyao Xingzi. Huh! A bandage burst, revealing dry, pale, gray palms. The master of the Yining Palace grabbed his right hand, and directly grasped the blast from the Son of Heaven Yao, destroying all the horrible orbs. Huh! As if marbles fell into the hands, the exploding orb of the heavenly Son of Heaven fell into the palm of the Lord of the Nether Palace. A rapid rotation, and sparks of countless sparks. However, the palm of the Lord of the Yin Palace was just like a 9-day pouring of molten iron. No matter how powerful this explosive ball was, it still couldn't hurt the slightest. Finally, the speed of rotation gradually slowed down, and was caught by the Lord of Enough. A breath of 6-marked virtual respect emanated from the main body of the Yin Palace. In this atmosphere, whether it is the Holy Son of Tianyao or the Sword Unparalleled, it is as small as an ant. 6 marks, or Invincible Supreme, is too big and different from other ranks of Vicious Supreme. It is not an order of magnitude at all. Jian Wushuang saw this, and the light of the eye moved slightly, and regained the virtual explosive force that was ready to go. Master of the Hades, will you stop me for this kid? However, Tianyao Xingzi kept on, turning his eyes and staring at the Lord of the Yin Palace. Ugh! The Lord of the Yining Palace sighed lightly. He is the one who stands on the side of the universe. He has 6 marks of vanity, and naturally he doesn't need to care too much about the Son of Heaven. But Tianyao Xingzi represents not only himself, but also the behemoth of Tianyao Holy Land behind him. Tianyao Holy Land, one of the most powerful and immortal dharmas of the Void Universe, has a history that almost completely extinguishes the entire Void Universe. Even if the Refining God sect and the Hades are merged, it is estimated that it will not be the opponent of the Tianyao Holy Land. And Tianyao Xingzi has amazing potential in itself, and he will certainly be able to sit on an equal footing with him in the future. If not helpless, he was really reluctant to come out to intervene in this muddy water. But he didn't come out, just afraid that the whole Hades would have to be destroyed. Holy Son, give the Lord of the Palace a face. How has this matter been revealed? The Lord of the Yining Palace said to Tianyao Xingzi. Tianyao Xingzi did not speak, but his face became gloomy. Although he is arrogant, he is not stupid. He is indeed very talented, and behind it stands the giant behemoth of Tianyao Holy Land. Don't look at the Lord of the Hades, who is polite to himself, but the son of Tianyao knows that he does not have the ability and qualification to be a 6-mark vanity. Go wild before you. After the Lord of the Yining Palace finished speaking, he looked at Xiang Jianwushuang, and his face became a little blue. Miss Double Yaoang, did that guy teach you to do things? I think you want to drag the refining gods to nowhere as evermore. Jian Wushuang heard nothing and shrugged. Miss Shuang, Bahuang didn't leave, and it can still protect you for a few minutes, but if Bahuang once leaves, when you really take charge of the refining deities, if you act like that, sooner or later, it will bring the disaster to the refining deities. The Lord of the Yining Palace took a deep look at Jian Wushuang and said, This sentence, he came from the heart. Chapter 45-22 Kneel Down. In the Divine Wine Pavilion Sky Room Number 1. Everyone raised their cups and drank together. Under the seemingly harmonious scene, a trace of coldness could not be concealed. That's more like it. The Sky Glory Holy Sun looked at Jian Wushuang and Jiu Sha. They both drank the wine in their cups and smiled. The mortals in the world all say that we are immortals, but forget immortal, we are still human, after all. I have an open personality all my life, uninhibited and wanton. I like the rivers, mountains, beauties, and wine in cups. This time, I'll make it clear that no one is allowed to use void energy to cleanse the alcohol, and we must drink it the natural way. You must accompany me to get drunk for 3,600 rounds. How about it? As soon as he said this, the head disciple of the Dark Yin Palace, Yin Shan, who was in charge of accompanying them, quickly added, "The Holy Sun is right. This time, Lord Holy Sun has finally come to our Dark Yin Palace. We will definitely drink to our heart's content with you." Good, good, good. You're quite smart, kid. The Sky Glory Holy Sun stretched out his hand and patted Yin Shan's head with a smile, as if he was petting a little dog wagging its tail. Then, he raised his wine cup to Jiu Sha and said, "Come, Lady Jiu Sha, have another cup with me." Upon hearing this, a hint of hesitation flashed across Jiu Sha's already red face. This divine wine was made from the 100 brew fragrant fruit, and was specially made for star-level void warriors to drink. She was only a star-level void warrior and had long been unable to hold her liquor. Jiu Sha wanted to refuse, but when she saw the Sky Glory Holy Sun's cold eyes, she was shaken. She had already figured out the identity of the young man in front of her. The current Holy Sun of the Sky Glory Holy Land, the Sky Glory Holy Sun. He was the #1 genius in the universe. The Sky Glory Holy Land was one of the strongest immortal orthodoxies in the Void universe. There was more than one 6-star Void Master in the Holy Land. Although the God-refining sect was also one of the top forces, it was still far inferior to the Sky Glory Holy Land. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the God-refining sect master was about to step down, and Jian Wushuang would be the new sect master. If she offended the Sky Glory Holy Sun, it would be equivalent to offending the Sky Glory Holy Land. At that time, not to mention how the Sky Glory Holy Land would suppress the God-refining sect, even the God-refining sect, with Jian Wushuang as the sect master, would be unable to do anything if they spread the word in the universe. Gulp. Thinking of this, Jiu Sha gritted her teeth, raised her glass, and drank it in one go. Suddenly, a flame seemed to burn in her body. Jiu Sha felt her blood boiling and her head spinning. She felt extremely uncomfortable. That's the way. The Sky Glory Holy Sun smiled in satisfaction and raised his glass again. I didn't expect Miss Jiu Sha's alcohol tolerance to be so good despite her low cultivation. Come, give me some face and have another cup. Seeing this, Jiu Sha finally could not help it. Her expression changed slightly, but she still forced a smile on her pretty face and said in a nice voice, "Lord Holy Sun, I really can't drink anymore." You can't drink it? Hearing this, the Sky Glory Holy Sun's eyes slowly narrowed. The smile on his face disappeared, and his voice became cold. Lady Jiu Sha, it seems like you're not giving me any face? Upon hearing this, the smile on Jiu Sha's face froze. Lord Holy Sun, that's not what I meant. She was about to explain when the Sky Glory Holy Sun interrupted her, and continued. Miss Jiu Sha, even if you don't think for yourself, you should think for the sect behind you and for your sect master Wushuang, right? Upon hearing this, Jiu Sha's body trembled. This undisguised threat was already obvious. Jiu Sha looked at the expressionless and silent Jian Wushuang, and could not help but laugh bitterly in his heart. From the beginning to the end, whether it was in the God-refining sect or outside, she was just a chess piece in the hands of the big shots. I'll drink. Stretching out her trembling hand, Jiu Sha picked up the glass and was about to drink it. Seeing this, the Sky Glory Holy Sun's face once again had a warm smile as he nodded in satisfaction. Beside him, Yin Shan also had an evil smile on his face. He knew very well what the Sky Glory Holy Sun wanted to do. Pa! At this moment, Jiu Sha was holding a wine glass and was about to drink it when her right hand was grabbed by a large hand. A strong force came from this large hand, and she was unable to move. Jiu Sha raised her head in a daze and only saw Jian Wuxuang's angular face, which was cold and indifferent. The next moment, Jian Wuxuang said in a cold and deep voice, "Your face? I can fight 10 trash like you with one hand. Do you think you're worthy of talking about face in front of me?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was shocked. Yin Shan's face was filled with shock. He did not expect that Wuxuang from the God-refining sect would be so presumptuous. Did he know who the Sky Glory Holy Sun sitting in front of him was? How audacious! Yin Shan slammed the table and wanted to teach this ignorant thing a lesson on behalf of the Sky Glory Holy Sun. He wanted to take credit and show off. However, before he could do anything, Jian Wuxuang's divine light grew and he looked at him. Whoosh! In an instant, Yin Shan felt a great horror of life and death coming at him. Jian Wuxuang's cold eyes were like 2 divine swords that could split the sky and earth and tear the endless sky apart. He felt like he was pierced and killed thousands of times. Thud! Yin Shan fell to the ground on his butt. A chill ran from his back to his head, making him feel like he had fallen into an ice cellar. When he looked again, his entire back was already drenched in a cold sweat. The smile on the Sky Glory Holy Sun's face froze, and his face slowly darkened. Wuxuang, even your sect master doesn't dare to speak to me like this. Are you seeking death? Kneel down and apologize. Give your maidservant to me, and I'll take your words as frivolous and drunken words. I won't take it to heart. After saying that, the Sky Glory Holy Sun stood up and looked down at Jian Wuxuang. However, just as he got up, his body was still not straight. I kneel? Jian Wuxuang sneered and activated his Chaos Overlord body. He suddenly stretched out his right hand and smacked the Sky Glory Holy Sun's head. You kneel! Rumble! Endless power burst out from Jian Wuxuang's palm. The Sky Glory Holy Sun felt as if 1,000,000 mountains were pressing down on him. He knelt on the ground, and his knees left a web of cracks on the ground. As far as Jian Wuxuang was concerned, as long as he was not an invincible supreme, no one could defeat him. The Sky Glory Holy Sun was only at the 3-star level. He was even inferior to Luo Ming, the chief of the Crimson Whale Gang. How would he dare to be impudent in front of him? Young master! Lord Holy Sun! The 2 old slaves guarding the door of the private room were furious. Just as they were about to charge at Jian Wuxuang said indifferently, Taro! Crack! A crack appeared in the void behind Jian Wuxuang. The divine corpse of Taro, who was covered in a large black robe, took a step forward and stretched out his hands to attack the 2 old slaves. Chapter 45-23. Ill wait. Welcome to Refining God Sovereign Wuxuang. Welcome to the Refining God Sovereign Wuxuang. Suddenly, the whole square of Refining Godzong was boiling, and tens of thousands of practitioners of Refining Godzong fell to the ground and shouted in unison. The sound of the sword unparalleled is greeted by the sound of billowing sounds, resounding through the whole Refining deities. At this moment, the sword is unparalleled, and it has been replaced with the Lord's robe. He has a beautiful face and a cold eyebrow, but he exudes a sense of calmness like a prison, which makes people feel indignant. Especially those eyes, which are extremely sharp and dazzling, make people dare not look straight. Get up! Jian Wuxuang looked indifferent, holding his right hand up. Suddenly, tens of thousands of disciples stood up. The ascension ceremony of the Refining Gods sect was gradually ended in the congratulations of Wan Chao. After embarrassing each other's forces who came today, Jian Wuxuang personally bid farewell to them. Among them, the face of the Lord of the Underworld Palace has not been very good-looking, and before Jian Wuxuang went to give him away, he gave a cold hum, leaving Shenzhou. After that, it was the arrangement before Bahuang Shizuan left. In the Lord's Hall, there were only two men, Jian Wushuang and Bahuang Swordsman. I think this is my seat. I was sitting here for the last time. Bahuang Swordsman sat on the throne that only the prince could sit on, with his hands resting on the black gold armrests, and his thumb slightly rubbed against the fine lines on the armrests, with a slight emotion. Jian Wushuang stood beside him, bowed his head silently, and said nothing. Miss Shuang, I haven't had much contact with you. The impression you give to this suzerain is that you are a well-thought-out and profound mansion. This is a good thing, but it is also a bad thing. This seat can have a faint feeling, what seems to be hidden in your heart, but this thing is unpredictable and inconceivable. This seat is not someone who breaks the casserole and asks to the end. This seat only hopes that, no matter what, you have taken over the seat of this seat and become the sovereign of the sect of refining God, then everything is best to focus on the interests of the sect and personal interests. Don't make the point of bringing the sacred God to the abyss. To be honest, Yan Dan is inferior to you in terms of patience and instinct, but if Yan Dan does not die, this seat will still pass the position of suzerain to Yan Dan. Bahuang Shuzuan slowly said that it was the first time to push his heart with Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang silently said nothing but sighed. After he joined the Refining God sect, whether it is the Lord of the Refining God or Elder Moose Wind, he has a good impression on him. It's just a pity that they were destined to stand on the opposite side and meet each other in the future. By that time, what kind of scene should Jian Wushuang face in the battlefield outside the field with the 8 desolates? Bahuang Shuzuan did not want Jian Wushuang to answer, but continued to say, Miss Shuang, this time this place is going to be the mission of this seat. It is extremely dangerous, and it is very likely that it will never come back. Therefore, please take care of the Shinzong for me. It is good. Jian Wushuang nodded. The next day. It was still early in the morning, and Bahuang Shuzuan left the refining Shinzong with the white-haired and burly old man. Under the gate of Lian Shinzong Mountain, Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes as he looked at the departure of Bahuang Shuzuan and the white-haired burly old man. In the end, these 8 desolate lords left him a hand, and did not explain the matter of the void, and at the same time, Jian Wushuang also believed that the essence of the refining divine sect would never be so simple. Still have to fumble on your own, the sword murmured to himself. At this time, an excited voice sounded in Jian Wushuang's mind. Young master, we have discovered something new. Oh? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrow and did not rush to respond, but flashed in his eyes, and walked towards the Sovereign Hall again. Master Sovereign! See Lord Sovereign! The 2 disciples in charge of guarding the gate of the mountain rushed down on their knees and said respectfully, Well, bullish on Shanmen. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, then stepped out and straight into the sky. Countless lands shrunk under the swordless feet. Within a few breaths, Jian Wushuang fell into the sovereign's hall in one step. Inside the main hall, some servants who were responsible for serving the suzerain were cleaning the main hall of the suzerain. When he saw the sword entering, he immediately knelt down. Go out. Sword Wushuang faintly spoke. Yes. These servants retreated. He waved his hand to close the heavy gate of the sovereign's hall, and the swordless figure turned around and entered the palace that only the sovereign lord could enter. In the dormitory, there are many books, which are the secrets of the refining God sect, and secretaries of various methods of corpse refining. In the middle, there is the yin and yang gossip array, innumerable powers and corpses, emerging from the center of the array. Swordless sat down cross-legged, silently began to absorb these weak forces. With that crystal of virtual power, Jian Wushuang's body is equivalent to an extra conversion machine, which can convert all absorbed divine power into virtual power. This yin and yang gossip array under Jian Wushuang not only controls the great ancestors of the Lian Shinzong, but also absorbs all the corpses and power of the Manzong. In other words, that is, Jian Wushuang sat on the front line of this yin and yang gossip array, and the entire power and corpse of the refining Shinzong were instilled in him alone. What a horrible amount! However, Jian Wushuang was not in a hurry to start the map at this moment, but connected the rumor with Luo Ming, the head of the Red Whale gang. You say it carefully. Sword Wushuang faintly spoke. Observe! Luo Ming's voice excitedly said. Young master, our Red Whale gang is responsible for staring at the congregations of the major top forces to discover that in the past few days, those top leaders in charge of the Patriarch, or the ancient elders who have been falling asleep, have all recovered. After that, we all rushed towards the void. And in the void, we found that Gu Hengsu Zun and others were unable to retreat and all shrank. This must be a major event soon. Jian Wuxuang heard the words, and suddenly his eyes rose sharply by 3 inches. Look at this, is the second Holocaust going to start soon? Taking a deep breath, Jian Wuxuang said in a deep voice. I see. Last time I asked you to prepare a map and mark of the void forbidden area. Are you ready? Master Oui, the map was all drawn the day before yesterday. Luo Ming nodded hard and replied. Okay, you send the people to the refining god sect. Remember, this person must be your brother-in-law, who was planted by me that day. Jian Wuxuang nodded and replied. Small understand, and arrange it immediately. Luo Ming hurried back. Well, you can arrange it, and then if anything happens, you will contact me as soon as possible. After commanding this sentence, Jian Wuxuang cut off the subpoena. Chapter 45-24. Inside the Lord's dormitory, Jian Wuxuang sat cross-legged on the yin and yang gossip array, his eyes twinkling. It seems that the second catastrophe won't take long to begin, and I must increase my strength by 1 step before the catastrophe begins. Jian Wuxuang took a deep breath and muttered to himself. Although the horror of this catastrophe, Jian Wuxuang has never experienced it, but he has also heard from the gods of the universe and others. The tragedy of this catastrophe can hardly be described in any words. In the catastrophe, the supremacy is like an ant, and it will fall between the clouds and hands. Only at least the Supreme will be able to protect itself. That is the invincible stage. Only Invincible Supreme can kill the quartet in the catastrophe without fear. But even the Invincible Supreme is in danger of falling. At least in the last catastrophe, just the Divine Power Universe, the fallen Invincible Supremacy will not have fewer hands. And the current strength of Jian Wuxuang, the sky is the strongest combat power below the Invincible Supremacy. Away from the true Invincible Supremacy, there is always a gap. Matrix Kai. Thinking of this, Jian Wuxuang took a deep breath and urged the yin and yang gossip array. Suddenly, the lines on the yin and yang gossip arrays flooded with countless white lights. Then I saw that the yin and yang gossip arrays began to rotate. Rotating, a frantic influx came, pouring everything into Jian Shuang's body. The pure and vast virtual force almost burst the sword Wuxuang almost in an instant. Fortunately, Jian Wuxuang is a super-perfect life with amazing capacity and a chaotic domineering body. Swallow! Jian Wuxuang's eyes flashed, and suddenly he turned into a giant beak with a wide mouth, and swallowed up a vast amount of virtual power. Boom boom! Jian Wuxuang's whole body made a roar like a thunderous thunder. Subsequently, this majestic force was transformed into pure divine power after being refined. Jian Wuxuang's whole body breath began to skyrocket. There was silence in the Lord's Hall. Without the command of swordless warriors, no one dared to step in. After 3 months, Jian Wuxuang slowly opened his eyes, and an extremely thick light flashed from his eyes. 3 months of practice. The increase in divine power is more than I usually practice for 3,000 years. Jian Wuxuang lowered his head and opened his mouth to himself. During these 3 months, almost all the power of refining Shinzone was absorbed and refined by Jian Wuxuang alone. The state of the middle extreme has not only completely stabilized in these 3 months, but also only 1 step to reach the peak of the middle extreme. What a horrible speed is this! If he hadn't received a message from Luo Ming of the Red Whale Gang, telling the disciples of the Red Whale Gang who had sent the map of the Void Forbidden Land that they had arrived at the Refining God Sect, Jian Wuxuang would continue to practice at least, and he would sprint to the extreme peak. Taro. Sword Wuxuang faintly spoke. A black-robed figure suddenly emerged from the shadow behind Jian Wuxuang. Immediately, Jian Wushuang issued an instruction to allow the body of Tai Luo to sit on the yin and yang ga separate. A lot of corpse gas was poured into the corpse of Tai Luo God. Originally, due to the blow of Tai Su God Emperor, the corpse of Tai Luo God could only rely on time to gradually recover from the injury, and it quickly improved. Not only that, the breath of Tai Luo's corpse also began to become strong, and gradually moved towards the Middle Supreme. The next step is to raise Taro's corpse to the Middle and Supreme Realm. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and immediately opened the gate of the Lord's palace and strode out. Master Sovereign! The two disciples in charge of the door were already in a daze. When they saw Jian Wushuang stepping out, they couldn't help but stunned and hurriedly kneeled down to salute. Jian Wushuang pointed at their jaws slightly, and the arc of the nod was almost negligible. It was a response, and then stepped out again, which had disappeared at the gate of the Sovereign Hall. Hello, have you noticed that Wushuang is becoming more and more powerful, which makes people feel particularly unfathomable and dare not offend? After Jian Wushuang left, a disciple in charge of guarding the gate whispered. What does it mean that there is more and more momentum of the suzerain? Wushuang is the suzerain, okay. But you are right in saying this, you do and know, just when the suzerain looked at me just now, I felt cold as if I were there is no secret in front of the Lord. The other disciple glanced at the disciple who spoke earlier, and then whispered the same. Well, we have all been guarding this master for 30 million years. We are still gatekeepers. How long did it take for Wushuang to become a master, and the gap between people is really too big? The disciple who spoke before said with emotion. Lian Shinzong outside the gate. A person with a sharp-billed monkey gill was hurriedly walking back and forth in front of the gate of the Shinzong mountain, scratching his ears. Well, didn't I say that, I'm here to find Master Wushuang. Let me in! This person is naturally the person Luo Ming came to be responsible for sending the void forbidden map. But looking at it this way, this person seems to have encountered some trouble. Shut up! Wushuang is our sovereign lord who practiced Shinzong. How can you call it out? How can you become the young master of people like you? The two young disciples in charge of guarding the mountain gate frowned suddenly, scolding. Hurry up and go, you have sharp-mouthed monkey gills, green peas with small eyes, and a ghostly whereabouts. You are not a good person at first glance. If you still don't leave, don't blame us for killing you. Another disciple disdained. The Red Whale gang helped everyone to hear this and immediately laughed. Grandma, Lao Tzu's long crooked melon is not good. The anger flickered in his eyes, and the Red Whale, who really looked crooked, helped his disciple sing, and thought silently. If it weren't for our young master's dojo, our family would have to kill you two little dolls today. Take a deep breath. This Red Whale helped the crowd to suppress their tempers, and said with a smile. Please be troublesome, go with the young master. No, go with your suzerain adult whistle. Well, why aren't you guys getting into the oil and salt? It seems you really want to be killed by us. The two Lian Shinzong raised their eyebrows and rolled up their sleeves to prepare for an attack. Well, the two of you back down. Just then, a bland voice sounded behind them. After hearing the words, the two disciples turned their heads and looked back. After seeing the people clearly, their faces suddenly changed, and they fell down on the ground in a sincere and fearful manner. Disciple Luaha / Disciple See the Waves, see Lord Suzerain. Little Crazy 3, meet the young master. Chapter 45-25. Let's all get up. Jian Wushuang raised his hand towards the three. Suddenly, the two disciples in charge of the janitor, and the madman of the Red Whale gang, all stood up in congratulations. The two of you continue to guard the gate, you follow me. Jian Wushuang instructed 2 sentences, and even if he took the Red Whale gang's gang members crazy 3, walked towards the Sovereign Hall. Okay. The Mad 3 smirked and immediately glared at the 2 disciples in charge of guarding the mountain gate. Then they followed behind Jian Wushuang and flew towards the main hall of the Sovereign. Looking at the back of Jian Wushuang and Feng San, the 2 disciples guarding Shan Men could not help but glance at each other. That guy just knew the Lord. Looking like this, the suzerain is outside, there seems to be other forces. Back at the sovereign's hall, the servants responsible for cleaning were swung back again. Jian Wushwang turned and sat on the main seat, and said, Crazy 3, give me a map of the forbidden area. Okay. Mad 3 responded with a sneer at first, and then groped, pulling out a roll of jade tube from the cuff and handing it to Jian Wushwang. Small master, the labels and maps above are all small ones to go to the actual measurement, and then write and draw them. Basically, there will be no errors, you see. It is good. Jian Wushwang nodded his head, took the jade tube and spread it out. His eyes flashed suddenly. I saw the map of the void forbidden area depicted on this jade tube is extremely fine. There are 99 void cracks, all marked clearly. After that, every void crack in the void forbidden stationed by the caretaker, and each mountain ranges, all accurately portrayed. It can be said that there is nothing more meticulous than this map of the void. 87 void cracks in the ground are highlighted, and a red tick is drawn and the word unknown is written. Want to come to this crazy 3 is not able to enter the 87th void cracks, but the sword is unparalleled understandable, naturally will not be difficult. Jian Wushwang continued to look back, but actually found a long list of names and detailed notes. Written in the first, it is the Guheng Su Zun that Luoming told him the last time. Guheng Su Zun, who became famous before 30,000 Su Ji, was repaired to 6 marks when the universe disappeared, and was good at using moves. The Nine-Fingered Emperor, who became famous before the 50,000 virtual eras, was modified to 6 marks when the universe disappeared, and was good at using moves. This is? Jian Wushwang's eyes flashed, and he looked up at this Crazy 3. Crazy 3 quickly replied. Back to the young master, this is some of the sense of vanity found by the Red Whale gang in the void cracks, and then distinguish their identity, although not perfect, but it should be probably located in the void forbidden land. Number of vanity counts. Jian Wushwang heard nothing and said nothing. But in his heart, there was a tsunami, and he couldn't help showing joy. This list is too important. It is entirely possible to use this list, coupled with the recent trends of the top powers, to speculate that this time the Holocaust battle, the power of the virtual force universe, let the magical force universe deploy early. Snapped. Closing this bamboo tube, Jian Wushwang looked at Crazy 3, his eyes showed appreciation, and he said, You are good. When he heard this, Mad 3 immediately felt a joy in his heart, and quickly sneered. It's all a small thing, as long as the young master is satisfied. Subsequently, the two said a few words. Jian Wushwang sent away Crazy 3, let him continue staring at the forbidden ground. After Mad 3 left, Jian Wushwang sat on the throne alone, his eyes flashing for a while. Now that the war of catastrophe is about to begin, I have to go back to the divine universe myself, and convey the news to the of the universe, so that the divine universe can prepare for it early. However, there are 2 problems that make it difficult to go back. Now that he has just taken office soon, there must be many eyes watching him. If he leaves now, he will not show up for a long time, and he will inevitably be speculated and suspected. Second, Jian Wushwang didn't know how to return to the divine universe. According to this bamboo tube map, when I left the divine universe and entered the void universe, the void crack that appeared was the 23rd, and that's why it was really strong in the beginning. The men met because they all gathered in the 87th void. From this calculation, in addition to the 87 voids, which can travel back and forth to the virtual force universe, the 23rd voids can also travel back and forth. However, all these are just my calculations. If there is a slight difference, it will be a disaster. Jian Wushwang pressed and rubbed his brow, thinking continuously. Whether the calculation is correct or not can only be known by going to the void for a while. Besides that, this is the first question: how should God leave the refining consciously without being suspected? Thinking silently, Jian Wushwang frowned gradually. After a moment, the light flashed in his eyes as if something had been thought of. His eyes flickered sharply. The next moment, Jian Wushwang stood up and walked towards the Lord's palace. Inside the palace, there are countless mysteries and books. Jian Wuxuang then pulled out a book and flipped it up. After a moment, he replugged the mystery into the bookshelf and stepped towards the position of Taro's corpse. Puff! Jian Wuxuang sat cross-legged on the back of Taro's corpse, stretched out his palms and pressed it on the back of Taro's corpse. Boom! Suddenly, countless virtual forces poured out of the sword without hands, and irrigated into the body of the corpse of Tai Luo. Suddenly, a weird scene happened. I saw that the shape of Tai Luo's corpse changed rapidly. The tall and burly figure had become thinner, and the stiff and numb face had a little more glory and ruddy. His facial features suddenly changed slightly, but turned into a sword unparalleled appearance. In a short span of time, 2 swords unparalleled appeared in the Lord's palace. Not only is the appearance the same, but even the breath comes from one body. Even if the person closest to Jian Wuxuang is standing here, there is absolutely no way to tell which one is www.mtnovel. Calm. The deity. The corpse of Tai Luo stood up, competing as if he had come alive, with a smile on his face, and bent towards Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuxuang saw this and nodded in satisfaction. The secretary he just looked at is the technique of reincarnation. Infiltrate the corpse of God with his own heart into his consciousness and breath, so that he becomes an avatar. Once in the refining deities, there were many big limits coming, and the disciples who were about to fall used this secret technique to make themselves equal to the rebirth in disguise. This mystery is more domineering than the ordinary mystery of external avatars. For example, the sword is unparalleled, and it can simply give instructions to make it free to move. And he can instantly transfer all his consciousness to this corpse of Tai Luo, making it his second life. Chapter 45-26. Inside the Lord's dormitory. The 2 swords, identical and with the same breath, stood alone and looked very weird. Here you are, looking after the refining god for me. Jian Wuxuang stood up, looked at the corpse of Tai Luo, and said lightly, Okay, even though the deity is gone, I will definitely be optimistic about the refining deities here. The sword Wuxuang, transformed by the corpse of Tai Luo, smiled back. Okay. Jian Wuxuang nodded, and strode away from the palace. That night, Jian Wuxuang went to the place where the Elder Banshan was, and let the Elder Banshan take care of the refining Shinzone 1 or 2. When the Elder Banshan heard that Jian Wuxuang was about to return to the divine universe, he froze for a moment, and those dull eyes flashed a dim look. If not helpless, who would like to leave and leave? Jian Wuxuang, you go, this seat will take good care of Lian Shinzone. After taking a deep breath, Elder Banshan suppressed the throbbing in his heart, and Xinxing said, Then there is more trouble for Elder Banshan. Jian Wuxuang took a deep look at Elder Banshan and nodded. After that, Jian Wuxuang walked out of the palace where the Elder Banshan was. When stepping at the door, Jian Wuxuo paused for a moment, without turning back, and said softly, Be patient for a moment or two, until the end of the Holocaust. I will wait for the true return to the universe. It is good. A smile appeared on Elder Banshan's face. After Jian Wuxuang left, Elder Banshan looked up and looked through the ceiling to Woody Void. Old man. I look forward to that day. Lian Shinzone Mountain Gate. They are still the 2 disciples of Refining God sect, responsible for guarding the gate. Well, it's so boring. It will be another 100 years until the next rotation. The disciple on the left complained. Ha ha ha, if you have any complaints, tell your suzerain. The disciple on the right answered with a smile. The 2 were in a gag, but didn't feel so bored. Wow! At this moment, the 2 of them suddenly felt dark, like a shadow, passing by. A slight gusty wind blew their clothing corners. Huh! What just happened? The disciple on the left rubbed his eyes, and looked around in confusion, but saw nothing. It seems to be blowing the field. The disciple on the right answered with a shrug. Afterwards, the 2 of them left everything behind, and continued to snoring. At the same time, in the star field outside the Refining God sect, he struck Wide Black Robe, wearing a hood, blocking most of his face, only showing his chin, and glanced back at Lien Shinzong, and strode away. I saw that his initial speed was not fast, but step by step, and in the end, he had torn through the vast sky like a horizontal thunder, and burst into the void forbidden. At the same time, outside the forbidden area in the void, 87th crack. A solemn ceremony is being held in a rainforest. I saw countless white bones stacked together, like jingguan, forming a high base. Each white bone was carved with a mysterious pattern, exuding a monstrous evil spirit. On the high platform, a bare-haired, white-haired, burly old man, holding 3 pillars of long incense in his hand, was constantly inserted in the gap between the white bone and the white bone. Below this platform, more than a dozen men and women wearing black robes with solemn faces stood respectfully. If at this time the strong man of the virtual universe saw these black-robed men, he would be shocked and look horrified. Because these more than 10 hypo people, all of them have once set foot on the peak of the virtual universe, overlooking all beings, and have an arbitrary existence. Each of them has a glorious past, and each of them once passed through an era, but in the end they all disappeared silently into the long river of time. Unexpectedly, at this moment, they were all together. Wisps of intangible air radiated from them, and all of them rushed towards the high platform. On the high platform, the white-haired burly old man, after filling the black long incense in his hand, put on a bronze mask on his face, holding a black wooden staff in his hand, and started to whine. Beat up. Alas! The sky seemed to be towed and began to spin quickly. The fumes of the scent of long incense rushed straight into the sky. Great Lord and your people! Did you feel our calling? Wake up, your people need your protection. The white-haired burly old man looked at the sky and thought. At the beginning, the voice was still weak, but it was higher and higher, until the end, his voice burst like a thunder. Wake up! Boom! There was a huge explosion in the sky. At this moment, the sky cracked. A terrifying atmosphere, rolling along with the black smoke, spread out from the cracked sky, like a magical. This breath of horror is far from being incomparable to the invincible supreme. It is simply enough to tremble all eternity, kneeling in heaven and earth, and the heavenly man will bow his head. Master Xian Xin! Suddenly, the white-haired burly old man burst into ecstasy and excitement, kneeling suddenly. Beneath the high platform, the 10 or so peaking powerhouses who once asserted themselves had the same joy on their faces, kneeling towards the sky. Master Xian Xin! The magical mist of the sky was flying, and on the torn sky, an extremely ancient and deep voice came out. I wake up, and push all enemies in the world. God of God, wait for me! At the same time, entrance to another location in the void. A black-robed figure was moving fast. Suddenly, what's the situation? Jian Wushuang's footsteps stopped fiercely. An immense ancient and terrifying breath came from the other side of Skyrim, which actually made him almost kneel. This breath just made him feel a point, and Han Mao stood upright, and a big terror between life and death surged in his heart. That location is the 87 crack, what happened there? Jian Wushuang's face was startled, and he lifted his eyes to look at the 87 crack. However, the other side was covered by a monstrous black magic mist, and raw is the sword's magical power in his eyes, which cannot be seen. You have to hurry up. I'm afraid that this world war, the chaos of the chaos, will come faster than I thought. Jian Wushuang bit his teeth, which was extremely fast, and once again skyrocketed, and the whole person flashed into the void for a moment like the passing streamer. At the 23rd crack, the Ram Supreme, who had had a messenger with him, was already waiting there. Seeing Jian Wushuang flying, the Ram Supreme face was ugly, and he stepped forward and said, Jian Wushuang, did you just feel that horrible breath? Jian Wushuang nodded his face solemnly and said, Let's go back to the divine universe first, and report these things to the of the universe. Chapter 45-27 87th Crack. The call to sacrifice continued, and an overwhelming amount of pressure spread out. At the 23rd crack, Jian Wuxuang and the Ram Supreme stepped forward and stepped into the crack. Click and wipe. The crack in the void twisted, devouring the figure of Jian Wuxuang and the Ram Supreme, and then they disappeared. The familiar sense of dizziness struck again. When Jian Wuxuang and the Ram supremely opened their eyes again, they had reached the starry sky. The same starry sky, but the atmosphere in the universe is already different. Jian Wuxuang and the Ram Supreme glanced at each other, and there was a movement in each other's heart. Sure enough, in addition to the 87th crack, this 23rd crack can also go back and forth between the divine universe and the virtual universe. The two were about to walk towards the camp of the gods. A shout rang suddenly. "Strange thief, die!" Boom! I saw a six-claw white dragon, rushing through the clouds and driving fast. In his mouth, there was a huge fireball flame, as if the sun was in his mouth. "Stop!" The Ram's supreme face changed suddenly, and then they remembered that the two had just emerged from the cracks in the void, and they must have been treated by others as virtual universes. However, he hadn't waited for his explanation. The fireball had already slammed into the sky, hitting a broken channel directly in the void, and hit the sword Wuxuang and the Ram Supreme straight. This fireball, just the spread of coercion and hot temperature, is far from being able to resist by the Ram. Just as the Ram Supreme faced despair, the sword Wuxuang next to him stepped out, holding the hilt of the Taro Excalibur at the waist. Sword to cut. Laugh. A shocking match of puppets, like a long galaxy, slashed away, and split the big fireball in half. Countless flames spread, reflecting the faces of Jian Wuxuang and the Supreme Ram. Alas! Put away the Taro magic sword. Sword Wuxuang looked up and looked into the giant dragon eye, and flashed the dreaded six-claw white dragon, calmly said, "Long Qing, I haven't seen you in such a long time. I still think you are so stupid and stupid." Click, click. The tens of thousands of long, six-clawed white dragons flickered with white awns, and immediately turned into a young man wearing a white robe with gold edges and a pair of horns. "Sword unparalleled?" Long Qing narrowed his eyes and hummed softly. "The sword is unparalleled, and the pointed ears are restored to their original shape, transforming a virtual force into a divine power, and turning it back into a true human race. This guy didn't die in the Void Universe. Also, this guy seems to be stronger again." Long Qing's eyes flashed with surprise. This time Jian Wuxuang entered the virtual universe. In addition to the gods knowing the specific situation, as for the other disciples, even the two disciples of the gods are not clear about the specific situation of Jian Wuxuang and others in the virtual universe. What? Therefore, Long Qing thought that the sword was unparalleled, and he had long been killed in the virtual universe. Rumble. After that, several figures came in a mighty manner. After seeing Jian Wuxuang, he suddenly felt a stunned look, with unbelievable colors in his eyes. "Is sword unparalleled? Jian Wuxuang returned from the virtual universe? Jian Wuxuang is still the first person to return from the virtual universe." Everyone was shocked. Jian Wuxuang frowned, ignored them, and said indifferently, "Excuse me." After that, Jian Wuxuang and the Ram Supreme turned into two streamers, which instantly cut through the sky and swept towards the base camp where the gods of the universe were. This time, the reason why Jian Wuxuang did not choose to communicate with the gods of the universe, but came back in person because it was important, such as the map of the void and the deployment of combat power, and the elder Ban Shan spent tens of thousands of Chaos Period collections. The information must be handed to the of the universe, and the sword can be reassured without both sides. After a few hours, the base camp has arrived. I haven't seen it for hundreds of years. There is no difference in the base camp, except that it has become more dignified. The people responsible for patrolling the base camp are full of expressions. When they think about it, they also guess what will happen in the war. Sword Wuxuang approached. The monk responsible for guarding the base camp was preparing to intercept, and after seeing the arrival clearly, he suddenly asked in amazement, "You are Vice Captain Jian Xuanxuang? Are you back from the virtual universe?" Jian Wushuang looked at this person, and saw that this man was wearing the 7th team's robes. It was a member of the 7th team. When Jian Wushuang fought for 5,000 years, this man also fought alongside him. "It's me." Jian Wushuang nodded his head, without meaning of nonsense, and said, "Take me to see Elder God." The 7th team player saw Jian Wushuang's grim expression, understands that the matter must be urgent, and quickly took Jian Wushuang to the Temple of God. Along the way, many eyes looked at Jian Wushuang one after another, startled with suspicion, and then they were shocked. "Jian Wushuang is back! He is back from the virtual universe!" Ignoring these discussions, Jian Wushuang stepped into the temple hall of the Elder God. In the temple god's hall, the old-fashioned god is wearing a large salamander, and is reading a book. Lan Lan and Lan Su stand on both sides and hold the lamp for him. Hearing the footsteps, God looked up and saw Jian Wushuang coming in. There was no surprise on his face, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, nodding. "You are here." Waved his hand, he motioned Lan Su and Lan Lan to retreat on both sides. "Yes." Lan Su and Lan Lan answered each other, and when they passed by, they looked at Jian Wushuang with similar surprises. After the two left, the whole hall was suddenly left with only two gods, Wushan. "Master Elder God." Jian Wushuang arched his hand toward the of the earth. "You and I don't need to be polite." The Zhou put down the book in his hand, and patted the position next to him, motioning to Jian Wushuang to sit next to him. "You worked hard during this time." Zhou God looked at the vicissitudes of Jian Wushuang's eyes and sighed lightly. Somehow distressed. Jian Wushuang sat next to the of the universe, and smiled when he heard it with the phrase of the of universe, "Everything was worth it." God knows that his sword Wushuang is in the refining Shin zone, seemingly calm, but in fact, he tightens his mind every day, dare not be half relaxed, for fear of the risk of his own exposure. The effort it takes is simply incalculable. "Sir Master, please look at these two things first." Converging his thoughts, Jian Wushuang's right hand, a map of the forbidden area, a list of combat power, and the bamboo tube entrusted to him by Zhan Shan all appeared in his hands. "It is good!" There is no unnecessary nonsense in the of the universe, and he understands that a war is about to begin. He first lifted the bamboo tube of Ban Shan and looked carefully. In the temple of the gods, the candlelight swayed for a while, the of the gods slowly looked, his eyebrows gradually wrinkled. Chapter 45-28. In the hall of the cosmic god, there was a silence. The god of the god looked down and read the news that it took tens of thousands of virtual periods in Ban Shan before collecting the news. The frowns became more and more tight, and his face was not very good-looking. Jian Wushuang sat silently without questioning. Needless to say, he also knows that there must be some bad news in this bamboo tube. Otherwise, the Zhou would not be so heavy. A moment later, after reading a roll of bamboo tube, the Zhou looked up at the sky and sighed for a long time. Rubbing his eyebrows, God of the Golem continued to look through the map of the forbidden land in the void. Immediately after opening the map, the of the face, who was still quite heavy, raised his eyebrows immediately. "Huh! What's this?" He looked sideways at Jian Wushuang. Sword Wushuang replied, "Master God, this is a map of the void forbidden land opposite the void universe, and the void forbidden land is the entrance to our magical universe." "Is that so?" Lord Elder God nodded. After reading the map all the time, there was no change in the look of Zhou God, until he saw the calculation of the imaginary universe combat power at the back. His eye-man skyrocketed, and his face showed a touch of joy. "Okay, this calculation of the combat power is too timely." Zhou God turned to look at Jian Wushuang, and there was a gleam in his eyes, full of appreciation. He naturally understood the importance of this thing. With this list of combat power calculations, he can definitely make arrangements for the future of the catastrophe, and make a corresponding plan for each of the 6 mark and above powerhouses. What's the scariest? The unknown is the most terrifying. Now, with this list of combat effectiveness, it is tantamount to understand the details of the virtual universe. I didn't expect that after the first universe had experienced the void universe, it still has such rich heritage, and there are still so many invincible and supreme existences in the universe. After laying down this list of maps, the god of Zhou made a sound. The number of 6 marked virtual respects recorded on this list alone exceeds the number of hands. He believes that this is only part of it, and there are certainly many 6-mark vanities, which are not recorded on it. Jian Wushuang, the old man has a request. Zhou God turned to look at Jian Wushuang. Master Zhou God said this seriously, if there is anything I need, just ask. Jian Wushuang calmed his face and replied seriously. Okay. God of Na nodded and then replied. Sword Wushuang, when you return to the virtual universe, be sure to make all the 6 marks of the virtual universe that can be clearly recorded and not fallen. As the last, give me a detailed list. These people will most likely participate in this catastrophe. No problem. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, which was not difficult for him. The words turned. Jian Wushuang seemed to remember something. His expression gradually became serious, and he said, Yes, Lord God, I encountered an unexpected situation when I returned to the divine universe. Oh? What happened? With a brow at the head of the Zhou, Jian Wushuang's expression was so serious that it was certainly not a trivial matter. Immediately, Jian Wushuang would tell thee of the atmosphere that he felt in the void forbidden ground. After speaking, the spirit of God in the eyes of the suddenly soared by 3 inches, and always had a sharp look on his peaceful face. Jian Wushuang, if I'm not mistaken, the breath you feel in the forbidden space should be a vanity. Virtual God? Jian Wushuang heard a word. Yes. The god of Na nodded and said, The false is the initiator of the last catastrophe, and it is also the strongest existence of the virtual universe. Even the old man dare not say that he should stabilize him. It was fortunate that the battle of the Holocaust was based on our divine universe. The virtual gods in our universe will be suppressed by the law of the avenue, and their strength will be weakened. Therefore, the old man could only defeat him seriously. Do you remember the last black arm you encountered on the extraterrestrial battlefield? The Zhou asked. Of course I remember. Jian Wushuang nodded. That was his first battle after he came here, and Zhou Xingzi died in that battle, naturally impressed. Today's sword unparalleled, compared to that time, it has naturally improved, and the realm has reached the middle extreme, but when his dark arm covering the sky, he still feels a cold back. That was not at all a horror with him in one dimension. The master of this black arm is an imaginary god. From that day on, the old man knew that this guy was about to wake up and the catastrophe would come again. Unfortunately, no matter how old the man is, he also thought that the virtual would need at least thousands of times of chaos to be truly awake, free from restraint, and return to the world. But according to what you said, am afraid of the gods? Am awake now. Speaking of which, there was a gleam of cold light in the eyes of Zhou God. Is it so fast? Hearing this, Jian Wushuang's breathing felt a little rushed. An imminent sense of urgency surged in Jian Wushuang's heart. Sword unparalleled, it seems our pace is going to accelerate. The god took a deep breath and said, We must get Feng Tianqi, one of the patriarchs, before the war of catastrophe begins. As long as Feng Tianqi is in hand, we will have a chance to win after the start of the Holocaust. Otherwise the crusade of the virtual universe can advance and retreat and defend, which is difficult for us to deal with. And as long as Feng Tianqi is in your hands, you can enter the virtual universe, insert Feng Tianqi into the void, and completely block their retreat. At that time, under the suppression and exclusion of the law of the avenue, the old man will have confidence to lead our magical universe and defeat them completely. Even if we cannot end this cataclysm on the spot, they will be able to make a great deal of vitality, and win a few odds for our magical universe. After the words fell, Jian Wushuang suddenly understood the importance of Feng Tianqi. Master God, how can I get this banner? Jian Wushuang asked. The of the universe heard the words, the eyes twinkled and spit out 8 words. Nanxuan Xiandao, Fotian Ancestor. Fotian Ancestor? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and looked at the god of Zhou, revealing a strange look. The sword is unparalleled. The old man knows that you are wondering why the old man knows exactly where the sky banner is, and why not take it. The Zhou shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "This old ancestor and the old man are old. It can be regarded as the same origin. When the old man was not yet strong, he had a festival with him and snatched him. I feel ashamed of him. If the old man went to him and asked him to surrender Feng Tianqi, he would definitely refuse to say that the old man would have to run into a gray nose. As a last resort, the old man did not want to force him to kill him. Therefore, I can only send you to Nancian now for a walk. If that old ancestor is stubborn and really refuses to care about the overall situation, then the old man will have to use some extraordinary means." Chapter 45-29. In the temple of the temple, the candlelight was shaking. Jian Wushuang and the two people, this talk is a whole night. Go to Nanchu and Xiandao to find Feng Tian's ancestor? Jian Wu's eyes twinkled, thinking slightly. I am afraid that it will take some time to go there, but in the refined God sect, there is a corpse of Tai Luo sitting in the town, and there are elders such as Ban Shan and others to help. It should not be too much to think about. It is good. Converging his thoughts, Jian Wushuang nodded his head and agreed. Seeing this, the of courage flashed with relief, and said, "The sword is unparalleled. The old man must remind you a few words. The guy Feng Tian has a strange temperament, and has always been unhappy to play cards according to common sense. If you meet him, keep basic politeness, but you do need to accommodate him, or he will tease you in every way. Is that so?" Jian Wu's eyes flashed, indicating that he knew. At last, the of the universe stretched out his right hand and patted Jian Wushuang on the shoulder. For the first time, he said solemnly and earnestly, "Sword Wushuang, the rise and fall of our universe, there is a large part, it is tied to you. Master Zhou God has spoken heavily, my sword Wushuang must be for the universe, go to the fire, and never die." Jian Wushuang also solemnly returned. In fact, for Jian Wushuang, now he has mastered the practice method of the virtual universe. Even if the divine universe is destroyed, he can continue to practice in the virtual universe. Now he is still the master of the refining divine sect, no worse than in the divine universe. However, the divine universe is his home and the place where he gave everything to grow up. His lover, his loved ones, and his division are deeply rooted in the divine universe. For this reason, he will never die. On the second day, before everyone noticed, Jian Wushuang had left the base camp and rushed towards Nanchuan Xiandao. Nanchuan Xiandao is located in the Nanchuan star field, which is not the center of the universe. According to its location, it is already considered a barren land. In the star domain, most ordinary mortals live. Half-year later, located at the edge of the universe, a black-robed figure stepped out of the cosmic passage. "Is Nanning Starfield convenient?" Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed a tiredness, and he continued to go all out, even though he felt some fatigue. "I was preparing to release my divine power to find where Nanchuan Xiandao was in the Nanchuan Starfield, but I found that the entire Nanchuan Starfield seemed to be covered by a layer of mist, and the divine power could not be eroded. You don't have to think about it, it must be the handwriting of that old ancestor." He shook his head, and Jian Wushuang did not care about it. He used his divine power to capture the position of the ancestor of Feng Tian. After all, he came to be beggared if he came this time. "Call out." Swordless Wu stepped on one foot, and immediately fell into the Nanchuan star domain, the most prosperous city. "Sweet gourds selling gourds? Suzhou Jinlan Fang Rouge, come and see." The city is so bustling that many mortals are walking on the street, and there are hawkers on both sides walking around and yelling. It looks like a firework on earth. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang couldn't help feeling a little sigh in his heart. Since his strength, he has faced countless killings every day. His heart is tense, and he has never stopped walking. Landscape. A mortal life, although short, has his pleasure. Shaking his head, Jian Wushuang reached out to stop an elderly man and asked with a smile. Old man, do you know where Nanshuan Xiandao is? Nanshuan Xiandao? After hearing that, the old man asked. Afterlife, did you go to the old teacher to listen to the class? Old master? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows when he heard the words. The old immortal teacher in the old man's mouth was afraid that he was the old ancestor. Nodded his head, Jian Wushuang replied. Yes, old man, do you know where is the Nanshan Xiandao where the old fairy master is? Out of the city, go straight to the south. You will see a piece of the South China Sea. When you get there, there will be boats for fishing. You spend some silver in two, rent a boat, and go straight to the sea and head south. If there is a fate, you will encounter Nanshuan Xiandao. If you have no fate, you will search the South China Sea and you will not see the trace of the old fairy, the old man said. Thanks a lot. Jian Wushuang arched his hand at the old man, and immediately stepped on it, disappearing. This scene fell into the eyes of mortals crossing the street, causing a sudden shock. Countless people knelt down, crying immortals. However, after seeing Jian Wushuang leaving, the old man opened a slight smile. Little guy, it's not that simple to find an old man. Shaking his head, the old man also disappeared. However, the passers-by around him seemed to have not noticed it. Just one breath. Sword Wushuang reached the edge of the South China Sea. Numerous fishermen erected wooden fishes in a drying net and air-dried. Jian Wushuang thought for a while. Instead of directly looking for Nanshuan Xiandao, he picked up 2 stones and turned them into silver too, and bought a black boat in the hands of a fisherman. Wow! Whooping light boat went into the sea. Jian Wushuang stood on the bow of the boat, standing against his hands, and the violent wind blew his hair. No matter how turbulent the waves were, he stood still and couldn't speak easily. The whooping kayak made a long mark on the blue sea, and Jian Wushuang was among them. I also saw many other boats and ships, all of whom were visiting the immortals. After 3 days, Jian Wushuang's brow gradually wrinkled. According to common sense, with his speed, it should have been strolling around the South China Sea. However, he found that he seemed to be spinning around after a fog of fog. Play me? Jian Wushuang looked up into the distance, and his eyes were impatient. From the advent of this star field, he did not deliberately converge. This ancestor of the sky should have known his existence. Jian Wushuang confessed himself that after coming to this star field, his behavior was quite polite. Whatever the ancestor of this letter, he should show up. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang's brows became more and more wrinkled and tighter. The impatience in his eyes became more apparent. At the same time, in the South China Sea, there is an island surrounded by sky and clouds. The island is full of fairy spirits and fairy cranes soaring, which has a taste of fairyland on earth. On the island, a bamboo forest. An old man with a handkerchief and a hand-cranked lupin sits on the floor with his knees crossed. In front of the old man, a chess board was set up. There was no one on the opposite side of the board, but every time after the old man moved his fingers, the board automatically appeared with black spots to play against him. Master, that person has been trapped in the formation for 3 days, shall we not care about him? A raw child with red lips and white teeth stood beside the old man and asked quietly. Chapter 45-30 Nanshuan Xiandao, among a bamboo forest. Feng Tian's ancestors from the same era as the gods of Zhou played chess on their own. Beside him, a young boy with red lips and white teeth stood quietly, holding a bowl with a large bowl in his hand. The bowl is full of tea, but the tea is reflected in a picture. I saw in the picture a young man with black hair and black eyes with pale gold eyes, standing on a small canopy boat, standing with his hands on his back, constantly spinning around the bowl. Master, how did you say that this person found you? You haven't asked the world about it. You have retired the universe for so many years, and most people don't even know you exist. The little boy asked softly. Snapped. Feng Tian's ancestor dropped on the chessboard and snorted coldly. Who else can it be? It must be the old man of the god of the gods, and told this person to let this person come to the old man to seal the sky banner. Xiao Dao Tong smashed his tongue when he heard the words. I am afraid that there is only his own master in the entire universe, dare to call the of the universe an old man? Master, I'd like to lend Feng Tianqi if I don't see it? I watched the sky last night and found that there are 7 stars in a row, forming a dragon's slaughtering force. I am afraid that it will not be long before a calamity will arise and we will lose the luck of our universe. Hesitating for a moment, the little boy said boldly. He was giving a finger to his hand, and the ancestor Feng Tian glared at the young boy and said, Are you a master or am I a master? When do you want to teach for a teacher? With a cold hum, Feng Tian's ancestor said, If it wasn't for the old man who had snatched the opportunity to become a teacher, where is the position of the Zhou who can accommodate him now? It should be for the teacher. When he grabbed the chance of the old man, he considered the feeling of being a teacher? Now that the world is in trouble, he wants to come to the old man? What does he think of me, his tool person? After hearing this, the little boy couldn't help but spit out his tongue and said nothing more. He knew that his master had been hesitant about the incident that year. After all, it was the only opportunity to break through the current realm. It was an exaggeration to be robbed of such an opportunity. Master, why don't I tell this person and let this person leave? The young boy asked tentatively. Tell him what? This man has been trapped in the formation for a few days, and he will naturally retreat and leave on his own. Feng Tian's ancestor continued to point his finger and shook his head. However, just then, Feng Tian's ancestor suddenly seemed to notice something. His face suddenly changed, and he was furious. What do you want to do, this guy? Next moment, the ancestor of Feng Tian disappeared instantly. And now in the South China Sea, swordless double-footed awning Bao, looking at the ancestor of Feng Tian who has not appeared for a long time, the impatience between the eyebrows finally broke out. Feng Tian, the ancestor, you can't come out, then I ruined the South China Sea and destroyed the billions of souls on this star. Anyway, when people from different universes come over, everyone will die. It's better to die early. Superb. Jian eyes were cold, and his right foot was stomped hard. The whole man rose to the sky and stood on the South China Sea. With the grasp of Jian Wuxuang's right hand, the billions of tons of seawater in the South China Sea all boiled, forming tens of thousands of waterspouts, and Unicom's Skyrim. At this moment, the mortal people who live in the entire Nanshuan star field can see this across the sky, like a waterspout in the last days of disaster, with a deep horror on their faces, kneeling on the ground one by one, mouth calling immortals for their lives. Stop! At this moment, a meteorite-like figure telling the movement quickly burst into the air, dragging a long flame in the air. For a moment, the terrifying coercion deterred all directions, and the thousands of seawater that formed the tornado collapsed and returned to the sea. Boy, are you looking for death? An old man wearing a martyr's robe with his hair wrapped in a thin wooden stick is staring at Xiang Wuxuang with a beard. Feng Tian ancestor? Jian Wuxuang turned his head toward Feng Tian's ancestor. The coercion of Feng Tian's ancestor was almost like a mountain of millions. Just for a moment, he almost made the sword unparalleled. Faced with such pressure like a prison, Jian Wuxuang's knee was never bent half a minute. Feng Tian, the ancestor, now the entire universe is in danger, and life and death can only exist in one thought. All the supreme in the universe are all for the safety of the universe. You will never regret it, but you will escape from the world and hide here for your personal pleasure, regardless of the entire universe. Really rotten. Jian Wuxuang saw that Feng Tian's ancestor did not act on him for the first time, and he could not help but let his heart loose slightly, and then looked coldly at Feng Tian's ancestor and said, he knew this, and some of them meant to kidnap the ancestor of Feng Tian from the vantage point of morality. But he had to say that once the divine power fell, at that time, maybe the entire universe would be destroyed and massacred. This matter has been closely related to everyone in the universe. Moreover, if he can't wake up Feng Tian's ancestor this time, then it will be the thunderous means of the gods of the heaven. Even if this old ancestor is strong, facing the of the sky, there is only one way to lose. In other words, he is not so much here to borrow Feng Tianqi as to save Feng Tian's ancestors. Well, what is the universe's life and death to do with the old man? The old man has already deployed 10 million arrays here. Even if the people in the virtual universe come in, how can I help him? Feng Tian's ancestor snorted coldly and said disdainfully. Naive! Jian Wushuang interrupted the words of the ancestor Feng Tian, and said a little embarrassedly. Feng Tian, ancestor, do you really think that with these arrays you laid, can you really resist the million army of the virtual universe? The ancestor of Feng Tian heard that he was trying to refute. Seeing Jian Wushuang continued to say, Okay, even if you can have a place to live among the millions of troops in the virtual universe, would you like to be a dog of the bereaved family and hide in Tibet all day long? Before Jian Wushuang saw Feng Tian's ancestors again, he wanted to persuade Feng Tian's ancestors kindly, but when he saw Feng Tian's ancestors, these thoughts disappeared immediately. He will use the most straightforward words to turn into a slap to completely wake up Feng Tian's ancestors. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang continued to speak. Feng Tian, the ancestor of this time, ensure you know the purpose of this, and am here to borrow you from Feng Tianqi. But looking at it like this, you probably won't borrow it, but the boy has something to tell you clearly. Protecting the universe and fighting for it is never a matter for one person, but for everyone in the entire universe. Everyone knows that there is a finished egg under the covering nest, and the broken home of the kingdom does not exist. Feng Tian, the ancestor, you are a senior compared to the junior. You should understand these reasons. When it comes to the end, the sound of Jian Wushuang is already like a dull thunder, banging. Chapter 45-31. There are finished eggs under the nest. The country is broken, and the home does not exist. You should understand these truths. After Jian Wushuang said these words, his voice was already roaring like a thunder, shaking his deafness, and arousing the sea of water again. And at this time, a young boy had been driving Jiguang from a distance. Junior, do you dare to insult me? After this remark, Feng Tian's ancestor trembled with trembling, extended his fingers and tremblingly pointed at Jian Wushuang. His forehead was blue and blue. I think he was an ancestor of the sky, born in the beginning of the universe, and chaos has not yet opened. When did anyone dare to face him and blame him? I think you're looking for death. The endless atmosphere of Hongmeng and Xianhuang emerged from Feng Tian's ancestors, surging to the extreme. Master! At this moment, the little boy who came from driving the light grabbed Feng Tian's ancestor's arm and quickly advised. Master, you dissipate, you are so old, go, what are you doing with the juniors? How bad is it to be angry? While talking, Xiao Dao Tong winked at Jian Wushuang, and let Jian Wushuang quickly apply oil to the soles of the feet, and the wind was screaming. Juvenile, do you want to provoke the teacher? Let go of the teacher. Feng Tian's ancestor glared at the young boy. On the other side, watching Feng Tian's ancestors and the young boy who madly winked at him, Jian Wushuang half-stepped back, took a deep breath, and said humbly, Senior Feng Tian, the junior did not mean to insult you, the junior was just telling the truth. After a pause, Jian Wushuang continued to speak. Senior Feng Tian, the junior will only say it once, after you listen, you can borrow or not Feng Tianqi, it is with you, and the junior will not force it anymore. Hearing this, the anger of Feng Tian's ancestor's heart was gone, but he still had a face overcast. Well, Junior, the old man will have to see, what are you going to say? It is good. Jian Wushuang nodded, without hesitation, and said, Senior Feng Tian, I know that Lord God of God once snatched your chance and made you lose the opportunity of the impact. Therefore, you have always been resentful, so you are disheartened, you live in a drowsiness, and you no longer care about the universe. Alas! Sword Wushuang stepped out, the front of the words turned, and his tone became heavy. But you can see that Lord God of Evil has become a town, sitting alone in the universe battlefield for hundreds of millions of years, and not teaching the aliens of the universe to take a step? Do you know that in the midst of the catastrophe, The wind and rain are shaking, countless universes are supreme. In order to protect the universe, rather sing and die in the rain instead of living under a fence? I have fought for 5,000 years in the extraterritorial battlefields. I have seen countless days of proud people in the world, who have died one after another, just to stop the half-inch of the virtual universe. I used to know that Sword Emperor Taro once defeated the world's invincible, to suppress 9 heavens and 10 places with one sword, but in order to resist the aliens of the universe, buried the universe, all the people of the country disappeared. I used to know that Tianjiao East, the Lord's body, can cut the supreme, but it is worldly proud, difficult to control in all ages, but also died in the hands of aliens. Before he died, half step back. I also see thousands of unknown people in my universe. They are a powerful person. They are the masters of the Holy Land. They are the darlings of heaven and earth. They are the arrogance of the world, but die silently for the universe. There is no complaint. Why are they so willing to die? Because they know that this universe is their home. They know that behind them is their family, disciples, wife and children. Therefore, there is only one way to choose from this campaign, and that is death battle. Speaking of this, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, his tone became a bit lighter, and looked straight at Feng Tian's ancestor, and said, "But they have no obligation to stipulate that they must die for the universe. They like you. You can settle down for a while, regardless of the world, and wait until the alien army arrives, and find a hiding place at will." Jian Wushuang's words were finished, no generous singing, no pretense of grief, but the most plain narrative. However, it was this bland narrative, but it was extremely shocking, like a heavy hammer, and it was severely hit on the heart of Feng Tian's ancestor. Feng Tian's ancestors were silent. He stared at Jian Wushuang, and said nothing. He is not a man with a corrupt nature. Otherwise, when Jian Wushuang first took the life of hundreds of millions of souls and threatened her, he would kill Jian Wushuang in anger under the fury. But there was a knot in his heart. This knot was due to the appearance of the universe, and he was locked tightly by himself. Jian Wushuang's words still did not untie his knot, but in another position, he tied a bigger knot again. "Master, I see. I see if you would lend Feng Tianqi to him, in case the universe goes down, it will be us who are in the end." Xiaodaitong was immature, some tearful whispers. "To shut up." Feng Tian's ancestor glared at Xiaodaitong, then looked at Xiang Jianwushuang. Although his heart was also shaken, he still pretended to carelessly murmured, "Well, they are willing to die, that is they're stupid, what does it have to do with my husband? He wants to use righteousness to oppress me." After that, he glanced at Jian Wushuang, and when Jian Wushuang really turned around, he yelled angrily, "Boy, stop for your husband." Oh? Originally, he had no hope for Feng Tian's ancestors. He planned to let the god of the gods make a sword unparalleled. He paused, looked back at Feng Tian's ancestors, and frowned. "Feng Tian, what else do you do?" I saw Feng Tian's ancestor glaring at Jian Wushuang, raised his head, and snorted from his nose. "Little guy, don't rush away first, the old man didn't say no to borrow?" In this way, you accompany the old man to play a game of chess. You won the old man by playing chess, and the old man lent Feng Tianqi to you. How? After hearing this, Yu read the book www.okanshu. Jian Wushuang hasn't said anything yet. The little boy next to Feng Tian's ancestor suddenly burst into ecstasy. What level is his master playing chess? He knows too well. That is the smelly chess basket, the existence of pure food delivery. He quickly winked at Jian Wushuang, so that Jian Wushuang should come down. Jian Wushuang frowned secretly. Although I don't know which one of the old ancestors was playing, but looking at the happy appearance of the Xiaodaotong next to him, he nodded and responded, "It is good. That boy, you go to Nanshu and Xiandao with the old man, we have a point." The ancestor of Feng Tian snorted, and then grabbed it with a big hand. An invisible big hand grabbed the sword Wushuang, stepped on it, turned into a skylight, disappeared on the surface of the South China Sea. When Jian Wushuang saw a flower in front of her eyes, when she reacted, she had already reached an immortal, bamboo-lined island. Chapter 45-32. The field of view changes rapidly. When Jian Wushuang saw the situation in front of him, he was already in the middle of a fairy island, white misty fairy island, with rows of sharp-billed, red-top, white-feathered cranes, like elegant fairies, walking leisurely. Footsteps on the beach. Startled by the fish in the sea, they suddenly spread their wings and flew up, marking white trails in the air, showing their beauty. Taking a breath, even the divine power became full. The sword unparalleled fell in front of a bamboo house. Outside the bamboo house, the sun in the news, the sea breeze is slightly warm. On both sides of a chessboard, there are 2 jade plates filled with black and white chess pieces. Feng Tian's ancestor sat on the side of black chess, and saw Jian Wushuang looking at the admiration of this island, and he couldn't help but say a little smug. "Junior, my husband asks you, my husband's island is okay? My husband told you that every mortal who has spent hundreds of years on the island of the old man can be transformed into an immortal, and the Supreme is here. It is also able to speed up the practice 10 times. Compared with the so-called blissful places in the so-called top forces of the universe, amazing." As he said, his ancestor Feng Tian smiled as he stroked his beard. However, the first sentence that Jian Wushuang spoke instantly made the smile on his face freeze. "I just sigh, the universe is almost dying out, and the predecessors still have their minds here to relax and take it easy." Hearing this, Feng Tian's ancestor quickly flashed a look of shame on his face, staring with a beard and staring. "Boy, what else would you do besides using the righteousness of the universe to crush the old man?" Hearing this, Jian Wushuang couldn't help but stupefy, and the young boy on the side also covered his mouth and smiled a little. Stop talking, come and play chess with my husband." Feng Tian's ancestor impatiently hooked at Sword Wushuang. "It is good." Jian Wushuang nodded his head and sat cross-legged opposite Feng Tian's ancestor. "Respect the old and love the young, the old man first." Feng Tian's ancestor held the black finger and landed first on the chessboard. I saw that one finger fell, and the middle of the chessboard was in the center, but the position of Tianyuan. After setting his fingers, Feng Tian's ancestor looked up at Jian Wushuang, and his mouth aroused his elation. He said, "The old man's trick is to settle the situation directly. At the center of the chessboard, he will directly reach the sword stopped your throat. Junior, how do you see me fighting?" Hearing this, the little boy could not help laughing again. The master is moving out of his theory again. Pointing at Tianyuan seems to be awesome, but it is actually the best way to start. Someone who knows a little about chess can tell from his finger that the master is a chicken. Thinking of this, Xiao Dao Tong hoped to look at Xiang Jianwushuang. To be honest, he hopes that the sword is unparalleled. He is different from Feng Tian's ancestors. Feng Tian's ancestors hold themselves back and lock themselves in this small Nanchu in Xiandao. It is because they have a holiday with the of the universe. Liangzi Erlai can also be regarded as being angry with himself. But young children do not have this mentality. Just when he thought that Jian Wushuang would immediately destroy Feng Tian's ancestors in the form of smashing the sword, Xiao Daotong's expression was stagnant. I saw Jian Wushuang staring at the chess game with a grimace on his face, with a frown on his face, a serious and thoughtful look. Next moment, seeing Jian Wushuang's solemn preparations, he said solemnly, "The predecessor's chess skills are superb, and they have reached a state of infatuation. I'm afraid that they have reached the top in Go. This is a very bad move. However, the younger generation also has a coping style." Snapped! I saw Jian Wushuang lifted his white finger and landed on the bottom left corner of the board. The predecessors pointed at the central Tianyuan is fierce, but if the younger people hold on to the four corners, and then slowly figure it out, they will be surrounded by layers, and they will definitely form a posture of catching in the air. The trail boy stunned. "What is this? What a catch! I see how the old man killed the quartet and broke the boat." I saw Feng Tian's ancestor's eyes flashed, murderous, and dropped his finger again, also falling in the lower right corner of one of the 4 sharp corners. Junior, you have Zhongliangji, I have a wall ladder, and now I have guarded a retreat. How do you think you fight the old husband? Feng Tian's ancestor touched his smile, said inexorably deep and inexhaustible, and could not finish talking. Watch me attack again. Jian Wushuang was another finger, and fell into one of the 4 corners. Xiao Daotong stood on the side, seeing the falling fingers as rain. You came to me, with the murderous Jian Wushuang and Feng Tian ancestor in his eyes. He finally confirmed a little. This grandma has 2 chickens. If it weren't for the little boy who was proficient in Go, he would have been deceived into seeing the 2 men vowed eloquently and full of reasonable words. These 2 dishes are fine, but they are so reasonable, I almost believed. The little boy muttered to himself, inexplicably desperate. Really? After a while. Ha, Junior, you lost. Feng Tian's ancestors slammed the chessboard, causing the chessboard pieces to tremble violently. Happy? Younger, you are the old man who is in love with this game of chess, the first person to win in thousands of years. Ha! Feng Tian's ancestor laughed wildly. The sword is unparalleled, but his face is blue and white. He didn't expect that his own organs calculated that in the end he was still a move away from chess. He was taken by the ancestor of Feng Tian to block the last hole. Xiao Daotong smiled bitterly. What did he see? Obviously, it is a super chess game that relies on deductive calculations. In the hands of Jian Wushuang and Feng Tian's ancestors, it has become a rough hole to see who will fill the gap in chess first. Really a little spicy eyes. Jian Wushuang stood up and sighed silently. If he loses, he loses. He is not a loser. In this case, the only thing to do is to retreat first, and let the Zhou find a way to get it in person. However, this ancestor is not bad by nature. No matter how you are, you still have to persuade the Zhou to find a way to retain this ancestor. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang arched his hand towards Feng Tian's ancestor and said, Seniors, juniors leave. After that, Jian Wushuang set up Jian Guang and was ready to go. Laughing loudly, shouting, happy, immersed in the joy of great victory, the ancestor Feng Tian could not help but witness. He asked Jian Wushuang to play chess because he knew that his chess skills were bad and he had never won. He wanted to use this to lend Feng Tianqi to Jian Wushuang. In this way, he also saved his face and stepped down. Lend Feng Tianqi. But Jian Wushuang is going to leave, isn't he planning to trade for nothing? I really don't know if you junior is not upset, or my husband. I have made great strides in chess recently. It's really amazing. Alas, confidants are hard to find and loneliness is like snow. There was a silent sigh in his heart, and immediately, Feng Tian's ancestor looked up at the back of Jian Wushuang preparing to leave, and burst into a drink. Slow! Chapter 45-33. Slow! Slammed and exploded in Nanchuan Xiandao. I saw Feng Tian's ancestor glaring with anger and a wave of his hand, and innumerable spells poured out, forming a huge mask, like an invisible glass, blocking the figure that Swordsman was preparing to leave. Senior Feng Tian, what else do you want? Jian Wushuang stopped and looked back, looking helplessly towards Feng Tian's ancestor. Chess also lost, and Feng Tian's ancestor should be proud of himself. Suddenly, what did he want to stop him from doing? Doesn't he want to humiliate him? Junior, do you want to come here, Nancian Island, old man? Feng Tian's ancestor gave Jian Wushuang a glance, and Ling Heng said. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang's pupils could not help shrinking. Couldn't Feng Tian ancestor change his face? When Jian Wushuang quietly grasped the Tai Luo divine sword and was ready to surprise him, when he broke the array into the far distance, I saw Feng Tian's ancestor agitating with a large sleeve and waving coldly. Junior, do you want to leave this sky banner today? Hearing this, Jian Wushuang first stunned, and then exulted on his face. Thank you, Senior Feng Tian. Today, if you borrow the grace of Feng Xiangqi, the whole universe will be impressed within 5 days and grateful. After that, Jian Wushuang stepped out and fell in front of Feng Tian's ancestor. At the same time, Jian Wushuang felt silently in his heart. It's no wonder that the god of heaven said that Feng Tian's ancestors were strange in character. Now it seems that this is really true. This change of face is faster than turning the book. Immaculate! Immaculate! Jian Wushuang shook his head in his heart. Don't rush to thank me first. The old man can lend Feng Tianqi to you, but the old man needs conditions. Feng Tian's ancestor once again glanced at Jian Wushuang and said. In this regard, Jian Wushuang nodded and did not refute. Feng Tianqi is one of the 7 ancestors of Qidao. It is extremely powerful. There is no match in the world, and Jian Wushuang does not expect empty-handedness to seal the banner. The ultimate ancestors represent the most extreme force in the world. The Taro Excalibur represents the ultimate killing power. The Wu Ding Chao Ding represents the most extreme creative power. And this sky banner represents the most extreme seal suppression force. Senior, but it doesn't matter. Jian Wushuang arched his hand and said. It is good. Feng Tian's ancestor took a deep breath, and his expression became solemn and serious for the first time. He stretched out a finger and pointed at the Taro Excalibur hanging from the swordless pair of waists, and said, Junior, Feng Tianqi is the ancestor of the Dao Tao. If you want to borrow Feng Tianqi from the old husband, you can also exchange it with one of the same ancestors of the same Dao. If the old man did not admit it wrong, you have this handle on your waist. Saber is the killing sword that represents the killing among the patriarchs. After speaking, he stared at the sword unparalleled. This is a transaction and a test. He wanted to see Jian Wushuang, is it true as he said before on the South China Sea, willing to give everything for the universe. After hearing this, Jian Wushuang was silent. It can be said that he is now able to fight across the border. In addition to his extremely powerful magical powers and sword skills, half of the reasons are from the Taro Excalibur, which has given him the terrifying power. If the Tai Luo Divine Sword is surrendered, the sword's unparalleled combat power will be greatly reduced. If it is normal, it would be okay. Now that the catastrophe is about to start, he wants to go to battle to kill the enemy. After a long silence. Senior Feng Tian, sorry, I can't. The sword took a deep breath, and she sank openly. Hearing this, Feng Tian's ancestors were stunned, and then sneered in his heart. Hee, what is universal and what is willing to die for the universe? But it's just nice to speak, standing back does not hurt. Once it's about your own interests, you're in shape. Thinking of this, Feng Tian's ancestor frowned, and when he was about to let Jian Wushuang leave, he heard Jian Wushuang continue to say, Senior Feng Tian, Tai Luo Excalibur is my weapon. A swordsman, if there is no sword in his hand, how can he use his residual heat? If the predecessor you want the Taro Excalibur, the younger can promise you, and after the war of catastrophe is over, I can give you the Terra Excalibur. As for your predecessor, you said that you want that ancestor to exchange. Wow! Jian Wushuang turned over with his right hand, and a bronze small tripod covered with quaint grains fell into Jian Wushuang's hands. Senior, what do you think of the younger generation? Wu Yi Chao Ding! Suddenly, Feng Tian's ancestor was shocked. The Wu Ding Chao Ding can be said to be the most precious one among the 7-handed ancestors. Because Wu Xing Chao Ding stands for creation. Killing and destroying is simple, but creating is difficult. One of the most critical factors in wanting to take the step to the of the universe is to understand creation. How can you have the Wu Ding Chao Ding? Feng Tian's ancestor skyrocketed in his eyes, and his voice was a little trembling. The senior doesn't need to care where my chaotic tripod comes from, the senior just needs to tell me if I can change the sky banner with you. Jian Wushuang said lightly. Feng Tian's ancestor heard the words, took a deep look at Jian Wushuang, and said, It looks like it's incomplete, right? But even so, it's enough to exchange the flag with the old man. Speaking of which, Feng Tian's old prince paused. Xinxing said, Boy, the old man does not take advantage of you. To tell you the truth, this chaos is the key factor to break through the last step, but your current state is temporarily unavailable. You are in the hands of a violent creature. Therefore, the old man promised you that after the end of this catastrophe, this chaotic warrior will be returned to you, and even Feng Tianqi will be presented to you as a gift. How? After saying that, Feng Tian's ancestor turned his right hand, and a small black flag appeared in Feng Tian's ancestor's hand. He took the lead in pushing Feng Tianqi to Jian Wushuang. It is good. Jian Wushuang nodded. You can shu www.bakanshu.com as the ancestor of Feng Tian said, although this Wuding Chaos tripod is good, it is currently of little use to him. On the contrary, Feng Tianqi is currently his most urgent need. After taking over Feng Tianqi, Jian Wushuang pushed it with his right hand, and handed over Wu Chaos Ding to Feng Tian's ancestor. Predecessor Feng Tian, now that the catastrophe is about to happen, and the younger generation still has everything to do, so I don't want to stay any more and leave. Jian Wushuang arched his hand towards Fengshen's ancestor. It is good. Feng Tian's ancestor nodded, knowing that when there are indeed many things today, there are no more swords. Senior Feng Tian, then we will see you tomorrow. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly at Feng Tian's ancestor and Xiao Dao Tong, and immediately stepped into a sharp sword light, like a tidal wave, soared into the sky, disappeared on the Nanshu and Xian Dao, leaving only a long white marks. Chapter 45-34 Call Out. Long white marks passed in the air, and the figure of Jian Wushuang gradually turned into a small black spot, completely disappearing into the sky. The already calm sea water washes the beach in waves, bringing countless things like shells, gravel, and starfish, reflecting the blue sky. Feng Tian's ancestor took the Wu Ding Chaos tripod and stood with his hands in his hands. He stared at the sky dully, and never returned to God for a long time. Behind him, the young boy looked down and said nothing. Juvenile, do you say that you have done wrong for your teacher for so many years? Feng Tian's ancestor said suddenly. He couldn't hear any emotion in his tone, but gave a vague feeling. Xiao Dao Tong heard the words and couldn't help but hesitated. He actually knows that his master has always been a very kind person. If he is an ordinary person, he has been snatched from others for promotion opportunities. However, his master did not do so, and he never thought of how to avenge the gods in the past. Master, why do you think so? Xiao Dao Tong asked. Feng Tian's ancestor heard the words, his mouth slightly bitter, and said, In fact, in the last cataclysmic battle, if our teachers were going to die, we wouldn't die so many people in the universe. Xiao Dao Tong heard the words, still a little dazed. However, he knew that by virtue of his master's power, if he really shot, let alone the divine power universe would not die so many people, it would not be impossible to reverse the situation. You know your master, but people who come from the same era as the of the universe, was the one who stabilized the of the year. Even now, after the of the reaches that unspeakable realm, his master is more than God, there is only one level of strength. Forget it, naive, tell you don't understand. Feng Tian's ancestor shook his head, and immediately pursed his lips instead of talking. Only he knows that he has trapped himself on Namliao Island for so many years, but he has given up on himself and he is unwilling to face reality. Suddenly, Feng Tian's ancestor exhaled a sigh of relief, looked back to the little boy who knew his shoulders were high, and said with a smile, Juvenile, how many years have you been a teacher? Xiaodaotong heard the words stunned, although he didn't understand why his master suddenly asked this, but also felt that his master was a little weird today. But he still obediently pointed his fingers and calculated seriously. Master, it has been 1,000,000 years since you picked me up by the sea. 1,000,000 years, you have been a teacher for millions of years on this island. Feng Tian's ancestor sighed, his words turned again, and suddenly said softly a word that made Xiaodaotong look dull. Juvenile, do you want to go out and have a look? What the teacher said was to see the real vast galaxy, wishing Shanghai, and see the real world. I. The young boy opened his eyes in black and white, and became a little short of breath. After he was picked up from the beach by his ancestor Fong Fong, he never left this place. At the beginning, he would also play in the mortal kingdom, make friends and make fun and laugh together. But it didn't take long for him to discover that mortals were born old, sick, and dead, and had twilight. When he closed it once, and went to find his former companions happily, those companions had already become their ancestors' graves, and the tombs were 3 feet high. The life of a mortal may be just a time for him to meditate. Over time, he will no longer go to play in the mortal kingdom, otherwise once life and death leave, he will only increase his sadness and sadness. It can be said that during his 1,000,000 years, he spent almost all of his time on Nancian Xiandao with his ancestor Feng Tian. He could not wait any longer, and wanted to see the wonderful universe in Master's mouth, and wanted to see the splendid sea of stars. But he didn't want to raise it and make his teacher embarrassed. He knew that on the surface, he seemed to be careless, as if he didn't care about everything. He played a particularly stinky master, and deep down, there was always a knot. I think. After hesitating for a long time, the little boy took a deep breath and said these 2 words firmly. After he had finished speaking, he thought his master would give him a stern glance, and then blamed and reprimanded him, so he lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Master's face. However, what he waited for was a laugh that Master had never had before. "Okay, sir, that teacher will take you to see what the universe really looks like." Feng Tian's ancestor laughed heartily, laughed freely, and never laughed as he pleased. I saw in his eyes that the light was skyrocketing, and an extremely terrifying hegemony emanated from him. On this day, the ancestor of Feng Tian found the true ancestor of Feng Tian who was frozen in his heart. He is the first person under the of the universe. "Juvenile, since you are going to the outside world, you can't wear this dress. The outside girls are not dressed like you." Feng Tian's ancestor waved his right hand, and a set of purple fringed tulle skirt appeared in his hand. "Go and change this dress." "What?" After hearing the words, Xiao Dao Tong stayed in a daze, took the long skirt of Feng Tian's ancestors, then trot all the way, and ran into the bamboo house of Nanshu in Xianao. After a while, a tall girl with a perfect figure in a long skirt, nervously grasping the skirt with her hands, walked out of the bamboo house timidly. Her bright eyes are bright, white as snow, and her clear eyes are like clear water. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on her face, showing a huge swath of red. Her facial features are exquisite and exquisite, her face crooked and her jaw sharp. There are many beauties in the universe, either cold or enchanting or cold, but in her body, there are things that most women do not have. That is, clean. The words clean are simple, but they are the rarest. "Master, I am a bit uncomfortable, so let's change back to that robe." The naive pinched her clothes, lowered her head, and said weakly. I don't know why, she felt her heart beating and her palms sweating. "Fool, don't change it!" Feng Tian's ancestor gave him a naive look, and said in a threatening tone. He sighed in his heart. This trip left Nanshu in Xiandao. Only he knew what he was going to do. After taking her through the universe, he will also go and do something for this universe. The answer to Feng Tian's ancestor's mind is unknown. Juveniles don't know that this long skirt is the ancestor of Feng Tian who consumed all his treasures and trained the strong defense of Xianxian. In terms of value, I am afraid that it is no longer under the ancestors. This is Feng Tian's ancestor, using his life's heritage, tailor-made gifts for the naive. You son, if the master is gone in the future, I will rely on this fairy to protect you. Feng Tian's ancestor said silently in his heart, but he raised his head and reached out his hand, playing a brain crash on the naive forehead, with a somewhat vicious tone. Fool, if you let the teacher know that you dare to change this dress and pick your skin for the teacher. Okay, master, what are you doing so fiercely? The naive rubbed the place where his head was bombarded, and grumbled with dissatisfaction. The ancestor of Feng Tian snorted and didn't speak anymore, but looked down at the land under his feet, and his eyes were replaced by a touch of memory. Old man, you have been here with my husband for so many years. I must have been bored for a long time. Alas. Feng Tian's ancestor murmured a laugh and immediately stepped on his right foot. Boom! Suddenly, the entire Nanshuan Xiandao shuddered violently, and the sea water around it was like boiling water boiling continuously. Boom, boom! Numerous lands are cracking, and numerous sea waters are boiling, as if at the feet of Feng Tian's ancestor there is a wild beast awakening. Next moment, huh! A terrifying roar exploded. The entire Nanshuan Xiandao flew up into the air, making a dull humming sound. Looking from a distance, a black basalt tortoise that is pressing across the sea emerges from the deep sea. Master, this? There was a horror in the eyes of the naive, and I saw at my feet, where is Nanshan Xiandao, clearly a huge basalt giant turtle. Its limbs are almost like 4 Ding-Haishan needles, the pillars of Optimus. And she lived 1,000,000 years in Nanshuan Xiandao, just a carapace on the back of this giant turtle. The turbulent sea breeze blew white hair on both sides of Feng Tian's ancestor's cheeks. However, the smile on Feng Tian's ancestor's mouth became more and more abundant. The old man of the gods, the old man is out. It's time to settle accounts with you. Well, yes, the cosmic aliens, we have to solve the cosmic aliens first. Let me put this old man's account first, and first blast this group of debris out of our universe. On this day, in the endless territory of Nanzhao Starfield, countless mortals raised their heads and saw a giant tortoise covering the sky, leaving the sky. Hundreds of millions of souls, all kneeling to the ground, staring wildly at the heaven-going giant tortoise, shouting in unison to the fairy. On this day, there is no longer the legend of the old immortal master in the Nanshuan star domain. This day, a strange combination was added to the universe. A whole body is dark, a giant tortoise the size of a star. A pair of rotten old men and refined purple skirt girls traveling through the universe. Strange combination. In the starry sky of Woody, there was a girl's excited and novel wow shout, and an old man whispered with his beard and squinting his eyes. Well, the old man forgot to ask, what's the name of the boy who played chess with the old man, and I don't know if the boy has become a gang, and the young girls should be entrusted to him. Shaking his head, the strange pair disappeared into the vast sky. And in the more distant starry sky, with a black robe, Jian Wushuang, with a cold face, had already blasted away towards the outer battlefield. Chapter 45-35. In the vast universe of stars, Jian Wushuang stepped on the light and rushed towards the battlefield outside the territory. Soon, with the outbreak of Jian Wushuang's full strength, the base camp arrived. Obviously, the sword left the base camp for only a few months without both parties, but the entire base camp was full of Shao Ses low breath, and everyone had a heavy look on his face. When Jian Wushuang saw this, he could not help frowning. In the past few months when he left the road, what happened? Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang strode into the temple of the gods. Today's sword is unparalleled, except for the 2 disciples under the seat of the cosmic god, the only person who can freely enter and exit the cosmic hall. Jian Wushuang, you are back. Wushan Chaojian nodded his head. He was still like Jian Wushuang when he first saw him, gentle and kind, with a smile on his face, but Jian Wushuang saw a deep tiredness on his face. Jian Wushuang, what's the situation? That Feng Tian ancestor lent you Feng Tian banner? Energizing, Jinzhou asked. It's a shame. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, flipped his right hand, and drew a small black flag, which suddenly appeared in his hand. It is good! Seeing this, the light of God suddenly rose sharply in the eyes of Zhou God, a rare sigh of relief in his heart. With this sky banner in place, he had some confidence in this catastrophe. After a moment of groaning, the Zhou said, Jian Wushuang, there is bad news for you. Without selling a prince, God of the Eurasian immediately said, In the past 2 months, there have been virtual vagrants in the virtual universe. They have emerged from the void cracks and come to inquire about their strength. In just 1 month, nearly 10 in the battle, our friction with the cracks in the void has become more and more. The old man guessed that the war of catastrophe may break out at any time. What? So fast? Jian Wuxuang heard a shock. Even though he was ready to deal with the Holocaust in his heart, when the battle of the Holocaust really came, he felt a little hesitant. Therefore, sword is unparalleled. Please trouble now to rush back to the virtual universe and wait for the husband's command. Once the war of catastrophe really begins, when the core force of the virtual universe invades our universe, the old man will give you an order. At that time, you will use the Fengtian banner to place a blockade in their void forbidden area and cut off their rear path. Su said with a serious expression. Yes. Jian Wuxuang nodded when he heard the words, and there was a dignity on his face. The magnetic fields and laws between the two universes are not interlinked, which is equivalent to saying that after the people of the virtual universe have invaded the divine universe, they consume the virtual power and will not be supplied. In the usual catastrophe battles, the reason why the virtual soldiers of the virtual universe are difficult to entangle is because once they are defeated or consumed excessively, they will return to the virtual universe to resupply, and then attack again. Once Jian Wuxuang was placed in the void crack in the void forbidden field, the sky banner was laid, and the 87th void crack was blocked. They could cut off their path, and divert the dummy in the void universe. At that time, under the leadership of the universe, even the use of water to grind time will be able to wipe it out, and then kill it in one fell swoop. The virtual universe, whether it is individual strength or overall strength, is stronger than the divine universe. In this case, the magical universe needs to reverse the victory and defeat, and this is the best countermeasure. The sword unparalleled, it has played a top role. I immediately rushed back to the virtual universe to set up. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wuxuang strode out of the temple hall. When I walked to the door of the Colossus Hall, Jian Wuxuang seemed to think of something. He tore his right hand and tore off a corner of the garment. He used his hand as a pen and wrote a few dense lines. Master Zhou God, if I can't come back alive this time, please help me to transfer this cloth to my wife as cold as frost. Jian Wuxuang took a deep breath, flicked his fingers, and this piece of cloth immediately fell into the hands of the of heaven. God heard the words, could not help but stunned. He wanted to say something, relieved a few words, but finally sighed, just nodded and answered. If Jian Wuxuang wanted to cut off the back of the void universe, then he had to go deep into the void forbidden ground, and the hope of surviving was simply slim. Jian Wuxuang understands this, and God of the Earth also understands this. After leaving the base camp, Jian Wuxuang was alone and set off again, rushing to the void crack. This time back to the virtual universe, the Ram Supreme did not go, but stayed in the divine universe, waiting for a force after the outbreak of the war. Jian Wuxuang will be alone, deep into the virtual universe, and start another kind of battle. Came to the extraterritorial battlefield. The 6th and 7th teams are now responsible for defending the battlefield. The two captains seem to have been informed by the God of the Gods, and did not ask more about Jian Wuxuang's going to the virtual universe, but only instructed Jian Wuxuang to be careful. At this moment in the extraterrestrial battlefield, there is a war in progress, so Jian Wuxuang did not rush into the void crack, but waited for the battle to end. A small human-faced spider crawled out from the cracks in the void, densely packed with the entire sky. Fortunately, although there are many human-faced spiders, their individual strength is not strong, and the strongest is nothing but the ultimate dominating realm. Therefore, these members of the 6th and 7th teams, it is quite easy to deal with. According to Supreme Heiyuan, these human-faced spiders are not intelligent bodies. They should be made by some power in the virtual universe, in order to observe and test the strength of the divine universe. A moment later, the battle for unilateral slaughter came to an end. A human-faced spider the size of a small hill fell in the air like a rain, and the cosmic starry sky was full of human-limbed spiders' broken limbs and broken blood. The battle is over, and naturally it is time for Jian Wuxuang to leave. Heiyuan Extreme looked at Jian Wuxuang. His eyes were a little complicated. The junior, who had just entered the Supreme, once again met, and already carried the heavy responsibility of life and death in the universe. Sword unparalleled, this seat is waiting for you to return safely, Heiyuan Supreme said in a deep voice. Jian Wushwang nodded with a smile and returned 2 words. For sure. Then Jian Wushwang did not hesitate, and stepped into the void crack. The black-robed figure of Jian Wushwang was gradually swallowed by a crack like a black hole. No one has ever noticed. One had already died, leaving only the skull of the human face with a faint red glow in his eyes. The figure of Jian Wushwang stepping into the void crack instantly formed a picture in his compound eyes. At the same time, in the void universe, the void forbidden ground, in a cave in the 87th crack, an ancient figure like a sculpture, covered with mud, sitting cross-legged deep in the cave, slowly opened his eyes. Huh! Someone entered the virtual universe? Chapter 45-36. The Void Universe, the Forbidden Land of Void, has a deep cave at the 87th crack. The hole was covered with cobwebs, and a single spider ran along the cobweb and climbed on the wall, continuously spitting silver-thick silk hair from the mouth, flashing cold light. And in the middle of the cave, a mud sculpture suddenly jittered. Immediately, countless dirt cracked and fell, raising countless dust, exposing a monster old man with the veins on his face and a spider-like body all over his body. Who is this? The monster old man slowly opened his eyes, and a faint light flashed from his eyes. Just a moment ago, he saw a picture when he made countless gadgets and died. In the picture, a young man with a black robe and a cold face stepped into the void crack. This matter needs to be reported to Lord Shushin. The monster old man shook his head and immediately stood up. Suddenly, countless spiders clinging to the wall, all along the cobweb, crawled towards this monster old man. Alas! Suddenly, all these spiders crashed into the monster's body. And the monster old man who had a pale face flashed a sick redness on his face. Call out. As soon as he stepped on his foot, his body flickered, and he disappeared instantly into the deep pit. The 87th crack. A huge building like a honeycomb was built here, filled with dense wormholes. The monster old man's figure just flashed, and instantly appeared in the hive-like building, the middle wormhole. Strode in. 34 false honors, as well as right and left false envoys, were in the hall. 34 virtual honors, each of which is a 6-mark virtual honor repair, is also the main force of this catastrophe. Among them, many of them are old monsters who have survived the last catastrophe, while others are the masters of ancient holy places, immortal Taoist masters, and so on. The last emperor of the refining god, Bahuang Xuanzuan, is also here, but his position is extremely close to the bottom. And that left and right vein, the right vein, is a white-haired burly old man who once had a side with Jian Wushwang. On the throne of the main hall, there is a silk-like wrap. Inside the silkworm puppet, there was a constant heartbeat like a thunderous thunder. Seeing this monster old man walk into the hall, 34 vagrants and 2 vagrants sitting on the seats, all made a soft whistle. How could the spider be willing to come up? Well, it must have been in that dark and humid cave for a long time, and I wanted to come up and move around. They laughed and quipped. This spider is weird and superior in strength, and can be regarded as one of the most powerful among them. However, it is lonely by nature and has always been out of group. It usually stays in the dark nest in the heart of the earth. Sky Spider's old man was expressionless and ignored these jokes. Instead, he knelt down on one knee toward the white silkworm who was the first in the hall, and bowed respectfully. Sky Spider, meet Lord Shushin. Alas! A fierce heartbeat sounded from the silkworm pupa. Immediately afterwards, a low, hoarse voice like a man and a woman heard from the silkworm pupae. Sky Spider, what's the matter with you? Master Shingshin is wise. The Sky Spider old man first flattered, and immediately got up and stood up, and said in a deep voice. Master Huishu, I just took a Sky Spider larva that was responsible for exploring the news of the Divine Universe and died on the battlefield outside the Divine Universe. It was a good discovery before. Oh? Good discovery? The 34 virtual lords in the hall all raised a slight brow, allowing the spiders to deliberately come out of the deep pit of the lair to report. I'm afraid it's not just a good discovery. You say it. In the silkworm pupae, a dull sound was made again. Yes. Sky Spider nodded his head strangely and said, Lord, please see. After finishing speaking, Sky Spider made a right-hand stroke, and immediately in the hall, automatically generated a picture. In the extraterrestrial battlefield of the Divine Force universe with rain and broken limbs, a young man wearing a wide black robe, a hood, and a cold and handsome face strode into the void crack. When everyone saw this picture, they all jumped. What? People from the Divine Universe come in? Well? What's going on? If the Divine Universe enters our virtual universe, we should immediately be aware of it. Why didn't I sense our 87th crack, and someone came? Why is this? Everyone said in amazement. The silkworm chrysalis was silent. It wasn't until half a while later that the inside of the silkworm puppet made a sound again. Troubleshoot all cracks in the void and capture the man in the Divine Universe. As soon as this remark came to an end, the crowd was stunned, and then they reacted, and the eyes of suspicion flashed again. Could there be other void cracks in this void forbidden space that can travel between these two universes? Yes. 34 Vane respected each other in congratulations, and then stood up to act immediately to investigate the void cracks. In the hall, it soon became quiet, leaving only the left and right imagination, and the weird silkworm that kept trembling. 34 Xuanzun walked out of the hall. No one noticed that the 8 deserted Xuanzun who walked at the end had a shadow of uncertainty on his face. That guy and Wushuang seemed to be similar. Yahuang Xuanzun narrowed his eyes and said to himself silently. The suspicion that Jian Wushuang had already dissipated suddenly poured into his heart again. Inexplicably, he felt a little disturbed. However, he did not tell this to the Sioux, but in his heart, he connected the communication between one of the 5 elders refining Shinzong and Elder Dust. This person is the deity who stayed in the refining deities, and every time after that, he will report to him the size of the refining deities. It can also be said that this Elder Dust is of the 8 swords of the Emperor Xuanzang in the refining of the sect of Surveillance Sword. Dustbone, I ask you, what's wrong with Wushuang recently? After the communication was connected, Yahuang Shizun asked in a low voice. Master Uyghur, Wushuang has been retreating in the main hall of the Sovereign, and no abnormal situation has been found. Retreat? Bahuang Shizun murmured to himself, and immediately said, Dustbone, go to the Sovereign Hall to see Wushuang immediately, and see if he is still in the Sovereign Hall? What now? Elder Dustbone now! Immediately! Immediately! The cold mang flashed in the eyes of Bahuang Shizun. It is good! Suddenly, the sound of Elder Dustbone leaving was heard in the head of 8 desolates. Hanging up the rumor, Bahuang Shizun sneered. If Jian Wushuang really was in the Lord's Hall, then the suspect of Jian Wushuang could be washed away and his doubts about Jian Wushuang could be completely lifted. And if not? In the eyes of Bahuang Shizun, the killer flashed by. He wants to let Jian Wushuang taste it, dare to deceive him, and regret being born in this world. He licked his lips, and the bloodthirsty blood surged on Yahuang Zuzun's face. Chapter 4537, 4537 Leaving the Mountain. Whoosh! A long white mark flew across the sky. Jian Wushuang's figure gradually turned into a small black dot and disappeared into the horizon. The sea that had calmed down washed the beach in waves, bringing up countless things like shells, gravel, and starfish, reflecting the blue sky. Feng Tian Patriarch held the Chaos Wushu cauldron and stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the sky calmly, and did not come back to his senses for a long time. Behind him, the little Taoist had her head lowered, not saying anything. Chu Ji, do you think I've made a mistake all these years? Fo Tian Patriarch suddenly said. There was no emotion in his voice, but it gave off a vague feeling of confusion. The little Taoist girl was stunned. She knew that her master had always been a very kind person. If it was an ordinary person who had their opportunity to advance snatched away by others, they would have long been irreconcilable with that person. However, her own master did not do so. He had also never harbored any thoughts of taking revenge on Cosmos gods in the past. "Master, why do you think so?" the Taoist girl asked in a daze. Hearing this, Photian Patriarch smiled bitterly and said, "In fact, in the last battle of the Great Catastrophe War, if I had to die, our divine power universe wouldn't have lost so many people." The little Taoist girl was still a little dazed. However, he knew that with his master's power, if he really attacked, not only would so many people in the divine universe not die, but it was even possible to reverse the situation. One must know that his own master was someone who came from the same era as the Cosmos gods. Back then, he had even suppressed the Cosmos gods. Even now, after the Cosmos gods had reached that unspeakable realm, his master's strength was only one level lower than that of the Cosmos gods. "Forget it, you're still too young. You won't understand even if I tell you." Photian Patriarch shook his head, pursed his lips, and did not say anything else. Only he himself knew that he had trapped himself on South Sea Island for so many years because he had given up on himself, and was unwilling to face reality. Suddenly, the Photian Patriarch let out a long breath and turned to look at the little Taoist, who was only as tall as his shoulders. He smiled and said, "Chi-Chi, how many years have you been with your master?" The little Taoist boy was stunned. Although he didn't understand why his master would suddenly ask this, he felt that his master was a little strange today. "A million years. You've been with me on this island for 1,000,000 years. The Photian Patriarch sighed and suddenly said something that made the little Tao child's expression freeze. "Chu-Ji, do you want to go out and take a look? What I mean is to see the real vast galaxy, the boundless sea of stars, to see the true appearance of this world." The Taoist girl's eyes widened, and her breathing became a little hurried. Ever since she had been picked up by Photian Patriarch on the beach, she had never left this world. In the beginning, she would go to the mortal countries to play, make friends, and have fun. However, it did not take long for him to realize that mortals had life, old age, sickness, and death, and they had their own day and night. When she came out of her seclusion and happily went to find her former friends, they had long been dead and buried in graves, and the grass on their graves were 3 feet tall. A mortal's life was perhaps just a period of time for him to meditate. As time passed, he no longer went to the mortal countries to have fun. Otherwise, once there was a life and death separation, it would only add to her sadness. It could be said that she had spent almost all of the past 1,000,000 years on the Southern Ocean immortal island with her master, Photian Patriarch. She could not wait to see the wonderful universe that his master had talked about. She wanted to see the brilliant sea of stars. However, she did not want to bring it up and put her master in a difficult position. She knew that her master, who looked carefree on the surface and seemed to not take anything to heart, had a knot in the depths of his heart. "I want to." After hesitating for a long time, the little Taoist girl took a deep breath and said the words firmly. After he finished speaking, she thought that her master would glare at her fiercely and then reprimand her. Therefore, she lowered her head and did not dare to look at her master's face. However, what she got in return was a carefree laugh that her master had never had before. "Good! My disciple, it'll take you to see what the universe really looks like." Photian Patriarch laughed heartily, carefreely, and uninhibited. He had never laughed so freely before. The light in his eyes brightened, and an extremely terrifying overbearing intent emanated from his body. On this day, the Photian Patriarch finally found the courage to undo the knot in the depths of his heart. He was the #1 expert below Cosmos God. "Chu-Ji, since you're going to the outside world, you can't wear this set of clothes. The girls in the outside world don't dress like you do." With a wave of his right hand, a purple silk dress with tassels appeared in his hand. "Go and change into this." "Ah?" The little Taoist girl was stunned for a moment. She took the dress from Photian Patriarch in a daze and ran into the bamboo house on the Southern Ocean immortal island. A moment later, a tall, slender, and curvaceous young lady in a long dress nervously clutched her dress as she timidly shuffled out of the bamboo house. She had bright eyes and white teeth, her skin was as white as snow, and her clear eyes were like clear water, extremely clear. The afterglow of the setting sun reflected on her face, reflecting a large patch of shyness. Her facial features were exquisite, her small face had a high nose, and her chin was sharp. There were many beauties in the universe, some cold, some enchanting, and some cold, but she had something that most women did not have. She was clean. The word clean seemed simple, but it was the rarest word. Master, I am a little uncomfortable, so we'll change back to that Taoist robe. Chuji pinched the hem of her clothes, lowered her head, and said in a weak voice. She did not know why, but she felt that her heart was thumping and her palms were sweating. Silly disciple, you're not allowed to switch back. Fengtian Patriarch glared at the youngling as he spoke in a threatening tone. He sighed in his heart. He was the only one who knew what he was going to do after leaving the Southern Ocean Immortal Island. After taking her to see the universe, he would also go and do something for this universe. Whether or not he would be able to return alive was unknown to the Fengtian Patriarch. Chuji did not know that this dress was an extremely powerful defensive immortal garment that Fengtian Patriarch had refined with all his supreme treasures. In terms of value, it was probably not much lower than a supreme ancestral weapon. This was a gift that the Fengtian Patriarch had made for her with his life savings. My disciple, if Master is not here in the future, I will rely on this immortal robe to protect you, Fengtian Patriarch said silently in his heart. However, he raised his head and stretched out his hand, flicking Chuji's forehead. His tone was a little fierce as he said, Silly disciple, if Master finds out that you dare to change out of these clothes, Master will peel off your skin. All right, I know. Master, why are you so fierce? Chuji rubbed her head where she had been flicked and mumbled in dissatisfaction. Fengtian Patriarch snorted and did not say anything else. Instead, he lowered his head and looked at the ground beneath his feet. His eyes were filled with reminiscence. Old friend, you've accompanied this old man here for so many years. You must have been bored for a long time, right? Bang! Fengtian Patriarch chuckled to himself, as he stomped his right foot lightly. Rumble! In an instant, the entire Southern Ocean Immortal Island began to tremble violently. The seawater within a radius of 10,000 miles began to explode like boiling water. Boom, boom, boom! The ground cracked open and the sea boiled. It was as if a giant beast was awakening under the feet of the Fengtian Patriarch. The next moment, bang! An earth-shattering boom erupted. The entire Southern Ocean Immortal Island was lifted into the air, and an extremely dull buzzing sound was heard. From afar, a black turtle emerged from the deep sea. Master, this is... Chuji's eyes flashed with a look of horror. She saw that under her feet was no longer the Southern Ocean Immortal Island, but a giant black turtle that was hundreds of thousands of feet wide. Its 4 limbs were like 4 ocean-stabilizing divine needles, pillars that held up the sky. And the Southern Ocean Immortal Island that she had lived on for 1,000,000 years was just a shell on the back of this giant turtle. The seething sea breeze ruffled the white hair on the sides of Fengtian Patriarch's face. However, the smile on his face grew wider. Old fool, I've come out of seclusion. It's time to settle the score with you. Oh, right, the alien races in the Void Universe. We have to deal with them first. They'll put aside the score with this old man for now and blast these B** stars out of our universe first. On this day, in the endless territories of the South Ocean star field, countless mortals raised their heads and saw a giant turtle that covered the sky. Hundreds of millions of living beings knelt on the ground and looked at the giant turtle in the sky with fanatical eyes. They shouted in unison to bid farewell to the immortal. On this day, there was no more legend about the old immortal master in the South Ocean star field. On this day, there was a strange combination in the universe. It was a giant turtle that was as big as a star. A disheveled old man and a beautiful purple-dressed girl were traveling around the universe. It was a strange combination. Oh, this old man forgot to ask. What's the name of the boy who played chess with this old man? I wonder if this boy has a Tao companion. It's time to find someone to entrust this young girl to. Shaking his head, this strange pair disappeared into the vast starry sky. And in the distant starry sky, Jian Wushuang, who was wearing a black robe and had a cold face, was already flying toward the off-world battlefield. Chapter 45-38. Inside the Lord's dormitory. Jian Wushuang nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the corpse of Tai Luo, who exudes a medium and supreme atmosphere. Today's Taro God corpse is not an exaggeration to say that it is the second avatar of Jian Wushuang. The strengthening of Taro God corpse's strength naturally equals the enhancement of Jian Wushuang's strength. This gave Jian Wushuang a little more confidence in the next battle. With a big wave of his hand, Jian Wushuang put the corpse of Tai Luo into the town's monument, and he was sitting in the center of the yin and yang gossip chart, and began to absorb the weak force. A large amount of virtual force was sucked into the body by Jian Wushuang, and then transformed through the virtual force crystal nucleus into the purest divine power. This makes Jian Wushuang feel helpless. In the early morning of the second day, Jian Wushuang held a morning meeting. This is the homework that must be done as the master of the line. The content of the morning meeting is very simple, that is, the elders report the situation of the sect, such as the recent major events in the universe, or the talented disciples in the sect, and there are recent signs of breakthrough. Generally speaking, it is a trivial matter. The same is true of today's morning meeting. After Jian Wushuang asked some regular questions, the elders retreated. On the throne, Jian Wushuang rubbed his brows, slightly tired. I have to say that the suzerain is still very tired. He must not only cultivate by himself, but also manage the tens of thousands of disciples in the suzerain. Metropolitan. When everyone was gone, the stature was fiery and charming, and his face was charming, and the 9 musk deer in a light red coat quietly moved away from the lotus step. He stood slenderly behind Jian Wu's body, and stretched out his slender jade fingers. You have to squeeze Jian Wushuang's shoulders. As soon as her hands touched Jian Wushuang's shoulders, she saw that Jian Wushuang was shocked with electric shock. She suddenly stood up, raised her eyebrows and asked her coldly, "What are you doing?" "What?" Jiu Mu was startled by Jian Wushuang's tone, and a look of panic flashed on her face. "Sovereign, I just watch you tired, and want to help you out." "No need to," Jian Wushuang said coldly. "Sovereign, you didn't have to let your body take care of you a few days ago." 9 Musk stunned, then said with a blank expression, "Just a few days ago, after the morning meeting, Jian Wushuang held her hand with a smile, letting her serve her well. For this reason, she also deliberately wore a more elegant red tulle today, and could dimly see the spring light in her red clothes, showing his good figure. Why does the Lord suddenly change his face today? This change of face, come too fast, right?" Jian Wushuang heard a twitch of his mouth. Without having to think about his memory, he knew that it must be a ghost trick played by Tai Luo's corpse. "No, this lord does not need a maid." Forcibly suppressing his temper, Jian Wushuang immensely said, 9 Musk dear, from now on, you are no longer the servant of this lord, go back to Shriyan Mountain, and practice. The practice is the root. Zhusu heard that, she suddenly trembled and her face became a little white. Jian Wushuang's sentence, although it is more euphemistic, but to put it plainly, isn't it just driving her away? "I understand." 9 Musk bit her lower lip tightly, nodded, and then left a little embarrassed. Jian Wushuang looked at the back of Jioshin, shook his head slightly, then turned around, pressed the dark room button of the Lord's dormitory, and stepped into the dark room of the dormitory. Entering the hall, Jian Wushuang sat down directly on the yin and yang gossip array, and a large amount of virtual force rushed towards Jian Wushuang. Now that the battle between the virtual universe and the magical universe is about to start, he must seize every minute to improve his strength. At the same time, in the void crack, the 87th crack. It's like a hive in a palace group, in the middle palace. Flip-flop. A dull footstep came. 34 Swordsman strode into the hall. Return to Lord Void God, all cracks in the void have been investigated. On the throne of the hall, a low voice came out of the silkworm pupae. Huh! Anything? The words fell, and one of the 34 vaunted lords, who had eyes full of hands and vain lords without hands, stepped out and revived. Master Shinshin is wise. When we checked the 23rd crack, we found that the 23rd crack can lead to the divine universe. But unfortunately, the black-robed man who escaped into our universe, and not caught. The existence in the silkworm chrysalis seems to have long expected this answer, saying, "This person does not need to worry about it. It is not the first time for us to reach our virtual universe. When the Holocaust begins, this person naturally will surface." After a moment of pause, a low, hoarse voice like a man and a woman sounded again in the silkworm pupae. "That being the case, let the war of catastrophe start ahead." As soon as this remark came to an end, all the people in the hall changed their faces, and then their eyes filled with joy. Listen to Lord Shushin, is this? Lord Shushin has completely recovered? Click. Click. Without waiting for them to think about it, the silkworm pupa wrapped in layers of white silk split a crack. A trace of black mist like black ink spread through this crack. Click. 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 Immediately, there were more and more cracks. At last, an earth-shattering loud noise came out, and the entire silkworm pupae exploded. A tall figure shrouded in endless black mist slowly stood up inside the silkworm pupae. His body was shrouded in dark mist, and it was hard to see, except for a pair of scarlet demon eyes showing the supreme, breathtaking breath. Under these eyes, heaven and earth must bow their heads, and the universe must boil for them. He is above all beings, sitting alone in the clouds, like a god, looking down at the world. "I'll wait, meet Lord Shushin. I'll wait, see Lord Shushin." Suddenly, there were 34 false honors in the hall, including left and right dummy, all kneeling down. Whether they are the masters of a sacred place, or the immortal Taoism, or an extremely ancient existence, at this moment they are kneeling at the feet of this dark mist, and their eyes are extremely frantic. Xianshin, the master of the entire Xian universe. No one dare to disobey his orders. He is the one who says nothing in the universe. The gods of the whole body shrouded in the dark mist just glanced at them and stopped saying anything. His figure rose straight up into the air, as if the heavenly men were kneeling at his feet, holding him up. "Hundreds of thousands of virtual periods, God of the earth, it's time we meet again." Su Shin took up his hands and murmured to himself. His eyes seemed to penetrate the two universes directly, and saw the gods in the universe of divine power. Next moment, he pressed his right hand slightly down. "Battle of Holocaust, let's begin." Chapter 4539. Cosmic Calendar, 6253. The Second Holocaust, which was called the Battle of the Heavens by later generations, began. On the same day, Shushin led the 32 virtual lords, left and right, through the 87th crack, into the magical universe. The world is shaking, countless clouds are surging, and the world seems to be in the middle of a winter night. The mountains and rivers are reversed, the sun and the moon are discolored, and even the stars are dim, and the voice of the meditation road comes from the sky, mysterious and mysterious. Except for some low-ranking virtual men who don't know what the situation is, those powerful people who have not reached the 87th crack are shocked. Their gazes turned to the place where the void was forbidden, their eyes flashed, and they mumbled to themselves. "The great world will start." Tianyao Holy Land, Suspension Tower. The Suspension Tower was built in the deepest part of the Tianyao Holy Land. No one can enter the Suspension Tower except for the contemporary Lord of Tianyao Holy Land and the Tianyao Xingzi who has extra authority. Because the Suspension Tower is the place where the three ancestors of Tianyao Holy Land slept. The reason why Tianyao Holy Land is able to overpower the heroes and is called one of the Xians in the virtual universe is because of the existence of these three Tianyao ancestors. Each of the three ancestors of Tianyao is an old monster who has survived from ancient times. In the realm of Luhen Shizuan, he has been soaked for countless years. The three of them usually slept in the suspension tower. Only when the Tianyao Holy Land was facing the crisis of life and death would they go out. Nowadays, no one knows. Among the three ancestors of Tianyao, at this moment, in addition to the third ancestor, they remain in the suspension tower. One of the four virtual respects. When they have led the people and set off the horn of the battle of catastrophe, and formally invaded the divine universe, at the top of the suspension tower, an old man wearing a blue robe and full of decaying ancient flavor slowly opened his eyes. A sharp streamer flickered through his hazy eyes. Havoc has begun? This person is truly the third ancestor of Tianyao Holy Land. I hope this war of catastrophes will not end so quickly. The old man has waited too long, and wants to play. The third murmured to himself, then closed his eyes again. This time of the Holocaust battle, the virtual can be said to have gathered the top combat power of the entire virtual universe, breaking the boat. However, Shishin did not let all the top combat powers gather in the void, but divided into several waves, changing constantly. If a strong person fell or was seriously injured in the front, let him retreat and replace it with another one. Like the third ancestor of the Tianyao Holy Land, the Palace Master of the Hades, etc., is the reserve army responsible for the next few waves. At the same time, in another forbidden place in the virtual universe, the black mist and cloudy wind that has been eroded here all year round is the famous Jedi of the Void Universe. Even if the trace-level virtual lord came to this forbidden area, the blast of the black wind that covered the black mist would leave no bones and fly gray annihilated. Therefore, the virtual universe has never dared to set foot on the discoloration of this forbidden place. However, the group of people at the highest peak of the virtual universe knows that this forbidden area is the most mysterious organization in the entire universe, where the organization is. At the moment, in the middle of the forbidden area, a bronze ancient coffin straddled the void and hovered quietly in the stars. This bronze coffin is full of ancient mysterious texture. A trace of black mist and overcast wind spread along the gap of this bronze coffin. If people see this scene, they will be astounded and shocked. The dark misty wind that is enough to make the dead bones of the trace-level virtual princes absent is actually just a bronze ancient coffin. Around this bronze ancient coffin, more than a dozen men and women in black clothes with strong breaths sat quietly beside the bronze ancient coffin. If Jian Wushuang was here at the moment, he would suddenly find out that there are more than 10 men and women with strong breath, and some of them are the mysterious strongmen who once chased and killed him in the 9 stars of the divine universe. When the virtual led many virtual lords and attacked the divine power universe, the more than 10 men and women sitting with their eyes closed and knees seemed to have some sense, and they also opened their eyes. Giggle, is that guy from Xiunshan finally going to the divine universe? A charming woman with a ponytail in her hair and a black suit covering only her hips, with a huge breast on her left forehead, smiled loudly. Her name is Shirsi, seemingly playful and cute, like a maiden of the house. In fact, the 2 cosmic people who died in her hands are more than the sum of all the disciples of Shinzo. Oh, the 2 universes have been calm for too long, and this time I watched a good show, another tissue eater said with a smile. Soon, the more than 10 men in black talked in a low voice, and their faces were full of excitement and strangeness. There was no awe in the words, whether it was to the gods of the gods or the gods. During the discussion among the people, a lazy voice came out from the bronze ancient coffin. Byte 1, Byte 2, Byte 3, Byte 7, you go to the 2 universes and take a look. This sentence is plainly common, but the voice is full of charm, as if it has 10 million stresses, and it repeats in the ear. Yes, Lord. Hearing this person, from 1 to 7, all 7 stood up. Each of these 7 people has a powerful breath that cannot be said, and the man known as Devouring One is cultivated like a pit, like a prison, and even the 6-marked vanity in front of him is like a little witch seeing a big witch. Breath should be weak. Wearing a red mask on his face, only one eye was exposed, and there were actually 3 pupils in this eye. Go on. like the strange sound waves of countless sounds coming out from the bronze weird. The next moment, from 1 to 7, a total of 7 people, starting from the position of their feet, continued to melt. After the 7 had left, the forbidden area gradually returned to peace, leaving only a bronze coffin with a muttering murmur. Xian, these 2 universes of your choice will give you results soon. Come on now, the Emperor can't help it, you have to screw your head down. With the opening of the Second Holocaust, the entire virtual universe was turbulent, and countless ancient powers that were retreating were all awakened. Jian Wuxuang sat cross-legged in the Lord's palace of the Emperor Shinzong, and opened his eyes sharply. What happened? Jian Wuxuang's face changed, and then the whole person disappeared instantly, and when it appeared again, it was already above the height of the refining Shinzong. Jian Wuxuang raised his head and looked towards the sky. Suddenly he saw something extraordinary, and his pupils shrank suddenly. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.